Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for joining us on the WRC channel. Make sure you like and subscribe if you're enjoying the streams before we go any further. I'm Chiral, and today I am joined by Jenn, JHumL Pro.
Hello.
Hey! You can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/itsmechiral, and Jenn at twitch.tv/mahjongjen. Jenn is also on X and Blue Sky. Later on today, we'll be joined by Nathanael, otherwise known as Tateniu, and Arthur, known as Corak, both A1 leaguers in the American Riichi Mahjong League, and amazing commentators. Our broadcast today is... Oh, yes. For sure. Our broadcast today is sponsored by the WRC and USPML. The US Professional Mahjong League, USPML, is located in New York, where you can find Sparrow's Nest, a mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 auto tables. There, you can not only rent tables for private games, but you'll also find leagues and tournaments you can participate on in a regular basis. USPML had a booth at New York Comic Con last week. No, not last week. That was a while ago.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I left that in the script.
But it did have a. But the New York Comic Con was awesome, right?
Yeah, we do want to. I'm working on a video to put up on this channel, the WRC channel, actually. Interviewed Dave and Tips, and so we'll have a video ready very soon.
That's awesome.
That's why I left it in the script, totally.
Yeah, I know that you, Dave, Tips, of course, and of course Garth were there, right?
Yes,
doing little
Garth
exhibition games.
Well.
That was honestly, it looked really cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. It was busy. It went too fast.
That is how it is sometimes, though, when you're working at a con, right? Or doing like just standing in front of the booth. It's like a whole weekend, but it feels like just gone in an instant.
I mean, if it's going well, yeah. I think if it's not going very well, then it feels like it will never end. But this time it just felt like it was going really quickly. It was going well and it was fun. And
that's awesome. Yeah, I heard it was packed the whole time, so
yeah.
That's great. But yeah, WRC, of course. Hopefully you're here. Hopefully you know who we are. The World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international mahjong tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years. The next one will be in Tokyo in 2025. So, there are sponsors, but today you're here to watch the Yukan Fuji Cup Women's League. It's a league made of 64 teams who are split into 16 groups of 4. Each group will battle the other 3 teams in their group over 10 sessions, and the top team from each group and the top individual players will advance to 2 different finals. So, we have 4 teams, but only the top team will make it through. Who will we see today? We'll be seeing the teams and players from Group 15.
Yes, Group 15. There's only 16 groups, so that means next week is going to be the last group that we'll watch, the last 2 groups, I guess. So then we'll go through and watch each group one more time.
I can tell you that one group in the Yukan Fuji Cup has a WRC team, though, with a certain Jenn, a certain Jenn in the team. You and Mio played some games today, I heard.
Yes.
And we have a lovely interview to play and show you before those games started.
With a special guest as well.
Oh.
Hey everyone, this is Jenn. We're here at the afternoon session of Yukan Fuji. This is the group that's not on the broadcast tables today. So we're group 16, and I'm Jenn on WRC, and this is Mio. And Nemi-chan from, I think you've seen her on Ron probably. She's always on the Ron channel.
Oh.
自己紹介お願いします。
はい。Hello everyone. Remi Otsuki. Ron Public. Broadcast. Me. Yay.
レミちゃんは何組でしたっけ？
私、まんまるハウスチームです。
何組だったっけ？もう
2組？
あ、2組。
はい。
そうだね。前は配信したから、多分みんな見たと思うんだけど、everybody use。実はそう、今、英語の解説を全部の、配信につけてるから、皆さんもなんか、選手たち、紹介したいなと思ってる感じです。その時負けて、それ以外の試合は？
それ以来出てなくて、まだ有観富士今年2回目です。はい。
今日
3回目。
3連投？
今日3連投。
お頑張ってください。
そう、私だけ負けてるんで、チームで。チームは今トップなのに、私のせいで、ちょっとね、点数減らしちゃったんで。
いや、でもト
頑張らないと
ップになってるからいいじゃん。ラスト引くこともあるから、それはもう終わったから、今後は多分もうプラスで
はい。
続けたらいいんだな。
頑張ります。
今日私がとりあえず最初に出て。So first I'm going to play and then after that we're going to decide who's going to play based on how I'm feeling. Mia, how are you feeling?
あんまり自信ないです。
自信ない。
最近負け、5丁じゃないわ。
不調
不調。日本語も英語も全然ダメ。
英語は喋れないんですか？
喋れない。
おー、なんか喋れそうなのに。
そう日本語、二人の間に。
でも、頑張ってプラスになるように。
うん。OK。じゃあ
やります
そう、私ももうめっちゃ勉強してるけど、もう、なんだろう。ずーっと4着だったのは、たまに2着取れることになった。
で、今チームどうなんですか？
チームは、最初は首位だったんだけど、リカちゃんがすごい、なんか、そう、頑張ってくれたんだけど、今はちょいマイナス14ぐらい。
あ
うん。
あ、
そうだね。
じゃあ結構
差はあんまり。うん。
接戦なんですね
そう。じゃあ頑張りましょう。
ー、頑張りましょう。
頑張ってください。
頑張ります。
はい。決勝で会いましょ
会いましょう。確かに。
う。はい、バイバイ。
Awesome.
They're so cute.
Yeah. So yeah, you have your team playing in the background of this. Are we going to be spotting the WRC jacket in another table?
Yeah, we will. We
Ooh.
will.
You have to keep your eyes open.
I previewed the games and we get to see it sometimes. So
Awesome. But your team is not on the televised table. We will be seeing instead. Actually, no. Let's look at WRC's score right now.
yeah, make sure while we're setting up that like and subscribe, please.
Yes.
We have the WRC starting standings. Right. So this was the end of session 6, which was last time. We had dropped down to 3rd place, minus 14.6, but yeah, it's so
Really
close.
close.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like one first place away from everybody being the same score, basically.
Yeah, if you get a first and Mahjong Cafe gets a 4th, it's just done in one match. So
Yeah.
anything could happen. Oh, we have to check in on your team and see how they do through this session.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm cheering for you.
Thank you. I'm cheering
But-
for me too.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'll actually get to see you next week, right? You'll be on the TV
Yes.
table. It's gonna be
I
really
will be.
fun.
And I'm not commentating that day.
No, I think I get to take that table with Jenn, I believe. It's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to
well,
that.
so we don't know exactly which order we're going to play in. I think
Oh,
the third
okay.
game will probably be Mio,
Mm.
because she has like work and stuff as well. So, some of us have day jobs.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are you all planning on playing one game each?
Yeah, so I don't know if I'll play first or if Rika will play first. I think I'll just leave it up to Rika, and she can play whichever one she wants to.
Seems like a good plan to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I was interviewed by the Japanese not commentator, the play-by-play and the MC yesterday.
Well, good luck.
So,
I hope it
yeah,
works.
should be
I'm
good.
cheering for you.
Thank you. We're gonna push. Yeah, we get to be on the commentary as well when we're not playing. So if our team is on the table, then we usually commentate on the Japanese commentary.
Ah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I'm gonna really push also our English commentary during that broadcast.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. But yeah, let's have a look at the teams who'll be playing today. We have Team Maika, Team Riichi CIty, Team Musashi Koyama, a non-smoking bar that presumably also has mahjong. I think I'd prefer mahjong without smoking personally. That might be a spicy take, but I like her.
Yeah.
Yes. And we also have Team Mahjong Otomedan. Or
Yeah, I think
Shizuoka.
that's based in Shizuoka, right?
Ah,
I'm
yes.
not exactly sure what Maika is actually. I'll look up that for the next game, but yeah, the non-smoking bar is owned by one of the players who is playing today, and her story is like crazy. Like I was updating her player bio. She's playing in the 3rd game, and I was like crying as I was updating it. It's very moving.
Oh. Well, I can't wait to hear more. That sounds it's gonna be great.
Yeah. Yeah, so it should be good times today. My dealer is going to be from Team Maika, Natsumi Negishi. And the south seat will be Nagi Yonesaki from Riichi CIty, who she was originally an Osaka player. And I think she actually was playing in the Osaka League previously, but it seems like she's in Tokyo, or at least playing in the Tokyo League this time. Kotoko Sonobe is from Bar R, and in the west seat, Yukari Sugihara in the north seat from Mahjong Otomedan. Well, more
Okay.
about those players during the games.
So before we get into the match, let's find out how the score. Wow, okay. Hello, Riichi CIty, far ahead. It's not like your team, it's not like your group at all. It's still
No.
plenty of time for them to make a comeback here, but oh goodness.
Yeah, I think this is mainly like Yonesaki is a really strong player. I know she's been around at least as long as me in leagues, so she's always, and she is playing in like parlors so much, and playing in Osaka parlors, which are mostly 3-player. So much so that if you're playing in Osaka, a lot of the people, if you say I play Mahjong, they'll be like, oh, okay, and they'll just assume 3-player. And if you say you're from Tokyo, they might be, oh, wait, do you play that 4-player Mahjong game?
Mahjong with 4 people? Absurd.
Absurd. And
Well, speaking
Osaka's
of
kind of
3-player Mahjong,
absurd.
though,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the new World Online Riichi Team League.
Oh
That's
my
going to be
god,
a
I can't
3-player coming
wait.
soon.
I can't wait. I'm so
We have a
excited.
question in chat about how big the Osaka scene is. I don't know if you're qualified to answer this. But yeah.
Osaka scene is, I mean, it's big. There's tons of Mahjong parlors everywhere. It was mostly 3-player, but I think recently it's been kind of shifting to 4-player. So I used to go often as a guest about probably 10, 11 years ago. And even the chain parlors that would be only 4-player in Tokyo will have 4-player tables and 3-player tables in Osaka. But yeah, I think with M League and stuff, there's a shift towards 4-player just everywhere.
Makes sense. All right. Well, yeah, definitely go check that out if you are visiting Japan, I suppose, or if you live there, of course. But yeah,
Yeah, there are
let's
a lot
get
of pros who live in Osaka and only like do guest jobs and stuff in Osaka, basically,
Okay.
or around there, like Nagoya. And Nagoya's not that far from Osaka if you're
Yeah.
going just to commute for work or something.
How many teams make it out of each group? Only the top team in each group, so it is a battle for first place.
Yeah, there's a wild card, but you really got to aim for first.
Yeah. But I think the wild card is based on the gap to first in your group.
Mhm.
So you either need a very, very, very close second, or you need to be first.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's with the scores of that spread out, people have got a job to do. It's not over, obviously, but a job
we're
is
only
going to be
halfway through.
needed. Yeah.
So
yeah.
basically, we're still at the point after today. Today is that point where anything can be reversed to 0 at this point still.
Exactly. So yeah, I always cheer for the person behind. I have a, I don't know. I want to back the underdog. I want to see them come back. So we'll see if that happens today.
Yes.
If we get three hand chants, anything could happen with a first place bonus. If they can get 3 first, it could be huge.
Yeah, first place is 40 points, so it's massive. Any first places just make a huge difference. And also there's individual standings that people are running for, so even if the team is out of it, one of the players might be able to kind of push to make the individual finals.
That's true, yes. But yeah, okay, I suppose there's only one way to find out what's going to happen, and that's by watching. Good luck, everybody. I hope to see you in an exciting match.
Yeah, I think they're gonna pan the whole venue. So I think there are 4 tables.
Oh yeah, I
There's
see
me in
you.
the corner. There's my blonde
Jen
hair.
spotted. Oh, you got your name written on your back. I didn't notice that.
This is Jen. Yeah, we all have our names on our back, and there's
That's
my
so
U.S.
cool.
flag on the right.
That's so cool. Bet on the current winner? Nah, the usual nah. I got to cheer. I got to cheer. I want it to be close. I want it to be decided in the very final hand chan. Ideally, the very final hand in the very final hand chan. I want there to be all the stress for all the players.
Yeah, that's definitely way more fun to commentate and watch. So the first game we all start at the same time, and then after that, each table just goes at its own pace. So usually the broadcast table is the slowest because they have to take a break and they do pre-game interviews before each game.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially because players are like switching out, so usually they do a interview before each game, not just before the whole session.
So what I'm going to have to do is when Hanchan 3 happens, when the camera pans out, see if some of the tables are just everyone's left.
Right.
They've all finished and gone
Exactly.
home.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened. I think they stopped panning at that point, though. But
Yeah, that makes sense.
so our first needle is Negishi. We already have a call from Yonesaki.
Yeah, Yonesaki's hand is very fast. And they have door acceptance, but I don't think we've seen any of the Wonsos just yet. And it looks like Wonso's going to be pretty hard to use for a lot of players, with but 3 of the Tusos all accounted for. But already Shanten.
Yeah, just went away, and she has places she can pawn for Tenpai, I think.
Yeah, I
Or
think
she
the
can
first
call
call
for
was
Tenpai.
dragons, right? So yeah, anything will do. Obviously, Dora, the Wonso Dora will be very, very, very good though.
Sugihara 2 away for the all pairs hand. Does have 2 open-endeds in there, so she might end up shifting somewhere.
Yeah,
Negishi's hand is just slow.
yeah.
And
Unfortunately, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes you really want to make something happen, but it's East 1. You don't have to be really rushing to try and make your hand happen. Oh, that's one away from
If you
Tenpai. But which
build in one of
what
those
do you-
open-endeds.
Yeah. Okay, we
It's
cut the
gonna-
5-7. Trying to keep the dream of that 7 pairs hand alive.
How's that a dream?
I mean, fair. I've been really jaded about 7 pairs recently. It's just I've not been very lucky with it.
That's why I've been saying she's hedging it.
Hmm.
I don't have dreams of. I don't have good dreams of Chitoi.
True.
Nightmares, maybe.
Nightmares. The curse of Chitoi 1 away.
Ah.
And you've only got 2 pairs, so that's literally usually 3 or 4 tiles because someone's got one or you've seen one discarded already. And you need to draw one of them. This doesn't come.
Yeah, Sonobe's hand is filling in nicely. She will go back over to her. She has a double sequence opportunity.
Yeah, if I was
Double
hard going to
sequences.
Chitoi, I might have kept the West there instead of discarding it. Just because West would be a very
Right
good tile to
here,
wait
look
on.
at-
For you to roll.
It's actually like a chance for a double, like 2 double sequences, but then she wouldn't have a pair. She's trying to decide where she's gonna make her pair now. Just the 5 dot or the. She's gonna. So she's locking in that 5, 6, 6, 7, 7 shape.
Yeah, if you draw the 4 pin, it's kind of a backfire, but it's not that bad. And obviously, yeah, you can always use the pair of 3 pin.
Yeah,
So,
she's
yeah.
hedging the 2 double sequences, but it kind of makes the 5 dot redundant if she.
Yeah.
Since she has the open ended in the characters, so I don't think it's.
It's a hedge, but I
efficient,
kind of like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's efficient, but it might end up being a no head, a no pair, 1 away.
I will say, if we have nightmares about 7 pairs, the twice pure double sequence, Lian Peiko. I like to think of Ryan as that guy who you invite to your house. He teases you. He says, "Oh, yeah, I'll come visit," and then never arrives. But we have Tenpai.
Yonesaki, she's into Tenpai, yeah, waiting for the 1/4 bamboo. Just so waiting for the Dora. Otherwise, just one hand point there. You know, the double sequences is also all pairs essentially. So
yeah,
that's why it's a nightmare hand.
I like to think about it as like you get teased, right? I'll visit you soon. Just this random person called Ryan. I'm sorry to all the Ryans out there.
Flashbacks from when I was waiting at the door for my friend who said he was taking me to the. See, there's that no head.
There's the backfire.
She discarded the 7 bamboo, but what are you gonna do? I think most efficient in that case would have been probably the 6 bamboo instead of the 7 bamboo discard, but
I could see that. But yeah, just sending it back, hoping to draw the good side of things. Kind of a half upgrade. And they are going to take it, of course. Although actually, wait, hang on. doesn't that make the 8 so kind of redundant now? Is it a safety play? To be fair, not many saves you have in play.
Yeah,
You have two
the
sevens?
bamboo is the A is not really safe. It's probably looking more as in the player. I think Yonesaki's to her right doesn't have any bamboo in the discards
Yeah, that would make sense.
and has called twice. So, but that is the open-ended gut shot that we talk about. So the 2, 5, and 7 all make a tempai. So that's actually an efficient play. But also probably thinking about not wanting to discard the 8 bamboo to Yonesaki.
We have finally seen Adora, but I wonder what I would do. I probably would just commit to 7 pairs there at that point. After drawing Adora, it's just awkward.
So here, okay, so this is an important shape. Keeping the 8 is not redundant here because the 7 will make the hand tempai.
Okay.
So she'll discard it now to try and use the Dora, but it ends up dealing in to Sonobe.
Yes. It's cheap, but it's the East one. I a lot of times when I'm thinking about making a push, I do always try and calculate in my head, hey, if I do deal in, how bad is it going to be? And 1,000 points isn't the end of the world, especially in East one.
Yeah, 1,000 is usually when it's 1,000. I'm all right. All right, I got my deal in out of the way. My deal in rate is super high, but it's usually
that's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
I have a quota of times I can deal in. Once I've met that quota, no more dealing in. That's fine. I'll just get it out of the way straight away in East one. I like
and
that
if you end
thinking.
up dealing in too much, as long as they were all 1,000 point hands, then you can switch the quota to points instead of
Honestly, it is definitely, especially when someone's made a call, to try and figure out what's going on in their hand, to try and think, okay, if I'm going to deal in, as long as it's cheap, I don't mind. I will say sometimes it's not cheap, but
yeah, my dealing rate is super high, but it's usually cheaper hands because usually I'm pushing when I have more value.
Yeah. A lot of that's going to be knowing where the Dora are. We don't have red fires in this rule set, so if you know where all the Dora are, we didn't in that hand, unfortunately, but then no one else has them. So it can sort of make you want to be a bit more aggressive, right?
Yeah, with an honor tile Dora, a lot of times you're just kind of hoping that you don't draw it.
Yeah. Speaking of,
Yonesaki
with that 1 red dragon, same thing here for Sonobe's 1 red dragon, but Yonesaki's already 1 away from Tempai, so
yeah, with a Tateniu hand as well, the inside hand.
Yeah.
So you'll see it come up right here. 1 away with not a great weight, and one side of the wins is not inside hand. Probably be hoping to switch something in the dots to maybe a better weight or drawing it first so she can reach with the 3-sided weight.
Yeah. Being able to pair up the red dragon would be huge here, yeah.
Yeah, it would, but she'll have to get rid of 2 really middle tiles. I would think should probably get rid of the 4 or 5 dot in that case.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Sonobe keeps hedging that she wants the full straight. And she decides to get rid of the red dragon. It's not going to be easy to use. More efficient to discard one of the honors right now. Just get rid of it early so that if someone pawns, she can just deal with it. And if they don't, then she can just go along her business.
Yeah, I actually really like the full straight there for her because we got that 1 red dragon, right? Having a Yaku where we can roam, even if we just have 1 or 2 red dragons, I think is still going to be really good. So I might even be tempted, if I draw the 7, to absolutely cheat my Tempai. Wait, no, the red dragons went out. But still.
Yeah, she discarded it because she was 1 away. So if she had if her red dragon had paired up, she'd have to get rid of another incomplete group. So, I mean, she was 2 away, but her blocks were already decided. So she got rid of it so she wouldn't have to have 6 groups if it paired up.
That makes sense.
And also so she'll be able to probably reach with a safer tile. Because if you reach with something dangerous like that and it's pawned, then you lose your Ippatsu chance as well.
Yeah, that's fair. I was thinking about waiting on the red dragon, perhaps. That's what I was thinking. But I know it's not the most safe wait. It's also pretty obvious, but Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
the
just
only
being
thing
too
was she
greedy.
might have to give up the full straight, which might be
Oh,
easier to win on. Oh, and
and
Yonesaki's pairs up, so there's that. Yeah, she discards
as
the
you
4
say,
dot.
cutting the 4-5
Mhm.
pin.
Which
When you
turned out to
see
be the right move because Sonobe really needs that 5 dot.
when you see someone cut 4-5 pin from hand, really like sort of mid row 2, do you just automatically assume it's like a 4-4-5-5 shape, or? Because there's something weird about cutting a really good sequence, like 2 tiles from a potential sequence, sort
Yeah,
of
it will
mid hand,
depend
right?
on what happened before that. It might be a shift to like a flush or something.
Oh, I'm liking this. A chance of a mixable sequence here for 4-5-6 in each suit, potentially.
Yeah.
Just like, take that free upgrade, and yes, the overlay has changed as of yesterday.
Yes.
I
Now
like
we
how much
have
information we've got. We've got like a new. We have the hand. We have the current score of the players going in on the left of each team. On the right of each team, it will be the score of the players were the match to end right now. So
yeah, it includes the Uma and everything as well.
yeah, as Nagashi is in 4th place. Nagishi. Sorry, Mahjong Yaku coming into my brain. As they're in 4th place, they would be taking a -25, or -26, -25, and then -1000 from their score. So yes, we would be seeing that change if they win this hand very quickly. I like it. I like having a live score tally.
Yeah,
It's
there's
something
also
that
a reach mark on there, which is really helpful for us.
Yeah, no one's in reach yet, but we'll see that very soon. Look forward to it. Yes, one thing else I've noticed is that the actual score will get automatically deducted if someone does a Riichi move. Their score will actually be deducted by 1,000. I think that's neat. It's little touches like that just
Yeah, it helps a lot.
nice.
It wasn't like that before. Oh, the red dragon's going to be pawned by Yonesaki right there. So she doesn't get the sequences, but she does get that 3-sided weight that we were talking about.
And with Dora
369
3
bamboo.
and
Yeah.
a Yakai, it's an easy manga, and you'd think
As
369
dealer.
as dealer. Oh
Crazy.
gosh, just do a bit of counting. How good is 369? I see a few.
As far as the board goes, I think it's pretty good that we see a lot in hand. And Negishi comes in with the reach against her, and Sonobe can't decide if she wants to cheat to Tenpai or not. She'll have to discard the 6 dot or she won't have a Yaku. The 6 dot looks okay-ish. It doesn't look quite that great against Negishi's reach, but she pushes it.
Yeah,
And
I
she's
would not be
waiting for
brave
the
enough
2-5.
with the reach and the dragon call. Oh, I would be too scared.
I think maybe the 2-4 dot discard from the dealer made her think that the 6 will be okay. 2-4 dots and then a 5 dot to the dealer. And maybe she wasn't as scared from the reach since the dealer's showing all the Dora.
Again, yeah, as we were saying, if you know where all the Dora are, then that does give you a lot of information about who's the scary person, if anyone. True. Oh, there's a 6! Dora 3, Red Dragon. That's a huge hit. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the 6 dot pass and she got a little bit excited.
So, if East 1 was very, very small, well, Yonesaki said, hey, no, we can win bigger hands than that. 1,000 points? No. I know you won East 1, but you have to do better than that to beat
Yeah, I
me.
was telling you at the beginning, she's like a veteran in the league. She's been there for a while. And I said that she was originally like an Osaka player. She's actually from Hyogo Prefecture, so the Kobe area, which is like basically right next to Osaka. It's just a local train line.
Nice. Yeah.
I guess she
So-
became a pro in 2009, so about 3 years after me.
Okay.
And she
So
also
you're
likes
the
3-player
veteran.
mahjong. Yeah, I'm the veteran in this case.
Yeah.
She also
She has
likes
won some tournaments, though.
3-player.
The NPM Western Cup, the Cabo Aurora Cup, and the Sakae Cup. No favorite tile, though. Undecided.
The Kabo and Sakai Cups are run by mahjong parlors who really like feature women pros.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So they have, I think I played in one of them before, long time ago. But usually they kind of focus on their regular guests. So they have certain guests that come to their parlors.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah,
if
weekly or
you're a
monthly.
regular. Oh, what is this opening? Sorry, I just got
let's talk about
Yonesaki's
Mahjong.
hand. The fully outside hand here potentially. And I'm not sure if there was a Sanshoku hiding there as well. There might have been around 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9. But I saw a lot of terminals, and not just terminals, connected terminals too. Ooh, very exciting. Still going to be a bit slow though. Just needing the 9 pin for that mixture sequence though. 3 so is going to
You'll
be
see that
awkward.
hand more in these rules without red 5s.
Yeah, I have noticed that, right? Because the red 5s aren't there, you end up trying to use. Oh, that's a 2. It's not a 3. For a second, I got excited. Oh, do we give up on the outside hand? We do. Interesting. I guess mixture sequence is more than good enough, and pin through, if nothing else, is still decent.
Yeah, she's going towards the perfect one-away shape. So efficiency over Yaku. If
I
she
think
did
that's
get
fair.
the outside hand, she would end up without a pair, without a head. So
Yeah. And she's in first, and she's dealer, so just speeding through, getting to tempo as fast as possible. The mixture sequence would be amazing as well, though. If we can see the 9 pin, we see 3 of them. Where's the 4th one, though? It's still out there somewhere. Oh, I'd love to see 7, 8, 9. But I'm sure any tempo is good enough. In the meantime, though, Sonobe's hand is currently potentially 1 away, but it's not a good 1 away.
yeah,
The awkward situation where you've got a pair hidden inside a sequence. Ugh. It doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it's okay if that's your only pair, but she has another pair that she'll have to work out on.
Yeah. The obvious issue is that because you've got 3 of the 8s there, you know there's not many 8s left to draw, so that pair's kind of stuck a little bit.
Yeah, and on the left side, just a middleweight, the gut shot as I call it, but
I need to learn poker terms and actually study how to play that. Honestly, just by watching people talk about poker, a lot of the concepts do sort of cross over. I have noticed that, but I haven't studied proper theory.
Yeah, Garth and I started playing poker like pretty much right when we joined JPML, so it was really easy to see a lot of overlap in the shapes. And so I thought it would be natural to, I mean, poker to Mahjong is kind of a natural transition, so
Okay, yeah, it makes
I thought it would
sense.
be easier to get poker players to play Mahjong if the terms were overlapping. And
think that's fair,
Sugihara
yeah.
here is 6 blocks now and a couple of open-ended, so she's got to make a decision.
I feel like
and
you have an overlap there between the 3-4 and the 6-7. Whereas if you draw the
Yeah.
5, you get the 3-sided weight, but also that's a whole extra tile that would have advanced your hand if you didn't keep that shape. And also there's that pure sequence chance. I know
Yeah.
it doesn't feel great sometimes because you've already got one of those 5s there, so the chance of you drawing a second 5 isn't that high, but
I also
one
wouldn't
extra
mind a
hand.
4 BAM discard instead. And then if you get the 3/6 BAM, you can switch to Tateniu, get rid of the 9 dots.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's totally acceptable too, yeah. That makes sense. Oh, that's Tempai. Still waiting on 6-9. There's only 1 9 left unless I missed the last 9 getting drawn.
Yeah, the perfect one-away shape paid off. She finally filled it in. Perfect one-away shape, of course, always ends in an open-ended weight, no matter what you tempai with.
It does have the risk occasionally, though, of the Riichi tile being very close to your weight.
Yes.
So
Well,
yeah,
says Steeler, she was willing to take that risk.
absolutely, yeah. Honestly,
Yes.
it's a question about efficiency versus, oh, there's the last 9 and it's usable. The 6 can still win with the reach from Yonesaki here, but that mixed triple sequence is not going to land. That's a shame. I like seeing good hands. Oh, there's a sale. The 9 comes out.
Oh no!
I take everything back. Everything I just said is wrong.
I mean, it was outside of 3/8. No one else could see it, so it looked a little bit. Looked like she had some secret information that no one else had, and she'll Dealing again.
Yeah, the blockers, I think is the poker term, right? When you see some
Yeah.
cards and you know other players don't have that card, so you can
Yes,
sort of make
yes.
decisions around that. Yonesaki with the huge win, getting that mixture sequence. It's so unfortunate though, having that information and it just being a trap. Oh,
And East 2 and Sonobe is already down just 1,700 points. Ouch.
fine. It's East 2. It's East 2. We have an entire Hanshan left. Anything can happen.
Oh yeah, it just depends on which tone you use when you say it's only East 2. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
it's only East 2 and she's already down that far, but now you can say
She has
it's
two
only East
dealerships.
2.
It's only East 2. Exactly.
It's all about tone.
Sonobe apparently failed the protest 4 times before passing on her 5th attempt 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's persistence, right? That's going to be a skill that's really useful here. Like, when things get tough, you feel like giving up. No, keep trying. You never know. You could always make a comeback.
Yeah, and she was watching professionals play on like TV, and they looked so cool, so she wanted to join that as well. So she was probably potentially watching some of the people that she's playing in the league with now in Yukan Fuji.
Honestly, I feel like that's how a lot of people get into tournaments, right? Like, I didn't get to Mahjong from watching other tournaments, but I played my first tournament because I saw people commentating and thought, oh, that looks really fun.
And now look at your commentating too. You guys are the same.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But yes.
You're already commentating
I mean, true, but...
with pros.
I mean, true, but I'm not a pro myself yet. Maybe one day.
Sugihara here, look, she has potential for a full straight. She wants to fill in that 8 that just came into Sugihara's hand.
If you are
To
interested in
Negishi's
becoming a
hand,
pro,
I mean.
follow the WRC Discord. Link in the description. Anyway.
Yeah, we will have a protest coming up soon, and in the meantime, there's lots of information there for how you can save up points for when you do become a pro. There's lots of stuff you can do in the meantime.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah. One of them is, the 3-player Rattle coming up in January.
I'm both excited. I think I said this to Gemma as well. I'm both excited and terrified about competitive 3-player.
I'm so
I do
excited.
enjoy it. But it's...
I wish there was a live 3-player league I could play.
A live? That could be really exciting. Yeah, can we cast the 3-player league live?
I want to. That's like my dream. All 3-player.
There are things you will see in 3-player that you will never see in other game modes. That is for sure.
The JPML
I say
president
never.
Moriyama loves 3 players, so there's always potential for it if it's suggested.
This is Tenpai for Itsu, potentially.
Right.
Otherwise, it is...
Yeah, she filled in that 8 bam I was talking about, the 8 bamboo.
Oh.
That was the toughest place to fill in, and there were already 2 that we could see that were being used. At least 2.
Negishi does have this Dora, which is going to be really hard to push to a reach. In fact, a lot of players here have Dora that they can't really justify pushing, I don't think.
Yeah, no, their hands are too far away. I think maybe Sonobe would have
the
had the best chance.
Ipatsu on the 4? They got an Ipatsu. Didn't flip
It's the
around.
higher end.
Reach Ipatsu, Itsu, Pinfu.
Hanemon.
Sorry. Sorry for interrupting you. Just...
Don't be sorry, that's a Hanemon hand. Yeah, 3,000 from the non-dealers and 6,000 from the dealer.
And this is why you never give up. I know it didn't go to Sonobe, but this is why anyone can come back from a massive lead, right? Anyone can take that away from you. You've always been in that position. Like if you've played Mahjong long enough, you've been in a position where you've had a massive lead, and there's that one person who just won't give up.
Yeah, Sugihara actually hasn't had a first place yet in this season. So she has 42 points. So even without a first place, she's done well with a good positive score. I think actually I forgot to update the scores.
Okay.
Yeah, she was in 100. So she had a small negative coming into today. So totally ignore whatever's written there with how her score is.
A small negative, but for how long? How long? We'll see.
Yeah,
It's looking like it
so
won't be for much longer. Honestly, her
right, she
team
hasn't
desperately need the
had-
points, though.
Desperately, and she hasn't had a first place yet this season, so she was saying that she really hopes she can get the first place on the broadcast table.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I got. As I say, I always cheer for the underdog. I want to see them come back. That is kind of a mixture between Sonobe being the underdog of this particular game and Sugihara representing the team who needs the points. So I got to cheer for both of them. I got to.
And
Yeah,
Sonobe is
she
our
owns a
dealer
girls'
now.
bar. I'm told. Called
Yes.
Gecko Shoujo. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh wait, that was Sugihara.
Hang on. Are you looking at?
Wait,
Yes.
who? Oh yeah, Sugihara.
Yeah, that is Sugihara, the person who
Yeah.
the person who won the last hand. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I was looking at the list for our dealer,
Ah.
Sonobe, with now negative 1,500 points.
It's fine. As I say.
Yeah, so if you're
your
used to
dealer-
playing online, they don't bust out in this league. So
Yeah,
you
a
can
lot of
get-
online tournaments will let you go negative, as well as, I guess, any real life ones as well. Because I don't think it's fair, right? It never feels fair, especially in a big like skill based event. If one person has a really bad hand, one, they don't have a chance to come back, and two, everyone who didn't get to win doesn't have a chance to win either, because the game would just be over too quickly, right?
Yeah, that's true. Although, like, since this is a league, it feels a little bit more like ladder than tournament.
Okay. Well, what a good
So,
film. But yeah.
yeah, but they can't have. I mean, can you imagine if we had ended the stream in East 3? Sorry,
Yeah,
we're out of
exactly.
points. See you next
Yeah.
time.
So we have a genuine fake pinfu, a pinfo I like to call it.
Oh, I love
Imitation pinfu.
that. A pin
Where you
foe.
The pair is a yakuhai, so it's not actually counted. It's worth 0 han and doesn't count as a yaku, but it is all sequences. And I do think a nice 1-4 weight this early on is going to be. I think it's going to pay off.
Yeah, and Yonesaki in first place just wants to kind of put pressure on everybody else and really win with those good weights. Sugihara fills in a really nice weight there.
Yeah, when it's last place's dealer turn, you just sometimes just want to end the match. You just something like you don't have any hope. Just give up. Especially if they had a really good hand. It's really demoralizing when you are like trying to make a comeback and it's your dealership and you've got something going and then someone wins something cheap. And you're just like, oh, my dreams have been crushed. I do think Sonobe's hand is just not quite there. It's certainly not going to be fast enough to beat this. Although I will say, with 1-4 being the weight, Negishi does have 4 of the dealing tiles here, and a lot of the 1-pids are already gone. So this might actually not be as good a reach weight as we first thought. So the question's going to be, though, for Negishi.
Yeah, Negishi keeps filling in good spots. It's just really hard to maneuver when you're trying to play safely as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a skill, right? Being able to attack while also defending.
Look at that!
Yeah, I'm afraid the 1-pin's going to go. Because I feel like that's what I would have to cut here. I don't think it's
She
really...
was playing for her own efficiency, then the 1 dot would be the one. Or it's not efficiency, it'd be more of to go for an inside hand, the Yaku.
Yeah.
And she does have a Dora in there. It's potentially really... If she got rid of the 4 dot, she could shift to a Pinfu as well. But she goes with the 6 dot.
Perfectly dodged. Perfectly dodged. The 1 deals in, the 4 deals in.
So now we have the
6
problem is
save.
if she deals a 5 dot, she's gonna have to get rid of that 4 dot.
True. On the plus side, though, if she does get to Tenpai without having to discard the 1 or the 4, because of the head bump rule... Ah, there's the 4. I was going to say, only she would win on her own, but that's not going to stop the self-draw. Again, not many points, but it does shut down last place's dealership. Moves the game along, and every little point helps. Also, shout out to that one lady in the background, sort of crouching down, trying to stay out of the camera. I noticed. I saw you.
I wanted to also make it. Oh yeah, that was me. Hi. I also
Oh no,
wanted to
no,
note that you can also, even with negative score, you're allowed to reach in these tournaments.
that's very important. Yeah, yeah. Imagine if you suddenly couldn't reach just because you had a bad. Yeah. Oh, being able to having a mistake, making a mistake, and not being able to reach the rest of the hanchan would be terrifying. But
Yeah, then
yes,
your goal would be just to get back up to 1,000 points so you can reach.
exactly. Well, a very good it's not a very good opening, but at least we have a pair of Dora for Sugihara as the new dealer. The rest of the hand is not so good, but I always get excited when I see Dora 2. Especially the Dora 2 are dragons that you can call.
This is the second time we've had the red dragon as a Dora in this game.
Last time it did win, Dragon Dora 3, so maybe dragons are lucky today. The red dragon specifically.
Yonesaki is just on. She has the best draws on the table, I think. Okay.
Yeah, with a white dragon, it's going to be called. Again, yeah, Yonesaki just has to make the game finish at this point. I feel like. I know that sometimes the pressure is really high, and you feel like I want to speed through this as quick as I can, and that can lead, at least for me, that can lead to unforced errors when I'm desperately trying to rush and I call myself into a corner sometimes. I don't do that as often as I used to, but
I think I do it just as often as I used to.
when you feel like, oh, I'm winning, I can get away with anything, I'm invincible. I can call anything, I'll be fine. Oh, this is a very interesting draw though for the dealer here.
It's one away, and she'll have. I like to call it a backdoor. If you don't have your Yaku decided, they call it two back. If you have two Yakuhai, two value tile pairs, and you tempai with that.
Yeah. I guess you technically don't have a Yaku confirmed because it could be either one, but you will have at least one Yaku. It's
Yeah, so if you don't have a Yaku confirmed, but you have a potential one Yaku, then they call it atozuke, or add Yaku later, basically. I like to call it the backdoor, because it's the one that you had to fill in later. So that's also a poker term. When you fill in on the river, they call you backdoored into a flush. Or you didn't have a flush at the beginning, and you get the last two cards. She'll deal into Yonesaki again.
It's cheap, but at the same time, first place doesn't need points. They just need to beat game to move on.
I said again, but that was Sugihara who hadn't dealt in yet, I think. So now each player has dealt into Yonesaki at least once.
Yeah, thankfully Negishi and Sugihara got away with pretty cheap dealings. I can't say the same. Oh, I'm sorry, Sonobe.
And we'll go into the south round. So generally in the east round, you want to be going for bigger hands and try and rack up some points. And then once you have those points in the south round, you want to go for cheaper and quicker hands to just try and move it along the way that Yonesaki is doing right now. So that's pretty basic strategy especially for tournaments. But
yeah, I guess in like if we are going to use like poker term, like let's say like the first three cards are out right at this point in a poker hand, right? So you now kind of have an idea about where it's going to go, and you need to play to what you see. If that makes sense.
yeah, I think I don't want to like
Yeah,
negate what you're saying, but I'd say it's more like in tournaments when you have a big stack, you find more opportunities to pick up small pots.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about going for value once you're ahead, and you just want to get rid of other people's turns at dealer.
Yeah. I think I probably I know what I meant to say, but I don't think I said what I meant to say. But yeah. Yeah, definitely for Yonesaki, that is going to be the priority. But then maybe it's not the priority for the other players.
Right. So then, if you weren't able to rack up those points in the East round, then you're gonna have to start going for trying to aim for Yaku and aiming for bigger hands.
And I will say for the third time today, the red dragon is Dora, but no one has a pair yet. So we're not going to be seeing an easy 4-hand hand here. At least not straight away. But yeah, do you think sometimes it's really interesting when the door is the same tile multiple times in a row?
Yeah.
It does happen more often than you think, although maybe that's confirmation bias. But it's always sometimes just interesting. It's like, oh, it's still set. It's the red dragon again. Okay. They're all place here. Yeah, I always worry about what to do in situations like this because I feel like I'm eventually, if I have her hand there, I'm going to end up having to discard the dragon. It's all about knowing the right time. For Sonobe, obviously she needs the points, and so she's going to be going for the half flush on top. But even that, you might have to discard the red dragon. We are going to see some calls though. Full flush or the red dragon, worth about the same, right? Red dragon half flush versus the Chinitsu, the full flush. I guess the red dragon's worth more. She can get a triplet of them.
Yeah, I think a full flush or using the Dora with the half flush would be about the same. If it's just a normal value tile, then it's much less than the normal half flush.
So I suppose the question about what she's going to do with the rest of this hand is going to be dependent entirely on. I guess I'd take either, whichever nice thing comes first. But yeah, that hand is one of those hands that's really scary to play for me because it's exciting, but also you don't know if you're going to deal in. You just have to call and be very aggressive and hope for the best, right? And this is exactly what we're seeing here. Is the red dragon finally going to go? It is. So the the full flush has been chosen.
The half flush here. They're going for the same suit as well.
Yeah, have you noticed? I think that's something that I've definitely noticed in my play. When I'm seeing a person's going for a flush, sometimes subconsciously I'll be like, okay, if you're going to make a flush, I'm going to make a flush because I'm not going to discard any of your suit, so I'm going to have a lot of it now. Oh, but with that last call, she's hit Tenpai. She's going to wait on the 6 man. Do a little count to see how many we got. There's 2 right there.
Yeah, 2 of them. Oh.
It's over. Nobody cannot catch a break. I'm so sorry. But that is a dealer win, so we will see a repeat, another chance.
Just 500 each. She stopped 2 flushes right in their tracks.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about the points you win, it's about the points the other players didn't win. I do feel like sometimes. And being dealer, you can always just try and rack up the repeat counters, right? An extra 300 to whoever wins this hand. If it's her again. I know it sounds silly saying 300 points when the gaps here are much bigger than 300, but 300 this hand, 600 next hand, 900 next hand, it adds up. If you can keep winning. But yeah. This has been called immediately though, so we'll see.
Yeah, but her hand is just so far away. It actually looked like it could almost be a orphan's hand.
I can see that. I can see
nothing connected.
I feel like the goal is a half flush, but then the North's the first discard, so maybe that's just trying to mask it a bit. I don't know. And the only reason why I say half flush is because the score gap is so big that you need to make something happen. Okay, no, it's just... Oh, it's an outside hand. Okay, of course it is. But the cool outside hand is only worth 1 hand, so that is not going to fix your score gap. Still. I suppose at this point, maybe it's a mental thing sometimes. You just need to sort of win a hand. It doesn't matter what the hand is, just need to win a hand, you know?
Right. That hand's so slow.
Yeah.
Maybe Negishi. Nagishi's hand is faster, but she can't call.
Yeah.
Sugihara is so slow. Okay, but that fills it in. So now
I was
just
wondering, yeah.
one away. Yep.
I was wondering if she was going to consider going for an Itsu. We, as commentators, could see 3 of those 8 pins there, so that would have been very slow to try and make the straight from 1 to 9 in Pinzu, but the 9 pin did get cut, just going for efficiency over value.
Yeah, Yones. Sonobe. Sonobe
off, that
called
is
the hand.
Yukari.
Oh, Negishi. She will reach as dealer.
She's in the
Each
EC, so
Pifu,
North
one
is being...
Dora. Oh, sorry. She's in the North Sea?
No, she's in the EC, so North is not. Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry, I was...
No, I just heard wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a dealer.
I will say that the 8 is known. Actually, do we see where the last 8 is? By my count, it's 3 tiles in the wall to be drawn. Still not too bad, though, for an early reach like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, she's getting everybody off their hands. So it's a really effective reach, whether she wins it or not.
Exactly, yeah. A dealer reach is always... Oh, you'd hope it would be to be respected by the other players. Because of the extra risk you've got. Well, there's the 5.
She
It's a
gets it.
Sumod.
And
And flipping an Uradora, too. Wait, no.
She had the Yamoto, yeah, she had the original Dora, no. The
yesterday.
Uradora was a red dragon again.
The red dragon, it's ominous today. That's my lucky tile, I've decided.
So with 4 hand, it'll be
today.
2,600 from each player, with 1 continuance. And
Not
she'll
to
get to be
second
dealer
place yet, but
again.
yeah, one more hand like that, and we're going to be seeing a change in the leadership, I think. So, Negishi's favorite Yaku, surprising possibly no one, is Riichi. We've seen it plenty of times today, and it's paid off very well. Favorite tile is the 1 bamboo. She started Mahjong because her work friends at a cram school were playing. You know what? That's fair. I wish I had friends who played Mahjong. Like, I'm kind of mad that I only learned about Mahjong after I graduated from uni. If I'd known, I would have...
I learned in university, but nobody at my school played, actually. So I had to go join a club from other schools.
That's fair. I would have started a club. Had I been as into it as I was back as I am now.
Yeah, I tried to, but the thing was, I went to, my faculty was mostly exchange students. So it was like half matriculated students and half exchange students who were only there for like 6 months or a year.
Okay.
So, and the matriculated students mostly were into clubbing and not into mind sports.
Honestly, that's how a lot of unis are.
Yeah.
Ooh, I do believe we have 2 players with a pair of the white dragon each.
So we call that Mochi Mochi. And also the white dragon looks like Mochi.
Yeah. Oftentimes, if you don't see it played by the end of row 1, it's not... I wouldn't say it's safe to assume, but you can sort of at least keep it in the back of your mind that maybe there's a chance that someone else has a pair.
I think that's a good kind of rule of thumb.
It's something I think I learned when I think it was... who am I thinking of? The MD commentator who really likes Chitoitsu, who I've already forgotten, but there was a lecture he did at Riichi Nomi, and talking about how to make 7 pairs, and one of his tricks was to try and wait on once cut honors, because if they've been cut once they weren't called, then odds are no one else has any, and that way you're more likely to have them as a good final weight. So they're more likely to be in the wall.
Interesting.
That was one of the tricks I learned. Tsuchida, there we go. Thank you. Yes.
The commentator, yes. Tsuchida was known as the Prince of Pairs.
Oh, I love that name. That's great.
Yeah,
But yeah,
he used to be
whereas
in
like
JPML as well, and he came out with a book about just only about going for all pairs right after I joined the league.
I'm not gonna lie, I after like listening to that lecture, I definitely became a seven pairs enjoyer for a long time, and it worked. For some reason, for about a month or two, every time I went for seven pairs, I landed it, and it was great. I don't know what happened after that. Confirmation bias, maybe, but I got away with so many seven pairs hands that you shouldn't go for. And we see a Khan. The new door is
Yeah,
the north.
Yonesaki. No, Sugihara, sorry, Sugihara cons.
But yeah, if nothing else, I think that's just good. A good thing to keep in mind, though. Like the fact that if you see an honor Kyle hasn't been cut, he says to cut it because chances someone's got a pair and you're never going to draw a pair yourself. But the knowing that someone else has a pair part, even when you're wielding other hands, is still very useful, I think. This is an awkward three-pair situation.
Sugihara decides to leave the chance for two different pawn tens and also an open-ended. So it's essentially like a perfect one away.
Yeah.
Everything will end up in an open-ended weight, no matter what she gets ready with.
It also has the upside of you can pawn the 4-pin as well to get there as well, which is nice. There's only one 4-pin left, but it's good to have that option available. I like it.
Yeah, a lot of times when you have the perfect one away shape, it's a pinfu hand or potential pinfu hand, so you really can't call. But in this case, she can call as well, so a lot of flexibility there.
This might actually be a pairs round for some players here. I know we were talking about Chitoi. I spoke his name.
And she's finally Tenpai. Sonobe
reach,
will
though.
reach. Not reach, sorry. I would have reached, probably.
I probably also would have reached. Maybe she
And
knows. Maybe she's
Sugihara
also
does
thinking that
cheat.
the White Dragon is held and that the White Dragon's never going to come. I don't know.
And also Sugihara has just Tenpai. It's Negishi seeing that call and probably smelling a Tenpai.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Decides to fold her hand. Yonesaki as well.
Ooh, a chance to change weight to the 8 so, but I don't know if we're going to take that, given how many 8s have been played already. I see 3 in the discards. The reach comes out.
Reaches
One
with
turn.
a 7.
This is the classic wait one turn Riichi.
Yeah. She could have, the 4-band, but was just out, so she could have discarded that and made it look like she was folding even. She doesn't have really any value in her hand. Just
and unfortunately, it's still in.
She's having really rough time. Right? There's that black stick.
You have the Khan, though.
Second black stick that she's using in this game. The black sticks are put the negative score into the table.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's a mark of shame because it's not. It's not. You can always come back from a negative score, but yeah. So you've got to track it somehow.
They look cooler than the red ones, in my opinion.
They kind of do, don't they?
It's the goth mahjong sticks.
Oh well.
Yeah, I would say don't worry about learning mahjong later in life. The thing is, mahjong keeps your brain sharp, so as long as you learn it before you get too old, then it will keep your brain young.
We'll say that this has made things a bit interesting, though, right? Because Yonesaki's losing a few points, Sugihara catching up a little bit. We could have a nice 3-way battle for first here. I really want to believe that Sonobe can come back from this, but I want to believe, but you know, it's a long journey.
She does have more turns at dealer.
That's
Negishi does not have any more turns at dealers, so it would be hard to catch up with Yonesaki at this point.
So I guess it's. So I still believe in it though. There's a chance. One Mango direct hit, 16,000 point swing. That would be, and I wouldn't do it, but it would be certainly a huge dent. With 3 hands, you can make a 1 Mangan happen. But yeah, I do like how Nagishi's keeping the 1-so. I know that it's probably more as a safe tile than thinking about potential pure straight. But I just like the idea of keeping the one, so just in case, you know, we have the 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Could draw like a 3, could draw a 2. Just toying with the idea for at least a little bit longer. Speaking of pure
it's
straight, though,
just like has so much potential to end up in a really poor weight.
yeah, that's true. But I do think Sonobe has the same idea, although Sonobe has to go for the points. She doesn't really have much of a choice, unfortunately. It's always a rough situation when you are desperately in need of points and you feel pressured to make something happen.
Yonesaki will kind of move towards the flush.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Sonobe. That's the dragon. Draws a white dragon. Could have had a triplet. Which wouldn't normally be that exciting, but a close triplet is never a bad thing. But I do think it's probably fine to cut the pair there, especially when Itsu is potentially a very good thing to get. This is such a hard situation, though, because the 5 is so inefficient. But it is Dora. And, of course, Itsu. So I just read that comment. The despair point stick. No, I don't want to call it that. It's the point stick of beginning an amazing reversal. That's what it is.
I wish they would write like they would put like a skull on it instead of the same point, the same dots as the 10,000 point stick, the red one. Wouldn't it be cool if it were black with like little skulls on it?
There has to be a set out there that does that. That has to exist.
I don't know, because the black sticks only exist on auto tables. And there isn't that much like customization for auto tables.
Okay.
If I ever get an auto table, I'm gonna figure out a way to do that.
I'm sure if you had like an artist, you probably could paint that on the sticks. Do you want skulls and everything? Is that true? Is that true? Are the accusations true?
It's true. It would be cool if like all the dots were skulls.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, I can see
it was the skull suit instead of the dot suit.
I can picture that.
Taking a tempai, but middleweight, kind of a rough weight there.
Yeah, I think Negishi's going for a half flush there with the call. I don't know if I agree with it. It seems really far away, but I guess she also kind of wants points to get that
she wasn't.
first
Sorry,
point
she was
bonus.
1 away. She couldn't figure out where she wanted to make her pair, and she ends up filling it in with no head. I'm sorry. I saw that. I thought the characters were a pair. I misread that.
The hand's good. I'm just wondering. Like, obviously, you gotta have to choose one.
She was hoping for like a 369 or 258 in the dots. Instead, she gets the hardest tile to draw in that all of those options.
I think it's totally fair to play the relatively safe 4-barn. It was played 2 draws ago, which doesn't make it safe, but makes it better than nothing. And just hope that you draw something else around it in the future that you can use. We do see that the 3-barn is held, though. That is not likely to wait on, but...
We're probably hoping to change it somewhere. See, Yonesaki, she keeps going for that 9, but that 55799 shape is a really good shape to have. So she was always hesitant to discard the 9. She finally had very few other choices.
There's our upgrade. But are you brave enough to cut 3-man into this? Yes, the reach comes out. I respect it.
369 and the 4-5 also win her the hand.
Negishi does get Tempai, but...
Yeah, we're waiting for the 1 and 3 bamboo. With her flush that she pushed really hard for.
Honestly, yeah, sometimes if you want to get the points and you do end up making a huge push, it does sometimes pay off. The weight is... How good is the weight? We see at least one of the 1-sos discarded already. And that 3-so is locked up. So it's not the greatest weight, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think her hand is probably really also obviously a flush to everybody else.
Yeah. Once you've made 2 calls, it's clear signal. But I don't think I'd be that worried about that. I know that maybe I think sometimes when you make a call like that for a flush, yes, everyone knows what you're doing, but it's also sort of just like gesturing at the opponent, going, "Yeah, you deal with it. I'm going for a flush."
Sure, it can put pressure on for them to fold, similar to the way a reach works.
Yeah.
Except for you can always kind of hold out hope for maybe they're not tempai yet, and maybe I can push this. It's a little bit easier to push than reaches,
That's fair.
in my opinion.
I have obviously dealt into my fair share of hands like that. I can
On the other
definitely relate.
hand, on the other hand, the potential weights are way more limited than reach hands usually.
Yeah, it's also just kind of slower to get to tempo 9 times out of 10. But just because, that's not going to be an issue, right? We saw that that's a 7 pin, but that's not going to be an issue, right? Knocking the tile off the wall.
No, that's
It's
not a
7
big
pin.
deal to knock a tile,
Okay.
one tile off the wall.
Yeah,
In most rules.
I think that isn't the rule that it's like 4 tiles or something like that before it becomes an issue. There's like a certain number of tiles that got to be knocked down. I think, right?
So it really depends. So in JPML, yeah, 1 or 2 is usually not an issue. In Saikoi, I know they will call the floor even if 1 tile is exposed anywhere from your hand or from the wall or anywhere. So they end up calling the floor quite a lot. And
Okay.
we'll end in a draw with 2 players tempai.
The dealer's not, so the game will move on to, I believe, South 2 is where we're at now. Also, yes,
Yeah,
there is a new
yeah.
display. You may notice that we have the round number in the top left corner. Right now it says the South 2. We have, I believe, the group, and I can't translate the very top things. I think it is group 5, or is it session?
Group 15.
Group 15, that's a 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're watching group 15 today all day.
Hmm.
Yeah, and this is their first game. So each group plays 3 games per session.
The dealer is the player with the red line underneath their score, and we can see their score going in for the team and the score going out if the match were to end right now. So, in 4th place, we have a team that started at 48.8 points, but will end at minus 14.3. If the game were to end right now, poor Sonobe. I don't think she's played badly. I think she's just had some very bad luck.
Yeah.
Dealing into that big hand at the very start of the game. It changes how you play.
She maybe could have played a little bit safer at the beginning, but she did make that. She did call for just basically a full straight against 2 reaches, essentially.
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that one was maybe a little bit pushing too hard. She ended up dealing into dealer, unable to fold after she made that call. I think that one was rough. I think she had a really good weight, so it did make I understand exactly why she wanted to push. I'm not sure if that was the right move though.
I think the dealing on the 9 pin to the Sanshoku when she had 3
Oh
8
yeah, that
pins.
was unlucky.
That was just unlucky. But I didn't. I forgotten the hand before that. That's true. Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes mahjong just happens to you.
Yeah, there's not always a lot you can do.
But I will say, actually, wait, no. Let's have a look at the hand right now. It's okay. Potential 4-5-6 mixable sequence, but I do like the look of. I believe it will be Nagishi's hand, especially after having called the dragons there.
Yeah, and that's going to be a flush as well. So this is her potential to maybe take over 2nd place.
Yeah, 2 dragon triplets potentially and a half flush is more than good enough, I think, given the score situation. Maybe not for 1st place, but definitely to challenge 2nd. There's going to be our South call.
And that's tempai. Waiting for a Shabo. She has 2 pairs and needs to triple one of them up. The 7 character and the red dragon.
So you see 2 honor calls. How scared are you of any other honors that are live? Are you the kind of
Um,
player who say, "Oh, they've already called 2 on the triplets. They couldn't possibly have a third on a pair"?
yeah, it depends on if I've taken my ADHD meds or not. If I haven't, then I might not even notice there were 2 calls.
Ah, well, the win
You
does come
really,
out.
yeah, you really need to pay attention to the board.
Although I do believe it wasn't with the red dragon. I don't think it would have mattered either way, right? Because it's 4-hand versus 5-hand. And with the dragon calls, it's more than...
Yeah, it's Kiriage Mangon. So
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's Yonesaki's first. She dealt in 1,000 points the first hand. I think that's only the second deal in. And that was the exact place that Negishi needed to win from to have a chance at first place. I had mentioned before that it was kind of going to be hard to catch up to Yonesaki, but those direct hits just really closed the gap quickly.
I said I believed. Did I call it or did I call it?
Yes, you had way more faith than me.
But here we go. Going into South 4, all last. 3 players, I would say. I got to count Sugihara out, though, especially as last dealer. 3 players well within range of first place here. I don't think Sonobe can do it anymore. My faith in her was unfortunately not. But
Yakuman could do it.
maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. How's her
Maybe.
starting hand right now? It's not really close to any Yakuman hand, sadly.
I guess, yeah, it'd have to be double Yakuman for first place, actually. I don't see how 50, 53, so 50 for first place, she has a 53.2 point difference.
Yakuman hands can happen in this event, though, right? They can happen.
Yeah, with
I know you've
32,000,
seen
if she
them.
were to draw, it would only close the gap by 40,000. And if she won directly from the first place player, it wouldn't be enough to catch up with second or third place. So
yeah.
But I mean,
yeah,
you're still gonna count that as a win, even if it doesn't
she does
get you
have a
into first
decent
place.
hand. If assuming this is East 1. Oh, no. The dealer changed. That's Yonesaki's hand. Yeah, no. I do think that she's probably not going to be winning this one. Yonesaki does have a very good starting hand, though, just trying to win something cheap to end the match while ahead. And it does look like that also applies to Sugihara here.
Yeah, 6 blocks, I think Sugihara has now. Maybe. She puts. I think she gets rid of 1, basically, essentially.
Yeah, I always hate 1, 3, 3, 5. It's. I usually cut the 3 in that situation because I want to cheat 2 or 4. But
Yeah, if you're
I
going
never
for
know
a
what to do with
closed hand, it's usually better to do that. And if you're going for an open hand, it's better to keep the pair on one side.
That makes sense. Yeah, she chose to keep the pair this time because I think she has Yakuhai. So yeah, being able to do that and open and just get it. Yeah, exactly. The triplet with the white dragon there lets you call, and that is Tenpai.
Exactly. So that's what I was talking about. Because you can pawn from anywhere, and you can only cheat from the left. So usually you want to keep the pawn options open if you're going for an open hand.
Exactly.
Yonesaki also went away from Tenpai.
It's like her hand doesn't have any value, right? She doesn't have any Dora in the hand. It's just white dragon only. But being
Yeah,
dealer,
but
just
exactly.
aiming to
It's
win, keeping the game going. Yeah, that moment when you get a 34,000 point third and you're still losing points. I just feel really bad about that. Oh, that's so sad. Looking at the projected
especially
score.
these because you start with only 25,000 in this tournament, in this league. So if you start with 30,000, getting up to 34.8 isn't that huge of a feat. But when you start with only 25,000, that's like a 10,000 point, gain, and you're still negative.
Yeah. Well, she's claimed a small win here as dealer from Sonobe. Sorry, Sonobe. But it hasn't changed the score situation. But with a repeat, this game has been going on for quite some time.
Yeah, it does get her closer to first place.
I have
Yeah, I'll
been
warn you,
feeling
the games today are quite long, so we're gonna be here with you for for a long time today. I hope you guys don't have any plans, or that you'll keep us on in the background even if you do have plans. Don't forget
How
to
are we
hit the
keeping
like
me-
button.
Oh yes,
Sorry.
please do. I hit the like button. I remember to this time. Usually I end up hitting the like button sometime around like game 3 when you post in chat. I'm like, oh yeah, I should do that. But yes, I know that because we're running Mondo TV rules, we have a 80-minute time limit plus 1.
Yes.
I haven't been keeping track of the game length so far, but I wonder if the game will end early, even if Sugihara keeps winning. If we end up,
I
the
think
game ends up
we're
going on too long.
still around 70 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe between 65 and 70.
So there's still. So what you're saying is there's a chance Sugihara wins the next 6 hands in a row. You're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, she could keep winning until up until that timer runs out, and then one more time after that. But she's only 4,200 points. I'm sorry, 3,800 points away from first place.
That's true. Yeah.
So she could get first even if the timer runs out. Even if it ran out right now, she would still be able to get first place without too much, like
That's very
maneuvering.
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know one thing though is oftentimes, especially when the game doesn't end when you win as a dealer in all last, you want to try and get a little bit more of a lead before you end up either not winning or losing. I had one game in an event I played recently where I ended up losing first place by 100 points because I assumed that other players were not going to be Tenpai. I assumed 2 players could be Tenpai, so I would lose 1,500 and they'd gain 1,500. But 3 players are Tenpai, so I lost 3,000. They gained 1,000. I miscalculated.
Yeah,
But
since
yes.
usually then when the hand ends in a draw, the dealer shows their Tenpai first. So they can't make the decision based on whether other players are Tenpai or not.
That's actually, that makes a lot of sense in a real time event. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing online and I made a bad decision and I felt really bad about it.
Online you don't have the choice to say Tenpai or say no ten.
Yeah, I guess you have the choice to discard something unsafe on your. So discard, break your tempo at the very last discard. So you kind of do have the choice, but not after the hand's over. Also, yeah, we do see a call here from Yonesaki trying to end this match nice and quick. I understand it. Going for all simples. Our dealer. Honestly, the hand is pretty good, but I am not certain it's going to have the pace to beat this one out. We'll see.
Yeah, they're just the hands, all the shapes in everybody's hands are pretty good, but they're just going so slowly, it feels like.
Yeah.
They're not filling in that quickly.
So that Ishanten is Ishanten for
Yes.
Yonesaki.
She's I guess in this situation you really want to try and get any points that you can. You're not changing the places. And since it's still in the middle of the league, I think it makes sense for her to try and win as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fold if I could have a chance to win the match. I don't know. Maybe that's playing events with a first place bonus for me. But I always want to just, if I have a chance to win when there's a big bonus for it, even if my team's in the lead, I still feel like I just want to go for it,
The thing is, the last place penalty is not that big compared to the first place bonus.
That is definitely true, yeah.
So I need to look at this shape. See, there's the open-ended gut shot on the side there. 3, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. She actually gave up the open-ended, the double sequence or twin sequence possibility to keep that open-ended gut shot shape.
Honestly, I think that's fair, especially considering the
3
score situation.
potential tiles to complete a set, and she can lock in that pair right there. See the 5, 5, 6, 7, 8 locked in the pair, and now she's Tenpai and she takes the open-ended.
Yep. I think it's very
so
good.
that's a shape that a lot of people, a lot of people will miss that shape. And also, it's in that case, since you have the chance at twin sequences, it would be fine to get rid of the gut shot because she would have had a potential to get the pair in the dots instead. So it's kind of an actual decision that has to be made. A lot of times the efficiency is there for you and you don't have to think about it a lot, but in that case I feel like there was a lot to think about.
Yeah. So that honestly makes a lot of sense. It is definitely a shape that I notice when I'm reviewing logs, but I never notice it in a live match sometimes. It's very easy to be like, oh yeah, of course that exists.
Yeah, you really have to train yourself, but like
Mm.
every single pro who has ever written a book mentions it.
Yes. Well, Sonobe's
Even
Tenpai, but no value.
yeah, I mean, it could be Urda-san.
True. But not if you don't reach.
I think she's one away actually.
I thought she was waiting on the 8, so maybe I
Oh
misread
yeah, I
that.
think you're right. No, you're right. I think you're right.
That will be cheat for Tenpai, but I think this is no Yaku Tenpai unless the other call is Dragons. I missed that. Okay, going for all simples instead. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Shifted the Yaku there. See that?
So I love the exact calculations here. The Pinfu Tenpai with Adora is enough to overtake. Don't need to reach. So it's definitely something that is important to consider, especially when the player behind you is very, very. It's just that close to you. Giving an extra reachy stick could be your downfall, and also losing the ability to fold. But you know. So I do love a good Dharma when the time comes. I tend. Anyone who watched the stream yesterday will know that I'm a very aggressive player, but when the time is
interesting. She
right,
didn't take
there are
the-
good times. But she doesn't need value though, right?
No, she
So
doesn't.
playing
But I
the,
wonder if she felt like the 5 was dangerous though.
I think the 8 would have been, yeah, I would have been more comfortable to play the 8 than the 5 this late in the hand. But
Sonobe Tenpai's and she reaches waiting for a potential double sequence. There she has a chance again. But even so, the mixed sequence is not guaranteed. And now she has to worry about a reach as well, and she doesn't want to lose points.
yeah, dealing in would lose your position. Just place the 8. It was safe last turn. Maybe it'll be safe this turn. Not a guarantee, but that is Empire as well. If the 3 was willing to be played, it's not. So we see a fold from Yonesaki. She doesn't want to deal in, and that makes sense. Dealing in from first place in this situation, even to last, might be a drop of 2 positions.
Yeah,
So
she's hoping
playing-
someone else will push and deal in for her.
It's definitely
Deal
a good
into the
bet for
reach player.
both the other players here fighting this reach to try and push, because there's so much to win by winning this hand, right?
Yeah, and if the dealer wins, she's not sad either way. If the dealer wins, or it's Tenpai if it ends in a draw. So the
Oh,
only player she's worried about is if Negishi wins, pushes and wins. But then she would have to do a lot of dangerous and risky things, and she has decided not to.
I would have been brave, I think. I would have been brave and pushed. Oh, but we do have a Tenpai
Yeah,
from the
Sugihara,
dealer.
dealer Senpai.
Oh, he wins, I believe. Yes, on the 2-pin only. It's another cheap win, but we're here in South 4 for a little bit longer, guys. Everybody. And with that Riichi stick and the repeat counter, Sugihara is now in first place. You love to see these comebacks. I literally said this at the start of the stream. I want it to be decided in the very final hand. You know, I want it to come down to the very last moment. But yes, we go in for South for repeat number 2. The Nudora will be the 2-pin. Just missed it with a 3-4-5 there. I can see that much, but we'll see.
And Sugihara is in that position now that you were mentioning, so if the hand ends in draw, she's going to have to decide whether to say Tenpai or not. And if 3 people are and she is not, then Yonesaki will come back into first place.
Don't make the mistake I made 2 weeks ago. Don't do it. It's a lesson that you learn once every 6 months or so, and then hopefully, at least for a while, remember, oh yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not making that mistake again. But yeah, if I was Sugihara, I'd be trying my best to maybe just win another hand. Just maybe one more. So just a little bit more comfortable. Confirm it before I end up.
Yeah, as long as she's able to win, then
That's true.
it's just if she has to take risk to get that win and
Yeah.
deal
Like Yonesaki made the right call, I think, as well, when she decided to dismantle her hand to the Reach, because if Yonesaki had been the one to deal in, it would have been disastrous. So yeah, now the positions for that decision have been reversed. I would say this is very not the greatest start in the world, but it's good for Sugihara, our dealer here.
Yeah, it's actually a really flexible hand. It looks a little bit difficult to deal with, but it's just not the conventional shapes that you usually are looking for with like a Pinfu hand. But as far as potential Tenpai tiles, she's actually in good shape.
I always like having one concealed triplet, even when I'm building Pinfu, right? Because it often means that you can get non-Pinfu Tenpais quite easily by making a pair anywhere else.
And now she's went away. Lots of open-ended options.
We might be seeing a very quick Riichi. Maybe, I don't know. See, that's the other thing, right? It's scary to reach when you're in the lead. It depends on the hand, of course, what your weight and things, but you don't want to give away 1,000 points and then risk dealing in. It's terrifying being all last dealer in the lead. Some people love it. Some people thrive in it, but I get so stressed.
Yonesaki just had to make a decision about getting rid of Dora acceptance with the 1 discard, or discarding the 8. That's what she was thinking about before. And now she's 1 away and trying to figure out what the best option is. She gets rid of the middle weight and keeps the 7, 8, 8, 9, which is interesting because that's a really difficult shape to work with.
I suppose the 8 was played pretty early by, I guess, I wouldn't say it being played by Negishi is a reason to keep it. But just trying to think about defense, maybe, perhaps. I know you want to go for first, especially with that massive bonus, but the worst case scenario would be if someone reaches and you're stuck.
Like right here, Sugihara's
Tenpai. Here,
Tenpai.
perhaps? No, we're not.
She doesn't even take Tenpai.
She's still Tenpai, just basing on the 6 pin.
Oh, wait, where's the pair?
Oh, wait, did I miss? I may have missed that.
No, I probably missed it.
It's probably me. It's probably me.
I was thinking that.
I think I misread it.
So this is actually Tenpai, but she's got to pick. She picks them. See the middle, the 8. It's so little. It feels so strange to me.
I think it's just there as a safe tile until.
See, I think she's not Tenpai. She could have kept the 2 and been Tenpai, discarding the 7 with an open-ended weight, but she did not take Tenpai.
Yeah, my bad. I misread that. I wonder if it's going to backfire here. Maybe her intention is just to try and end the match in no 10 and just try to see if a Tenpai shows up, maybe I'll take it. But I'm not taking any risks at all. I don't know.
Yeah, I think she doesn't want to reach.
The other interesting thing is if we had Yonesaki keeping the 5 pin there, could have cut the 2 man there.
Yeah, the 2, or she could have discarded the 8. She would have been Tenpai either way. It's really. I'm not sure what her intention was. Here's Tenpai again for Sugihara. Yeah. And she doesn't take it again.
If you're not going to take the sequence weight, you're not going to take the 6 pin only weight. Potentially
huge hand here for Negishi. She could have the double south with the flush. And Yonesaki just.
So then about
could wait for the 4-7. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this 8. Like, why is she she wants it so badly. I don't
I
think
think
she
it's a
has a
safety
favorite
issue.
tile. Does the 8 dot look that dangerous?
It doesn't to me, but it's the only reason I can think of to not want to play it.
No. Sonobe is Tempa again and reaches, just trying to get any points that she can. Desperate, kind of.
Honestly, sometimes when luck isn't going your way, you just want to end the match. I get that. Sometimes you just have to accept that it's not gone well for you, and that the next game might go better.
Excuse me.
Do feel kind of sorry for her, but we'll see. It
I
does
think she
look like
gets up
the
her big
team-
hand.
Negishi is folding to this, so maybe Negishi's just hoping that one of the other two players will deal in, and then that will be her second. It's definitely a play to make.
Yonesaki also gets sort of the 9 character. Oh wait, no, that was Negishi. Huh? No, that's Sorry, that was Sugihara. Sugihara, she'd given up her tempai a couple times, and now I think she's just.
Maybe she's seen that the other players are folding, and is doing what I thought I did by also folding. But,
I mean,
better
she
this
can
time.
still, tempai again. So it's like a mawashi. She's kind of rolling the hand over.
Yeah, if Sugihara knows that at least one of the other players is folding, right? Oh no, if Yonesaki's tempai, even
As long as only.
as long as
two
Yonesaki
players
isn't
tempai.
tempai, she wins.
No, I
Right?
think it'll be fine even if she is. It's just if all 3 players except Sugihara are tempai.
Right.
So as long as
Yes,
one
of
other player is
course.
folding, then she'll stay in first place.
The gap is 3,300, but I don't think it was 2,700. I'm having trouble with math. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was
Although-
something like that before. So
Yeah, lots of ways back into tempai if the right tiles come, but we'll see. This could be the end of the match.
we're coming up on the end of the wall. So it's just if Sonobe can win her hand or not. I didn't check if she has how many tiles she has left in the wall. Ah, that would have been such a good draw if Negishi was still going for that flush.
Absolutely. Was it 1-4 pin? If that's the case, we see at least 4 of them are out. Or locked up here. The red dragon is safe. Wow, and that we see at least 2 of them out discarded already. I often, maybe this is a blind spot for me, but I often, when I see 2 of a dragon discarded, just assume the other 2 are probably safe. Oh, the reach comes out one turn before the end.
Or not, yeah.
Okay, I was not expecting the reach to come out. Losing 1,000 points,
Wait,
but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's still draws. So Sugihara just put her hand down, even though there was still draws left, and they're waiting for a ruling from the officials. And they said that she can continue.
okay.
So she didn't open her hand, she just closed it. Which, depending on the league and the rules, that can be considered a chombo, because it's taking an action with your hand.
It's also giving information to other players, right? Saying that you're not tempai.
Right, so...
But with that,
which is
it looks like...
less of a problem if you're the dealer, but yeah, so you'll see Kenneth there. Kenneth is the one that sends us the videos and stuff after the broadcast is over, so he's explaining the rule to them. I was on the other table, so I can tell you that he's saying in JPML this would be a chombo, but this is not a JPML match, and you're not even a JPML player, so we're just going to go ahead and say no penalty. Since the hand wasn't opened, usually you have to open it for it to be a chombo in open leagues. Even if you say Ron, I just missed all of the scores, but Sugihara did remain in first place. Yonesaki in second place.
I still think it's
And of course,
important
Sonobe's
to
in last
acknowledge
place.
Kenneth. Thank you, Kenneth, for sending us the
Yeah,
videos and letting us
Kenneth-
commentate on these amazing matches.
tending to Kenneth Tokura. He's pretty much in charge of everything Yukan Fuji. He works for the Babylon company.
Awesome. But yeah, I think the key the key hand for me was obviously the one chance the 9-pin discard.
Right,
Having a player
yeah.
see 3 8-pins and then just discarding the 9 because you'd think it would be safe.
And
when
then
you
you're
see
just
3
kind
8s,
of like falling into the abyss. And once you get into that mode, it's so hard to dig out of it.
it really is. We've all been there, right? Like
Yeah.
everyone in chat, I imagine, can also relate to a time where you've had one massive mistake and you just spend the rest of the game just partly thinking about the mistake, trying to get over it, just to get your head back into the game, and then trying to build it back up. But what an amazing series of really, really amazing hands from everybody.
Yeah, that was a lot of tight play as well. We saw a lot of people folding, just based on like their point situation and stuff like that. So there's a lot of good reading there.
Yeah, I like the everyone playing it around or last, knowing exactly when they need to win, and not really getting greedy, just trying to play for that position.
Right.
So there was a lot of giving up on potential Yaku, a lot of not reaching because you don't want to give 1,000 points to the table, or potentially lose 1,000 points. Yeah, that was some really, really solid play, especially near the end there. That was really fun to watch, honestly.
Yeah, it was good. It's really fun to commentate with you also. I'm going to let you introduce Nathanael, and I'm just going to take about a 30-second break, if that's okay.
Absolutely. So, for the next game, I'll be swapping out with Nathanael.
Hello there, Chiral.
Hello.
That was a fantastic
For once,
finish.
I'm not casting with you on the Friday first game.
Yeah, usually we
was
catch
Jenn.
the
It was
first game
pretty fun.
together, but awesome to hear you and Jenn together, and that ending scenario with the no Riichi to leave the 1,000 stick off the table, to leave the gap to be 3,300 points to confirm first place. That was quite intense, and then hopefully game number 2 features something similar, because I do love those all last scenarios that have so many considerations at stake, and every little bit matters with no 10 payments.
Yeah, I find playing it so stressful, but watching it is so fun. When it's decided at the very last moment. Oh. What it is genuinely, everyone is sort of walking on a knife edge, right? You don't want to make a mistake, but you need to win, and trying to balance that moment in that high stress situation it's tough.
And it's cool that we had Jenn sitting at the table right next to the table that we got to broadcast, so that we got the insider information on what exactly was happening there. I saw the floor judge step in, and I was very curious to know what was saying, so I was very happy to hear exactly what was being said. Very cool.
Yeah, I love the fact that Jenn has the behind the scenes thing, especially when she's actually there and can interview some of the players as well. It's really cool.
And of course, Jenn was playing for Team WRC, and we will catch up with Jenn in the post game later on in this broadcast. So I believe after game 2, we'll have another interview with Jenn after the WRC games table from the games from the WRC table had completed. So looking forward to catching up with that later.
Yeah, usually the other tables, apart from the broadcast table, move a lot faster than the broadcast table does, so they'll finish earlier. So we can have an update before the end of the stream.
Well, speaking about WRC, there was some big news that was announced recently, right? Regarding the World Riichi Championship itself.
Yeah, the quotas, is that?
Absolutely.
Yes, tell us about Tokyo 2025.
I mean, for me, the big news is the 3-player Rattle. But
Oh, I heard about that. I was very excited. I love playing Sama. Hopefully,
oh, good. You
hopefully I'll
got
be
so
able to
many
participate.
there.
I'm not 100% sure yet, but
I mean,
I am thinking about it for sure. I need to find people who are likewise Sama enjoyers to get a team going.
well, it's still gonna be a 4-player team. I don't know,
Okay.
like, I'll say it on stream, and I'm not holding you guys to this, but I thought it would be really cool if it was like the streamers, and not the commentators, the WRC commentator team, but Tips and Corak and Nathanael and Alex would be really cool, in my opinion.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm not I'm not pushing.
Unless you're leaving yourself out there. If you already got a team planned.
Well, it's only 4-person teams. So
Okay.
and then I think that pro and non-pro can make teams together, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, that does make sense.
yeah, generally because the prizes are different for the non-pros, so it's just a little bit easier administratively
Oh, I
if
see.
they're
That makes
separate.
sense.
Yeah, but
Yeah, is there a WRC seat on offer for summer
right?
tournaments?
Yeah, they haven't announced the prizes yet. If there was, it would be, a much bigger tournament. I think a lot of people will want that seat.
Yeah.
But that wasn't an option on the pro side. That was only an
Yeah.
option. That wasn't even an option on the amateur Japanese side. So that was only an option for people who live outside of Japan in the last throttle.
Yeah, the US was very grateful for that spot being offered.
Yeah, and it went to Kenyan from the Seattle club.
Absolutely.
So congratulations.
Fantastic player. She's also played internationally before, so I'm really happy that she earned that seat, and I'm really looking forward to watching her or even playing with her in the WRC itself.
She's come to Japan and played in the crash course, participated. So she's actually come to Japan specifically to study Mahjong in the past. I think maybe twice. She's someone that you always see in the international scene. So,
and it definitely shows
I've met
one of
many times
the
too.
most highly regarded players in the American Riichi Mahjong League.
Yeah, definitely. All right.
So yeah,
well, thank you.
I guess I will
Thank
hand
you,
over
Kyle.
the baton, and please enjoy the next game today. And yeah, I'll leave you to it. Thank you. This was really fun. I'm glad I got to see such an exciting match, especially when it came to the very last hand. I love that.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see you next week.
See you all next week. Like and subscribe to the WRC channel if you're enjoying the content.
Yes, please.
Let us
Even if
know.
you're not, it's free. Even
Yeah,
if you
that
don't
too.
enjoy it, it doesn't really hurt you to just like it.
And yeah, have a good rest of the stream. I'll be lurking.
Awesome. So we have the same teams again as game 1. But all of the players have changed for this game. So in the dealer seat, we have Momoe Tabuchi from Mahjong Otomedan. She's part of the Saikoi-sen. Michiru Noguchi in the south seat, also Saikoi-sen, and working and playing for Bar R. I see that and I feel like it's my last name.
Bar with an extra R.
Yes, if somebody made a bar named after my last name, that's how it would be spelled, I think. In the west seat, Hikaru Yamamoto playing for Riichi CIty. Kind of a popular platform lately with a lot of tournaments going on from RMU. And in the north seat, Arisa Ishikawa from Mahjong Union playing for Team Maika.
Very good. Well, shall we hop straight into the game?
Yes, I think we're ready to start. I'm excited for Nathanael play-by-play because I think you might be the easiest person to commentate with just in the world.
I'm not quite sure about that, but definitely looking forward to getting this one underway. They'll roll the die, split the wall. Will we get a second pan of the table? No, not this time. We don't get to see the WRC table in the background, but we know you're there.
I think that it might be Mio. So Mio,
Oh,
there's
there she
Mio
is.
right there. You can see her. With her Korean flag on her sleeve.
Rooting for Mio. Would that be game 2 or game 3?
That would be game 3.
Game 3
Yeah,
already
they're
happening. We're only in game 2 here.
Yeah, the games went really fast for that table yesterday.
Love to see an East pair in your opening set house. Dora 9, so is going to be a little bit hard to use. Potentially, we'll see. A couple pairs in the hand for Ishikawa.
No, pair is up for Noguchi.
Oh, that's perfect. You start with the round wind and 2 Dora, so easily callable for a 3900 or even more. You could get the call of the Dora itself. Again, if it's hard to use, it's a little bit easier to see that coming out later.
Yeah, true. Especially if you can hold off the calls for a while, which it looks like she can. She's got some nice open-ended shapes in there.
Already 2 away from Tenpai and callable. Looks like probably the fastest hand here, although I did see a pair of red dragons. And perhaps Yakuhai pairs not as important here early on if you're planning to stay closed and slam a Riichi, but see, she's also holding one of the 9 Sodora along with a pair of Chun.
I think also a lot of pro players like to wait for the second value tile to call. They like to kind of have the hand fill itself in before they decide if they're going to push with a cheaper hand.
Absolutely. And there it is, the East call, cutting the 4, so Ishanta 1 away from Tenpai now with 2 open-ended weights. Now, if the Dora comes out, presumably you'd still call that for the 8,000 point Mangan hand. And
Yes.
both the other shapes for your pair.
Right, exactly, because you have options for other pair shapes in there. I often see like you pawn the Dora after that and you don't have any options for another pair and you kind of get stuck waiting for all these weird like tanki single weights. But in this case, there's a good option for a pair and you can keep open-ended, or at least the fake Ariamen open-ended, even if you pawn the Dora.
Love this chance at 789 Sanchoku. Might not get there all the way. Could also be 678 as well. Having the flexibility is nice when you are still far away from Tenpai, but as you start to draw tiles towards your Tenpai, you're going to have to make a decision one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about the 3 character floating there. It looks like it's going to get dangerous. And she gets rid of it. Yeah. Yeah, hurry up. And it's cheat.
Alright, that is a Tenpai 1-4 pin for East Dora 2. Your 900 point hand. Notably, I did see the Red Dragon come out twice already, so can only be a pair in that hand.
Yeah, and it's in, whose hand is that? I think Yamamoto's hand. So she has it as, it's basically her safe tiles. So she's discarding other safe tiles now in case somebody reaches and she can use the red dragon for that safe tile. If she runs out, of course, she'll discard the red dragon, but she's definitely doesn't want to push against this east call with, it's 2 calls already, which generally in that seat and that position, you're going to assume that they're Tenpai already. And also when another player pawns a value tile that early, your first thought is always pair of Dora.
Mm.
It might not be, but that's always your first kind of go-to when you're trying to read the hands.
Oh, well, we're going to see a Tenpai here. Riichi taken on the 4-7 pin. That's just a Riichi Nomi. But for Ishikawa, an early Riichi to combat the 2-call hand. You know, less defense when you're open, so we'll see who comes out the winner here. Oh, small.
I was going to say that's exactly why Yamamoto kept those red dragons, but she didn't even get the chance to use them.
So very quickly, taking the 1,000, rather 2,001, 1,000, 2,000 hand, plus the Riichi stick. And Noguchi will move to her dealership with the lead.
Her team is in second place, so first place here would be a massive step towards aiming for that first place. And remember, when the team has to aim for first place in their group in order to advance to the final rounds.
A collection of honor tiles here. It looks to be somewhat slow start. I see 2 Dora for Yamamoto. That's promising, but a little bit tricky to use. You really want to get on second 3 pin in that hand. Another pair here for Ishikawa is pretty nice. And Tabuchi with maybe thoughts of an outside hand. I saw a lot of, terminal tiles, completed sets around the outsides. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, those types of things.
Our dealer Noguchi from the Saikoisen. She comes in today with minus 49.9.
Of course, winning
believe,
a first place would at least put you pretty close to positive. These hands are rapidly progressing. I think Ishikawa now Ishan 10. With an extension here, so the 5-pin is useful for using the 2-pin as a pair. That looks like that's going to be the status of the hand. So really looking for a 6-9 pin, and that'll just be tenpai.
Yeah, it looks like she's also kind of hedging the full straight, possibly keeping the 1. Because the 1 dot is not kept for a safe tile when the Dora is a 2 dot.
That's true.
But
if she can
I wouldn't think she wants to discard the Dora, though.
Right. I guess if she can confirm the straight, then, 2 Han for the closed straight is better than the 1 Han for the Dora. But it's hard to confirm that, ahead of time without sacrificing the Dora to begin with. So, yeah, just immediately cuts away from the 1 pin, and she'll hope to draw a 2 pin.
And she had also upgraded to the perfect 1-away shape right there.
Absolutely. Speaking of 2 pin, that's a Dora. A little hard for Ishikawa to use that. We just saw Ishanten for Tabuchi as well.
Noguchi was playing really tight with the honors, but now gets rid of that green dragon, which is immediately pawned by Tabuchi.
Yeah, interesting early call there. Just taking the 3-so tenpai. Perhaps thinking it's too slow to hope for the 3-so to fill in by itself. So you want to be able to call it if it should be discarded by somebody else. And there it is.
Yeah, she also, besides being the legendary Sanzo,
Of course.
She couldn't really see any Dora, so maybe it's better just to take the quick win there.
Yeah, perhaps if you're getting really greedy, you can do something like cut 2-man, hope to draw the Dora around that 3-pin, get like a 1-2-3 Sanshoku Chanta, Dora 1, something ridiculous like that, but just really too slow in the grand scheme of things. And so she'll just take the 1,000 points, move the dealership along, and it will be still a relatively tight game here with Yamamoto to be our next dealer.
Yamamoto is an actress, originally from Osaka Prefecture, but she's been acting since she was like 12 on TV and commercials, and she's actually in a recurring role in a drama. It's like a soap opera, basically, more than a drama. It's in its 24th season, which is rare for Japanese TV shows, and she still has a recurring role. I think it's only like once a year or something, but she still shows up. It's called Science Research Institution.
Very good.
If you ever see that.
Speaking of acting, so I see 2 Dora in that hand, and I don't know about you, but when I open up with 2 Dora, especially as dealer, I get a little excited. I start to think about the value possibilities, and I hope that I don't sort of give that away with my facial expressions or my actions at the table. You kind of have to have a good, poker face when you're playing Mahjong.
I think it's given away most when you like do a double take at what's the Dora. You look at the Dora indicator.
Ooh, I'll keep that in mind when I'm playing live tiles. Just look at the people who are looking at the Dora a second time.
Yeah. I mean, then after that, you're going to have to use your own judgment to see if that means that they read it correctly and they do have 2 Dora. If they're like, oh, no, it's the tile next to it. Ah, damn.
And you have to read the micro expressions to see if that's happiness or disappointment. This is really interesting.
They're hanging on to that 2 for some reason.
See a lot of pairs in the hands, but Ishikawa with 2 pairs of dragons moving towards Pinzu Honitsu. Certainly an exciting hand. Of course, Yamamoto with a Dora 2. Definitely, even if you open up with Tateniu Dora 2, that's still 5,800 as dealer.
Yeah, anything above 5,000 is considered a big hand. So you definitely want to take advantage of those opportunities.
Yeah, definitely potential big hand for Ishikawa. Now pairing up the 9-pin, I believe that was Chitoi Ishanten.
Yeah, with a half flush as well.
Concealed, half flush, 3 Han, Chitoi 2 Han. Slamorichi for Hanemon. You can also silently hold that tenpai to try to snipe at first place.
Yeah, I mean, still drawing it is still Hanemon. So.
That's true. Ooh, some decisions. Well, I think the Red Dragon's come out a couple times, so a little bit less useful. I'm very curious to see if this Green Dragon ever leaves the hand, if we'll see a call, or if she'll maintain this 7 pairs hand.
I feel like calling those hands, because I just feel like I always choose the wrong mate for all pairs. Noguchi had just filled in this 3-sided weight. So she has a nice 147 in the characters now.
Fast-paced draws and discards here. Every player seems to know exactly what they want, and the tiles they're drawing, just not it. Just not the tiles you're looking for, so they're coming straight out. Oh, there's Hatsu again. And you notice the pause here. I think it's become apparent to the table that something fishy is going on. It'll be 4-pin instead.
Yeah, they're playing really tight. I think you get rid of one of the honors for maximum efficiency to try and get this Honitsu hand. And she does get rid of the north.
And that was paired up in Tabuchi's hand, so fewer of those tiles available. There is the Tenpai.
Tenpai for Noguchi. The green dragon comes out, and it is not called.
Second one
And
also
the second
passed.
green. So she is committed to the all pairs, but also the reach came, so the green
I think it was a Dama,
dragon
actually.
can be. Oh, is it?
Yeah, no
Oh,
Riichi
why
here.
didn't she reach? What?
Perhaps in thinking the Hatsu would get called, but it didn't.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then the
that's
second
true. That's
passed.
true.
So I thought maybe the second time around she'd slam the Riichi, but chose not to. Maybe showing some respect to a potential monster hand there.
Yeah, I was gonna say if the green dragon was a reach declaration tile, then it would make a lot of sense not to call because you have two safe tiles right there.
For sure.
You know, a lot of people want to call to erase the Ipatsu chance. Generally not good to do that with pawns. It's better to do that with cheese.
That's true, because with pawn, you're giving up your two safe tiles. We're going to see a Riichi from the dealer with 2 Dora. Certainly makes
Waiting
sense.
for the 1 dot and 7 character.
Now you have to really think here. Starts to the south. Still play for 7 pairs, even if it's not Honitsu, if you're feeling too badly about the 7-so. Which incidentally would have dealt in, had it been discarded. Safe south, though, for Noguchi. Fourth comes out, making the 7 Monsuji, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything when 7 is a Dora.
Right. A lot of people will be waiting on the side weights or the middle weights.
Oh, and another middle so tile. That's just going to cause a fold from Ishikawa. Oh, Tenpai found. But that's going to cause, I believe, the 1 pin to come out. So Riichi, Dora 2. I don't see any Uda there. 7,700. Yamamoto will get the Riichi stick back.
It's huge. The 7,700 for dealers. I mean, it's basically a Mongon for a non-dealer.
It's very cool to see in the overlay now, the new overlay, the new and improved overlay now shows the points changing hands. Very cool.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for us when we can't see everything on the table.
Oh, and look at that. I see a pair of Easts in the dealer's hand. Double East would be another great start to his hand. 9 Sodora again. Not visible this time to the dealer, but I would say that is an above average high pie. Tune pair again here for Ishikawa. Lots of pairs actually. Looking for that 9, so oh, East comes out. We won't see the North player's hand. So that's instantly called. You were talking about how players tend to pass the dragons the first time around, but that might not necessarily be the case if you're the dealer, right?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how good the shapes are in your hand. And if you're a dealer, you might be have incentive to just kind of put pressure on other players and call earlier to kind of make it look like your hand is better than it is.
Especially when that call gives you 2 Han instead of 1. That is...
Oh, for the double East, you're always going to call it.
Absolutely.
Without never, ever going to let the first one go by, basically. Double East, and I would say double South as well.
A little bit of a rough hand here for Noguchi. A lot of outer tiles don't really seem that conducive to building a hand quickly. And you've got that dealer threat already opened up. And discarding some pretty central tiles as well. Looks like a very fast hand for dealer. And, you know, as the player to the left of the dealer, you feel a little bit of responsibility because the dealer is opened. You are directly feeding sequences, tiles that can be called for sequences to the dealer. So if you're trying to slow that player down, then you have to be a little bit careful about what you're discarding.
Yeah, and for that reason, a lot of people have been critical in the past of people in the North Sea actually calling tiles for their own hand. And I feel like it's kind of feeding into the dealer. I don't think anybody's going to do that in pro matches because generally you don't criticize other people's play, but it would happen a lot in parlors.
Very
in
interesting.
The past.
Yeah, I think in a league like this, you really have to play for your own hand. But there's
for Yamamoto. Yeah, I was gonna say she's Tenpai with a possible shift to a Sanshoku, the 5, 6, 7 mixed sequences, but she draws a middleweight instead.
Yeah, 6-mon, 7-mon would have been a nice pull, but you can't feel too sad about winning 1,000 all, plus Honba is 1,100 all, and that will put Yamamoto into just over 6,000 point lead.
Yeah, I was saying before that the 35,000 points doesn't feel like a massive lead, but in these rules you only start with 25,000. I know a lot of people online are used to starting with 25,000, but most of our tournaments all start with 30,000 points and don't have an Oka. So in this case, the 35,000 is actually a pretty big lead.
That's right. Ladder players will say, yeah, 35,000, I'm feeling pretty good. But the pros probably are, you know, you've played 30,000 point start so much. It's like, well, maybe I've won, you know, a 3 Hansumo.
Exactly.
That's
And it's actually over Mangan when you start with only 25k.
We found Itsodora. I believe Yamamoto had one in her starting hand. Another really great looking Haipai. Seems like it could turn into a Pinfu pretty easily. You could just build some sequences and find your pair. I saw, I think, 3 open-ended shapes.
Yeah, and I think she had just filled in a middleweight as well. The 6, 7, 8 characters.
That's
what happened
perfect.
here. Yeah. Oh, now just one away. Just needs to find a pair somewhere. No pair.
Potential Itsu here for Ishikawa. 1 through 9, so. That's a great connector. Can upgrade this 8-mon shape. 5, 8, 8 turns into 7, 8, 8. Well, is that the pair we were looking for?
Yeah, does not advance the hand. Keeps it 1 away, but she locks in the pair and keeps all the open-endeds.
Yeah, it's almost an interesting decision.
Not to take the odd yamen or the fake open-ended.
You could also just throw the 6-mon back and take just like a headless shape. But
it is headless, but oh, look, right answer. I'm waiting for the 1-4 characters. It was a headless shape, except for that with the Nobetan potential and the bamboos, it's a little bit better than a normal. I think.
But here she wanted to just lock in Diamond for a guaranteed good weight if she drew Tenpai. She drew Tenpai immediately with the Class A Diamond 1-4 Mon. Excellent weight here.
Yeah, locking in that pair, that move to lock in the pair and keep the other open-endeds, that was a really popular way to play when I started playing in the early 2000s. At some point around 2000, in the 2010s, it became less popular because it's a little bit better efficiency to go with the headless shape as far as the number of tiles, but the potential for getting a poor weight once you Tenpai is there, and lately people have been shifting back to the locking in the pair move. So it's interesting how these these patterns and trends happen with what people think are better with efficiency versus good shapes.
And the meta shifting. We did see Tenpai found with the 5, so unfortunately that means that she had to discard the Dora 8 so later on after Riichi, but that's okay. Riichi Pinfu Dora 1 is already strong on its own. Oh, we have a Tenpai here.
She is a dealer as well, so it's a lot of pressure on other players, and that's exactly why Noguchi does not even take the Tenpai.
I suspect if she had drawn the 8 pin into Tenpai with the Ipeiko value as well, might have been more willing to take the Riichi, but for Riichi Nomi, it just seems like that might not be enough.
I think the white dragon was Shonpai. Nobody had discarded it. Somebody, of course, Yamamoto drew and discarded it right after that. So that might have made a difference as well if the white dragon had been discarded earlier.
That's a very good point. It's always so frustrating when you're holding this tile and you're like, I really want to throw this to take my Tenpai, but I just can't trust it. And then immediately, after breaking away from your Tenpai, it comes out as safe. And, well, that...
I feel like getting good draws after the reach.
Mm. Yeah, still looking for a 1-mon, 4-mon. I did see a pair of 4-mons in this hand for Ishikawa.
Get one away from a full straight with the Dora, but that side waiting for the Dora indicator is just such a bad shape.
The value might be there for her to take it anyway if she does get Tenpai. The problem is, looks like she'll have to perhaps give up on this 4-mon, which would deal in. Oh, back to Tenpai.
I think all the 7s are gone. There might be one left. There's at least 3 in other people's hands.
Willing to challenge the 9-so. Suji, I believe, so not the worst, not the most dangerous. The 9-so filter out from other players as well. Can maintain the Tenpai here. And that is useful, you know, finding an extra 1,500 points, even if the hand goes to Ryukyoku and you don't win it.
Yeah, those no 10 payments really add up quickly.
Especially without red 5s. And we saw in that last game how close things got in all last. That extra 1,000 points here or there can make a big difference.
Yeah, that extra reach 6, the Tenpai at the end of a draw.
Okay, what do we think? 4 pins, safe enough. Akatsuchi between the 1 pin and 7 pin. And it looks like we are going to head to a draw. That was the last draws for the dealer.
Last draw, yeah. And 2 players are Tenpai.
For Noguchi, a nice pickup of 1,500 points. Didn't even have to sacrifice a Riichi stick for that. Yamamoto will be able to continue her dealership here and maintain the lead.
Yamamoto says her staple food is sushi.
Very good. You know, I have yet to try sushi. I've never had it.
Really? Look, there's Mio way in the corner. Other players finishing. I think pretty much all the other tables are on their 3rd game right now. It's really a rare occurrence when you have. Usually the broadcast tables are all in their own room. So this is one of the very few events or leagues where they have other tables going on in the same room as the table that's being broadcast.
It's definitely, from a viewing perspective, fun to see a little tidbits in the background every now and then. Yamamoto, this Hypai looked like it was going to be a little bit harder for her to maintain her dealership. The last 2 were really brilliant starts. This one a little bit more difficult. So perhaps an opportunity for one of the other players to move this game forward. Noguchi looking pretty strong here. Chance to accept the 2-pin Dora. And only 1 weak block in that hand. But when you're looking for a pair for the hand, even weak blocks aren't necessarily the worst, because you could turn one of those tiles into your head, into your pair.
Noguchi is the only hand that's really like on the faster side. The other ones look like they're really gonna. Oh, there's a good shape. 44688. That's one of the shapes you always want to be looking for.
Okay, so
Generally, you would
8.
discard the 9 there.
Yeah, I love 44688. This sort of 5 tiles with a pair on either end, and a tile in the middle accepts basically all of the tiles except for that middle tile.
Right.
Maybe just didn't like the thought of having 3 different pairs in the hand.
Possibly, yeah. I think it would have been a good opportunity to hedge a Tanya or inside hand shift, but
Oh, and
it
that's
could be that she just didn't notice it.
I do like the thought about shifting to Tanya. Eventually, she did cut the 1 mon, and maybe the 9s will come soon after. But this is interesting because she kind of wants the straight here, but will she sacrifice even the red dragon? I guess a Pinfu is not really guaranteed here. You'd have to draw the 8 mon, but she will attempt that. Red dragon discard.
Yeah, I think there's potential to make open-endeds in other places, even if she's able to complete the straight.
In that case, she'd be able to find the Pinfu as well.
If you're a new player watching, trying to learn some Mahjong, those shapes like the 44688, those are things you want to look for when you're playing. Just instead of trying to complete the hand, try and kind of aim for those shapes, or at least recognize those shapes in the middle of your hand. Be kind of amazed how quickly you play efficiently.
Yeah, it seems like a large part of the early portions of the game, you know, of each hand is trying to build the shapes that will turn into completed sets, and you know, having the pattern recognition to be able to identify those shapes very, you know, as early as you can in the hand can lead to more efficiency.
10-5, but she got 10-5, but chooses a Tonki that she can't win on. I wonder if she's... did she already discard the 8? No.
Yeah, perhaps.
You see it right here. She's waiting for the... And now she'll switch to the Audyaman, I think.
It's
Take
on Riichi.
open-ended. And Riichi, yes.
Yeah, perhaps just saying, I don't plan on taking a roll if the 8-so comes out, so let me just hold the slightly safer 9-so, maybe, and then whenever I get a good weight set,
she wouldn't take the roll, though. Would you give up? Would you... I mean, there was one 8 out already, so maybe she was just like, I'm planning to change my weight anyway, but... I wonder if she would... Huh.
Yeah, it's an interesting move for sure. She did get the ideal weight, and is that an Ipatsumo?
Wow.
Each Ipatsumo, Tanya Pinfu. That would be a manga
No,
no
Dora.
I unfortunately did not find the 2-pin, but that's a big win, especially because she was in second place. Yamamoto in first was the dealer, so Oyakaburi means there's going to be a 12,000 point swing. Plus, of course, the Honba as well. I think that we're on Honba number 3. Or was that 2?
It looks like 3.
There we go.
Because I think we had a draw and then a couple dealer wins. Or a draw, a dealer win, and a draw, something like that. And the dealer will finally move. You can see Mio in the background there. She's in the perfect spot to
Get some FaceTime on the camera.
Mio cameo. We're going to East for...
We'll be looking forward to seeing Team WC on the broadcast next week. I'm very excited.
Yeah, we're each going to play one game, so you'll get a chance to see every team member playing. Ishikawa is our dealer, originally from Tokyo. A few years ago, she quit her job and just decided, she remembered that somebody she used to work with took her to play Mahjong once and it was fun. So decided to just put everything into Mahjong from that moment on.
Wow, that's quite a move. Just commit fully committing to mahjong. Mahjong is fun.
Yes.
I think it's a good move. Tabuchi again with pretty nice shapes here in the west seat also, so that west pair is reasonably valuable here, especially if she wants to just open up for a quick hand to move the dealership forward one more time. Oh, just draw the anko yourself. Who needs to call when you can just draw all the tiles yourself?
And it is her seat wind, so she can just. I imagine she's gonna try and go for a reach here and probably not open up quickly.
Yeah, the value of Riichi.
Maybe you should go for a
strong.
flush. She's got one open-ended left in a different suit, but if she fills in a good spot in the Manzu in the character, she might switch to a flush, even sacrificing the open-ended. It'll depend on how quickly. Yeah.
Ooh, well, that's Tabai. But it's also reasonably, I guess the shape isn't amazing as I'd like it to be for the shift into a flush.
Right. I mean, if she had drawn like the 3.
I guess if you cheat, 1, 2, 3 mon, you have the 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8 shape is actually a Tonki plus a Kanchan. So that's not terrible, even though you have, 2 to 3 mons visible to yourself, just in your own hand. But here, valuing the.
I'm not sure what happened. Why she put her hand down. I think that they're having a discussion about putting her hand down. If you saw, she just put her hand down.
I believe there was a score difference.
Oh.
Looks like they're exchanging points, so.
Right. So I wonder if she heard the officials saying something and put her hand down for a second. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Or she forgot to pay a continuance. Maybe they said it was 2 honba and it was actually 3 or something like that.
Now we saw the score updated a little bit here. Maybe it was just a wrong stick got exchanged and they're just correcting that.
Yeah, it looked like she paid 300, so I'm thinking it goes something with the continuance, but yeah, I'm not sure. She did, you saw her kind of hit herself on the head a little bit. People do that. That's a pretty common
Oopsie.
kind of gesture in Japan, like, oh, I did that, and you kind of hit your own forehead.
Well, we did see a chase from Ishikawa waiting on the 3 mon. And immediately, Yamamoto, who had a really nice looking Toito hand, just folds straight out. Does not want to potentially lose the second place. And wants to stay within range of taking the first down here. Just not in this hand. Oh, and there's the 4 mon. That would have been super ideal for Noguchi if she had maintained the Honitsu. Just probably a little bit too late. 1 pin Riichi came out super early.
It's kind of nothing looks safe. I have to break up sets, kind of.
Dealer with Riichi door 1. Not the strongest weight, but as the dealer, you certainly want to maintain the chance of pulling in a lot of points in a row. If you
look at all those monsters she's drawing after she decided not to go for the flush.
I definitely gave it some careful consideration. I think as the Monza, yeah, 3 mon's gonna come out. Riichi, Dora 1, no Ura. 1 pin instead of 2 pin is a relief for Noguchi there.
Ishikawa actually said that she likes the Mahjong Union rules because she never gets Uradora anyway. Mahjong Union doesn't allow Uradora, so.
I can appreciate that. Maybe I should aim for Mahjong Union.
Well, JPML doesn't as well, so
Oh.
he's the JPML A rules. So one tile fell off the edge there.
Looks like it's no
Just
problem.
one tile like that, generally we just ignore it.
Door 2 pin Ishikawa with a dealer continuance. We've seen a lot of those today. Oh, 2 Dora. That's promising. We'll see if she has Tanya type tiles or can move towards a Riichi. It does look like she can aim for a Tanya here, perhaps.
Tip said that hitting yourself in the head is a video game gesture. I wonder which came first. It feels like that was already a gesture in Japan, and that's why it got into video games, but I don't know which came first.
The art imitating real life, in this, as the case may be. Oh, call.
I feel like that. If too many blocks in Noguchi's hand, she's gonna have to decide which one she wants to go for, and she can't decide yet, so she's keeping all 6 blocks for now. Still early, so she doesn't need to maybe keep too many safe tiles, except for that. With all the calls.
That 3 so cut out of
from
a
Yamamoto, yeah.
3-2 shape, not willing to accept the yamen there. This is some aggression right now. I think we're gonna hear from Corak later in the commentary booth. He would approve of this. 2 calls and your hand still is holding a bunch of singletons, disconnected tiles.
And you get rid of the open end, the one good shape that you have.
Yeah,
I hope he's watching right now.
so aiming to draw something around this Dora and then call the other dragon, and those are your blocks. With that in mind, you don't need a 2-so, 3-so shape. See if dealer can force this open hand to be a weakness, because dealer's getting really close, Ishikawa, to Tenpai. That's also Ishanten. 2 open-ended shapes, 6-7 mon and 7-8 pin, just 7-8 so. Just deciding which pin tile to cut. It goes with the 4 pin. It's going to be followed by another 4 pin.
We went away with it's basically a perfect Ishanten shape. With a little bit of extra. It's not the traditional one, but it's basically, I think, just as efficient.
We get a couple extra draws like the 2 pin or the 7 pin. Oh, and now we can think about if we want Ipeko. Yeah, she's gonna go 7 pin, 7 pin. Yeah, and that also gives Sancho a draw. You're right. If we can find the 6 pin. And the 6, so potentially a monster hand here for the dealer.
This will be Tenpai, I think. Yes. But she does not reach.
Oh, that's the cheaper side, but we're going to see a Riichi. Wow, Riichi. Pinku Tanya Dora 2.
Yeah, I think that nobody would fault her for waiting, I think. If she wanted to try and get kind of Sanshoko on one side or the other. But it's not guaranteed. And well, Noguchi will fold to the reach. Or at least roll the hand over, at least do some Mawashi moves.
Oh, it's another Ipatsumo. This is why you Riichi Ipatsumo Tanya Pinfu Dora Dora. And that's just going to be a dealer Hanuman. And, Team Maika was a little bit down in the standings earlier. And you could argue that, Dama here to try to snipe a win, try to increase the win rate for 12,000 points is normally totally fine, but I think she wants to Riichi for the Ipatsu, for the Ura chance, for the Baimon chance, and she did get very, very close to the Baimon, and this is going to help out Team Maika in a big way.
And according to our 2-hand sample so far, she is correct. She does not ever get Uradora.
Oh, it's tragedy, but you know what? 18,000 points is certainly acceptable without Ura. The dealership continues. This is why she was so eager to chase that, really strong hand from Noguchi with a Riichi plus Dora bad weight, because she knew that if she could win it, there was, big potential to be had for the rest of this hand. And 18,000 points later, looking really good.
Is this a flow comment?
You got to give yourself that opportunity, right? And perhaps that flow, but if you fold away, if you just give up on the hand, then you're definitely not going to win those points. So
True, she might not have gotten the dealer so fast. So even if she had the same hand, it wouldn't have been worth as much as non-dealer.
Opens up another reasonable hand here. 6-mon Dora. I think Ishikawa was holding a 5-mon, 7-mon shape, so she can easily accept a Dora. Just needs to find one. I think they're getting spread around at the table. Yamamoto perhaps here with the most difficult hand, still holding a bunch of honor tiles, even 3 discards out. Noguchi here with really strong shapes as well. Probably the front runner in terms of how healthy the hand looks after a few discards. Tabuchi asking, where is my big hand? Everyone's gotten a big sumo. Where is mine? Oh, wow, door draw.
Yeah, Tabuchi kind of possibly falling into the abyss here. We saw it in the last game. One player just went down, 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 and of course her team is in last place right now. So it probably feels a little bit desperate at this point. This is really the session where you have to kind of try and turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Team Riichi CIty, everyone's sort of in the abyss. It's Riichi CIty has such a huge lead, so everyone fighting for monster points here. But perhaps Tabuchi in particular really wants to get her shot in this game. Hasn't really had as many opportunities just yet, but you never know how things will turn around in the South round. Just has to pass this dealership forward. She'll get her chance at the dealer. Another pair is giving some pause here.
Yeah, four pairs is tricky. When you have a lot of open-endeds, you really don't want to go for the all pairs hand, but 4 pairs is kind of the threshold where you have to decide if you're gonna push for the all pairs or not.
From a value standpoint, getting, all pairs, 2 Dora, Richitsumo, something like that, instant Hanamon. If you find Ura 2, which if you do hit Ura, it's going to be 2, if your hand has nothing but pairs in it. That's a Baimon. So, from a comeback perspective, that is an interesting thought. It's just it's usually not very fast, and you can still find a lot of value with, your Riichi Pinfu type hands as well with the 2 Dora.
You notice her hand, she has so many good shapes. She had the 3-3-5-7-7 shape that we were talking about before. Probably Tanyao hand. And the north tiles can also be safe tiles for the other players, so... I like the move to not go for Chitoi in this situation, and even maybe shifting back to Chitoi if the inside tiles pair up.
Yeah, we did notice she did draw the 5-pin, but hold on a second. We have a Riichi. Tabuchi says, I'll take a Riichi Dora 1, even if that's not necessarily the big value just yet. I've seen a couple Ipatsumo, so maybe it's my turn. Not quite it. So 4-7 so is the weight. Seems to be fairly held. I think I've seen 4 tiles so far in the discards and in various hands. This is Nishanten, but again, Yamamoto doesn't really want to fight last place.
Yeah, since it's still East round, all players will have at least one more chance at dealer, as long as the time doesn't run out.
I didn't actually notice Noguchi drew an Anko now of the 5-pin.
Yeah.
Which could lead to maybe fighting with, putting one of these pairs, 3-pin or 7-pin.
Yeah, she has 6 blocks, so she's gonna have to, or she's also one away from all pairs, I think, at this point.
And notably the
So
7 pin's
discarding the
coming
5
out.
dot, yeah.
No call.
And she gets her the 7 dot. Since it's safe now, and her hand is, even though it looks really good, it's not advancing at all. So she goes ahead and plays safe.
Yeah, she had too many pairs anyway, so it's a nice opportunity to, you know, maintain 2 away from Tempai and still be able to play safely. Now she's drawn the 6-0 into Ishantam. Ooh. Speaking of Ishantam.
Yeah, she's not liking that 7 character. That 7 mon is not easy to discard at this point. And we're getting to the point in the discards also where like the 1-aways where you can see 3 tiles on one side, the tiles outside to that 1-away. I'm sorry, that 1 chance are not that safe anymore.
Yeah, you can see she doesn't like any of these Sozu either, but tries the 1-so. That does pass here. So not quite it. One more draw. That's a deal-in tile. And Noguchi is out. And so also passed, but nope, South a little bit safer in this instance. Oh, Sumo! I think that's Haitei Sumo.
Sumo Ura. On Ura, I think. That would be Mangan. Yeah, with 2 continuances, so that would put her right back into the game. Still in last place, but much better position to come back now.
Oh, she was
and it will bring her dealer.
She was hoping for Ipatsu, but found Haitei instead. Still an acceptable outcome. Still finds the Mangan with the Ura. And that is a really big win for her because now she's within striking range of 3rd place and even 2nd place.
I think
with
second,
that gap,
yeah. I think my 2nd and 3rd. Right now, 2nd and 3rd are. Oh my god, I just mixed in Japanese with my sentence. Right now, right now, 2nd and 3rd are just about are even, actually, exactly even. So.
Oh, that hand was looking so pretty after the first 8 tiles. Then we drew a couple rather honor tiles. It's still very, very nice looking here for Tabuchi. Perhaps a dealer continuous on the way. Already a 3-sided shape in the Manzu and great inside tiles for the rest of the blocks. Door acceptance as well, with the 2 Mon being our door for this round.
Tabuchi claims to drink up to 3 liters of beer a day. So that's her limit, I guess. I think she doesn't drink 3 liters every day, but that's what she tells people. I can drink up to 3 liters.
It's certainly out to drink me, that's for sure. Interesting. Oh, that 6 pin is gorgeous. Just you have 2 3-sided weights in your hand, and you even have extra acceptance of maybe some triplets as well. This is such a great starting hand.
It's actually a perfect 1-away with more acceptance than the normal perfect 1-away.
Keep the 4 pin or keep the 7 pin? We'll keep the 4 pin.
I think usually the 4, keeping the 1 on the edge is more common.
It's just a waiting game because Tempai should be found pretty quickly. It's just how many turns it will take. We've already seen 1 turn without a Tempai, just a slight shift in the acceptance. I can't imagine any of these other hands will get there first.
But there's a possible Sanshoku Ishikawa's hand, 5, 6, 7. You'll see it in just one right here.
That's a great opportunity for some value. And Ishikawa had taken that big Hanemon Sumo, but ate the Oyakaburi, so still 12,500 in the lead. Even then, the game is a little bit closer than it was just a round ago.
Yeah, the dealer, of course, has to pay double what the non-dealers pay when somebody draws their winning tile. No more Sanshoku.
We'll retain it with the 5. At least keep that option available. Still no tempai.
Yeah, she chose to head to Sanshoku, the mixed sequences, instead of choosing efficiency for her discard.
Yeah, and without 2 pairs, it means it's harder to use the Red Dragon as a triplet. I think she wants to slam a Riichi anyway, so using the Red Dragon as a pair is totally acceptable. I think one's come out already, so even harder to use that as anything more than a pair.
Yamamoto hanging onto that floating Dora, hoping something sticks to it. Let's just keep drawing more new open-endeds and
Yeah, this is a little awkward here. It's not one that particularly helps it. You have to make a choice, though, which sort of perfect Ishanten you want to keep. If there's a chance at Sanshoku, perhaps I like keeping the Forso, but I don't think it's there. But we'll keep it anyway.
yeah, I guess maybe she had kept the 7 dots instead of the 4. She could have possibly had Sanshoku, but now it would eliminate her pair if she was to Tenpai with San. Or not Tenpai, but to get the Sanshoku tiles.
I think here she's really just locking in the Tanya, saying, I'm going to be Tanya no matter what I draw. Previously, the 9-pin would have, reduced the value of the hand a little bit. Ah, there's the Dora.
Finally.
And she also just might like the 3/6 weight a little bit. Perhaps it looks good, although we can see immediately four held here for Noguchi, so that makes it less live in the wall. And Yamamoto was thinking about making a Chitoi with a 2-mon Dora, but now she's just going to fold away. Like 3 tiles live in the wall.
Sorry, Ishikawa possibly ending up with the same weight. She has a 4/5 bamboo in her hand.
A little pout there from Tabuchi as the Ipatsu draw was the 6-pin.
Yeah, she could have gone for that 3-sided weight if she had kept her original perfect one away.
Yeah, I can tell you what, if I was Tabuchi, I'd be a little frustrated if I just stuck with the plan. But the hand's not over yet. Still 3 tiles live in the wall. And even, Tabuchi, Ishikawa was Tenpai, found a silent Tenpai for Tanya winning on the 4-mon, and it came out. A Genbutsu snipe. And that's going to make things a lot harder for Tabuchi here. Ishikawa extends the dealer lead a bit, grabs the 1300 plus the stick. And Noguchi will move into dealership.
Now we have a clear 2nd and 3rd place. Generally in tournaments like this, if there's a tied score, then they split the Uma. So it's different than playing online where the leftmost player will get the Uma and will get the higher placing. Noguchi enjoys mystery novels and eating.
A foodie probably knows all the best spots to eat. And Noguchi, as the dealer here, this is her, last chance to collect a lot of points in a row, stacking up dealer repeats. Also an opportunity to win one big hand that is worth 1.5 times the amount of a normal hand. So probably places a lot of value in winning something here and now. 6-mon Dora, none contained in her hand.
Noguchi, a member of Saikoisen, she actually turned 50 this year. She celebrated her 50th birthday in August. Originally from Gunma Prefecture, but has been in Tokyo for a very long time.
Yeah, I've been looking around at these hands and just Dora's missing on the table in general. Tough hands all around, I think. A little bit tricky to build the value here with the Dora missing. Perhaps Tabuchi with the closest to Tenpai. But the value's just not there quite yet. wonder if she's ever going to give up on this green dragon pair and just try to aim for Tateniu. Likes the 7 so as a floating tile, perhaps can build Riichi Tateniu Pinfu. A little hard to get a Sanchoku, I think, but maybe the dream is there.
Yamamoto's keeping the pairs and also maybe double the twin sequence. Ipeiko. Right there.
Oh, I would love to see Dianpeiko. I think there's some thoughts about Dianpeiko in game 1. We didn't quite get there, but game 2 might
It was very
deliver.
close, yeah. Definitely the closest so far today.
Oh, and that 6-0 will make Noguchi very close, Ishantem. I think Ishikawa also Ishantem. Right here. For a 6-pin in particular, but also could accept a 7 mod, I think, to think about a Sanchoku perhaps. She has her shapes confirmed, so she's going to cut away from this 7-pin and hold a north, a very safe north. That's another pair.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if she's gonna go for all pairs. She does have the floating like next to Dora right there. It's not the actual Dora.
Gives up the south because that was her first cut. Can't get Pinfu with the south pair when you're in the south round. Oh, that's the Tenpai. Now do we Riichi? Indeed we do. Riichi
It's the
Pinfu.
reach.
Yeah, you can think a little bit about maybe waiting for the 2-mon, and then if you get the 4-so, you get, your Sanchoku. That's a 2-3-4, and everybody's happy. But as dealer, I mean, the Sanchoku isn't even guaranteed if you drew that upgrade, so just slam your Riichi.
Yeah, exactly. Generally, you're not gonna wait for those upgrades just for a Sanshoku upgrade unless you really need the value.
Tabuchi slammed, waiting on Kanchan Dora, and Noguchi does it Ipatsu! Incredible Riichi Patsu. That's our third one in this game alone. Riichi Patsu Dora for 52, and that's a direct hit as well. That's going to change placement.
Crazy. Yeah, she was in a really tough spot and she came back to 3rd place already. And
That's
moves
huge.
the game to South 3.
And no fault to Noguchi at all. I mean, that's a very normal dealer slam. Just drew the wrong tile on Ipatsu. Your Kanchan
Ouch.
beats my Dianmen. Wow, what a pretty high pie there for Yamamoto.
Yeah, Yamamoto, I mentioned she was acting since she was 12 years old. She had quite a following, and she actually started making YouTube videos for beginners before she became a pro. And then she joined RMU pretty recently. But I think she'd already had like a Mahjong YouTube channel for a few years before she became a pro.
An acting following and a Mahjong following. That's so cool.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people in the entertainment industry play Mahjong. So sometimes, and a lot of them end up becoming pros generally once their schedule allows.
That's really interesting. This is also an interesting hand for Ishikawa. Very, very excited to see how that develops. Right now it's a bit spread out, but it's going to get some clarity with this 8-mon draw and instantly 1-pin 2. We'll hold on to this 2-pin a little bit longer because it's the Dora, but I think we're definitely moving in the direction of Honitsu. And it's almost a bit of a defensive Honitsu because if you see, an early dealer Riichi or somebody else becomes scary, you can just hold out with these honor tiles.
Yeah, I was playing against a really strong pro named Oshida in the OE qualifiers last weekend. And Oshida, he goes for Honitsu almost every hand, and one of the reasons that he loves Honitsu so much is because it's easy to fold with. And you can almost always get value. Sometimes ends up being just 2,000, but most of the time you're going to have at least 3,900 or 5,200.
got a question about that, but this is a really interesting decision for Tabuchi. It draws the second Dora and just says, I can't use it. I can't use the second Dora, and just throws it right back out. Pretty rare that you see a Dora discard this early
Mm.
when the hand is still, so far from Tenpai. I think a bit of a factor there was the fact that one of the Dora had come out already. Well, 5-pin still is a draw that uses the 2-pin as the pair. So very, very committal there. But yeah, speaking of Honitsu, when you have a player like that, you recognize they're playing a Honitsu, maybe even a defensive Honitsu. Do you ever intentionally take, once, twice cut Tonki, even though it's lesser value, just to try to target that?
It really depends on how strong that player is. A player like Oshida is strong enough to probably read my hand easier. I'm not sure I could play with a low enough efficiency against him and still be like have the chance at winning by making moves like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, but a less experienced player, I think it can be pretty effective.
Oh, he's still on standby, and we did see the 5-pin drop back to back. Perhaps spreading that Dora discard so early. Ooh, but this is an interesting 4-pin. The hand's kind of deciding what its pair wants to be.
Yeah, I think 3
Ooh.
characters would be my move there. To pretty much hedge everything and maintain efficiency.
I wonder if she
But
sees maybe
maybe
like a 3-4-5 Sanchoku or something and is trying to angle that direction. Well, it takes a little bit of
Possibly.
work because you still have to cut away.
Yeah, I could be worried about discarding Manzu to
Ishikawa?
Ishikawa. Yeah,
That's a
I'm
really
sorry.
good point. Like this late in
Mm.
in the hand, you it's very apparent what's going on typically.
Yeah,
Most-
Ishikawa hadn't called any tiles, but she didn't have any Manzu in her discards, so just really tight play, not letting her get an inch. Saying if I am not going to win the hand, at least I'm not going to let you get more points ahead of me.
That's very true. In the meantime, Tabuchi did, make the Dora sacrifice in order to be efficient, and she did get the first Riichi. So a little bit of a reward here. We'll see if she can find the win as well.
Another thing to keep in mind for Yamamoto is see her team score. It's so far above everybody else's. She really doesn't have to take any unnecessary risks. So maybe not letting a player like Ishikawa call if she has any inkling of a flush. Can be really can pay off for if you're that far ahead. You don't have to take any even tiny risks.
Perhaps in this session, maybe halfway through the season? About?
Right.
Already thinking about the final end goal here. It's like going into South 1 with a lead. We're at South 3 here. Tabuchi looking for 1-so, 3-so. No.
Wow,
Tenpai
keeping
found
that
Kanchan
really
Bill.
paid off.
2-5-so wait. At this point, Ishikawa just backing away. Tabuchi avoids Ippatsu Dilan. One more draw to get through. It is safety. So 2 players Tenpai. Yamamoto once again will maintain her dealership. This has been a theme throughout this series. The dealership has been held at least once by all of the players.
Yeah, they're really, really conscious of these. I think that even though there's like Ippatsu and Ura, there are no red 5s, and since the Oka is so big, The bonus for first place at the end is so big. I think these small tenpai payouts actually really add up. When you're starting with only 25,000, then there's less points. There's fewer points on the table.
I think
So picking up those small pots really make a difference. I feel like.
I feel like I have to amend my statement a little bit. I think Tabuchi, I thought she had repeated her dealership because she had such a nice tempai, but got Genbu sniped in South 1. So I think she's the only one to have not, maintained the dealership, which is quite impressive, though, that she's at 20,000 points. Usually, if everyone else has held their dealership once, you're the one that's fallen behind. But here in third place and almost, in touching distance of second is quite a good sign for her.
I think she even has a legitimate shot at first place.
Yeah, still two
It's
hands to
quite
go.
far away, but yeah.
Including, importantly,
Usually-
Ishikawa's dealership. We saw Tabuchi win a Mangan Sumo on her dealership in a previous round for a 12,000 point swing, plus, even more with stakes and Honba. That could happen again.
Yeah, and there's 2,000 points on the table up for grab right now. And just that difference makes it a lot more plausible that Tabuchi could come back and get first place. Basically within a Mangan direct hit at this point.
Oh, we got our overlay back. Ishikawa pairs up the 7-pin. Yamamoto has a reasonable looking hand for Riichi. Be interesting to see if she gets something like a bad weight Riichi, if she'll just slam it anyway, aiming for first.
I just got kind of just into the hands and forgot to talk.
Oh, yeah, the 3-mon door pickup here is really nice for Ishikawa. She could even Dama hand to just secure the win and be in a really strong position going into all last. So improvement there with the shapes. It looks so strong. Does anyone have a hand that can compete? Tabuchi has a nice door draw. Tough konchan for shapes for Noguchi. Oh, but here we go. That's the tile we're looking for the straight in the Sozu. Just deciding which diamond to cut.
Yeah, everything's open-ended.
I almost prefer, drawing one of the other shapes because then I don't have to make this decision.
Yeah, I think even discarding the 8-9 bamboo would be legitimate. This you're already using one of the 7s.
Oh,
I
but
think
there's the
not really a
Forso.
terrible answer, but this was definitely the correct answer.
Riichi Pihu Itsu. Dora wo it was a Sozu Itsu, so not quite Dora, but at a Chi, Ishikawa will take the challenge.
Yeah, she has 2 Dora in her hand, and she has more potential for calling. Really good shapes left in her hand. It's a really aggressive move, but I like it.
Yeah, it is.
It's just gonna be. It's just so dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, if you deal in here, that's very likely to be a placement change. Perhaps she says, I've got, 2 of the Dora. It's harder for the dealer to have Dora in their hand.
And also, she's the player who still has a turn at dealer left. So even if she deals in, she might be able to come back from it.
That's
She
true.
has a better chance at coming back from it than the other players.
And if you just sit back and let Yamamoto Tsumo, you're probably getting overtaken anyway. Especially if something like Uda hits. So maybe the best chance to get a good outcome is just to take the fight and try to win the hand first.
So good. She's Tenpai as well. Tabuchi.
The 5-pin did
What is
pass.
she gonna
Dama.
do? She decides not to reach. Yeah, I don't think she wasn't thinking about whether or not to discard the 5 dot. It was whether or not to reach, and decides not to.
Yeah, maybe being put defenseless here is a little bit of a worry, because if you just deal in, then you're falling into 4th, most likely.
Yeah, and she does. She also has a potential Sanshoku and could discard the 5 dot safely if she draws the 2.
Even here,
Oh,
still
nice.
considering taking the Tsumogiri Riichi, and does.
It's like, I waited 1, the Sanshoku didn't come, so let's just slam it.
2-pin twice cut already, so drawing a little bit thin towards that, but does take this challenge, and you know, that's 2 players fighting against this dealer Riichi. 2 on door indicator is always scary, but that one's gonna pass. Looking for 5-8 mon, of course, for Tabuchi. Or 7 mon as well. Monzu is the tile that, if we were playing online, those tiles would be lighting up in these players' hands. No Haite Tsumo this time. It will just be Ryukyoku. Once again, Yamamoto will maintain the dealership, pick up 1,500 points, and the sticks in the middle of the table now accumulating.
Yeah, that's 4 reach 6 in the middle now.
2 Honba to accompany those sticks.
Crazy. Any win is over 5,000 points.
And this is where you see players become more and more aggressive, even in spots where they don't necessarily need to take fights. There's just so much value in doing so.
Yeah, so if you're a little bit new to the game, once you reach, if nobody wins the hand, then the reach 6 stay in the middle and go to the next hand winner.
Great.
Really good shapes for Yamamoto again.
Super Tateniu start. Not bad for Ishikawa, especially pulling in an improvement in the Sozu in the first draw. And there we see it. Immediately north called by Noguchi. Even has the makings of a Honitsu right from the get-go. I don't think there was anything other than pin tiles and honors. And that 1 mon.
Yeah, but the honors are all single honors except for the one she pawned.
Well, certainly, even if she draws, good floaters in the other suits, or a Dora, perhaps, even if it doesn't turn out to be Honitsu for the value, you can still claim all the 6 in the middle with your wind, the north wind.
And Tabuchi also putting the aggression on.
Yeah, I feel like, we talked about sort of...
Yamamoto's just 1 away from ready.
So fast. Player's not typically willing to call, but in a spot like this, it's a race to get to Tenpai first.
Yeah, they just want those reach 6. I mean, the meaning of those reach 6 for Tabuchi, it means that she'll be within Mangan Sumo range going into the last hand. Of first place, even.
Yeah, depending on...
Yeah, for Noguchi, she'd been within less than Mangan Sumo range of second place. So it would be huge to even just win 1,000 points on this hand for anybody.
And unfortunately for Ishikawa, the player that has the slowest hand towards, calling open and racing towards the victory. Yamamoto also closed here, but is absolutely willing to call anything for Tenpai. Just hasn't gotten that opportunity yet. And there it is. Tuso comes out, insta-pull, 5-8 mon. Just a Tateniu, but 1,500 plus 2 Honbas, extra 600 plus 4 sticks.
And Noguchi 1 away.
Pin's not going to work here. Tabuchi really needs that Chun, but that's Mochi that's paired up in Noguchi's hand as well. And the 2 of them are going to be stuck. Tips the odds heavily in Yamamoto's favor.
I should be happy even with the East. But Yamamoto will win again. She'll take all of those. She puts those in her tray right away. She's like, these Riichi 6 are mine. I'll have
And
3 continuances.
yeah, notably hitting 2100 from Ishikawa directly makes this very close contest for first. And this dealership continues. I love opening up nothing but Tateniu tiles in my first 8 draws. It's so I feel so optimistic. 6-pin door, rather, 2 of them in hand. Another really good looking hand for Yamamoto. Ishikawa opens up with a double south. That's also quite promising. Lots of so tiles for Tabuchi. And lots of mon tiles for Noguchi. Doesn't necessarily mean that those 2 players will be going towards flushes, but certainly leaves some value options open. As is maybe an Itsu potential for Noguchi and just an early Riichi for Tabuchi.
Yamamoto won away again with just strong shapes everywhere.
Okay, so this is Tempai. Does she want to take the early Kanpai Marichi? Her initial, grab of the 6-mon indicates she doesn't like that weight.
Yeah, I don't blame her, and there's so much potential for other weights. At least just enough potential for other weights.
So I'm curious, if we were in the last round, we still had 4 Riichi sticks and 2 Honba, would you take that early 5-mon Riichi? Or would you think she would?
I think I feel like I have to. But the problem is everyone else is trying to go for just as fast hands as possible. I guess since everybody's going for fast hands, then the potential of dealing into a monster is quite low. So probably it'd be worth it. The risk would be worth it. Because you risk only dealing in probably 1,000 or 2,000 points. But the potential win is more than 5,000.
Sure. And adding an extra stick to the pot doesn't really change too much. And if everyone's fighting so aggressively, a 5-mon might not come out before, but if there's little downside to fighting, then you might actually see it come out from other players. And, well, there's no downside to calling this 8-mon, because there's 3 door already in hand for Yamamoto.
She's just...
She could put the game
she realizes that Riichi CIty doesn't need that many more points.
Well, Tabuchi will take the Riichi, but little does she know all the value is here in Yamamoto's hand. 4-7 so for the dealer. For Tabuchi, just a 6-pin. She saw some success before, waiting on the door, but this one looks impossible. 3 of the weights held by 1 player.
I feel like she's showing her draws to the camera. She might be.
Little styling, little preview for the commentators. Is this the one? No. Notably, the weight not much better than the 5-mon would be, but certainly more value. Either tile you expect to sumo.
So hard to win on a Dora like that.
And if you see, Yamamoto, the dealer, fighting against your Riichi, you have to be a little bit concerned. You're just hoping that...
Yeah, true. Yamamoto has no risk of dealing in. She doesn't know probably that it's a middleweight, but if she draws a 6 herself, she's just gonna con.
Yeah, why drop it when you can incorporate it into your hand? Oh, sumo, what? How? Finds the last 6-pin from the wall.
Last Dora.
That face says it all.
I have 3 of those.
Exactly.
I have
The
3 of
odds are
those.
so low. And Tabuchi can't know it, but she just absolutely robbed Yamamoto's 12,000 points. Just stole it away, and now the gap to first place, it's a 3-way race.
Yeah. Yeah, Tabuchi just... Remember, she had like, what, 6,000 points in the East
You're
round?
right, just over 6,000 points. And has come back with Mangan, Haite Mangan Sumo, Ipatsu Doron, and this Ipatsu or not Ipatsu, but the Kanchan last tile Dora Tsumo. This has been a crazy comeback.
Yeah, we always talk about how many weights are left that we can't see, how many are left in the wall, and you only need 1.
And so it all comes down to this all last Ishikawa's dealership. She's been hanging on to her lead after a big sumo for 18,000 points. In her first dealership, can she find something like that in her second? Will she be able to hang on? Will it come down to one of those tense, no 10 versus Tenpai situations that we saw from game number 1?
Yeah. Ishikawa actually loves to drive, and when she bought her first car, her starter car was a white Italian convertible. I don't know how many brands of cars does Italy have?
Oh goodness, that'd be a question for chat. Yeah, if Yamamoto's hoping for a comeback hand, it's looking like this is not the one. Hoping for perhaps a repeat, because big time struggles from that. My first glance at that hand. 2-door for Tabuchi is really promising. See if she opens up with Tateniu Dora 2. That's not quite enough via Roan from the non-dealer.
5,500 point difference from first place.
That means that Sumo will be good enough, though. Maybe that's enough reason to open up for Tateniu Dora 2.
Yeah, she'd need like 1,300, 2,600, I think, to overtake. I think 1,000, 2,000 is just barely not enough.
Let's see what that does. 4,000 plus the 2,000 from dealer. 6,000. Should just barely get
barely
there.
enough?
But it'll be interesting. I don't know if that's going to be her plan for this hand. This is actually Tenpai.
Oh right. Oh sorry. I was thinking of Ishikawa as non-dealer.
Now Ishikawa with Tenpai and not slamming this Riichi on a Con 4 pin. I want to take another look at this hand. Looks like a Chito for Yamamoto. Con 4 Mon, rather. Perhaps wants the upgrade to Sanshoku with a 2 Mon or 1 Mon cut. Yeah, we'll just hold the Dama here.
Yep.
And,
I mean, it's not a good weight already, and the shift could be open-ended.
I was initially, a little down on Yamamoto's hand, but she's found a path. Chitoi is Ishanten. And, a Chitoi is good enough to take over Riichi Tsumo Chitoi. Absolutely do it.
Yeah, she doesn't even need to reach, does she? I don't think she...
No, just Tsumo
For
Chitoi.
Tsumo.
Yeah.
She might feel like she needs to reach just in case a non-dealer, discards her winner.
Right. Oh, well, this is going to be Tenpai.
Tenpai.
And she's going to sacrifice a Dora to slam a Riichi. Riichi P for Dora 1.
Tabuchi going for the win.
So
She does win this hand. It'll be an amazing comeback.
Direct will be Gyakuten. Sumo would be Gyakuten.
Tabuchi originally from Hokkaido.
Actually, I don't know if I said Tateniu or not. Did that hand have Tateniu? We're gonna get a
We'll
look
see
here.
it
If
again in just a
Yamamoto
second.
has to decide how to play this. Could shift to Toy.
Yeah, she
Didn't-
could do Toy one away from Chitoi.
Another tough decision for Ishikawa. You cannot deal into this.
And she's wondering if she should have reached to kind of discourage other players or not.
Hmm.
I don't think it would have been that discouraging to Tabuchi because her team is so far below, she might have just pushed anyway.
I agree. The only question would be, do I drop this door for Riichi? But even then, with no defense from Ishikawa, you might just do it anyway. Yeah, tough choice. I can certainly understand here, thinking about this. I would be doing the same. And
Yeah, the 1-4 looks super dangerous to a
it does, although
Dora
she sacrificed a
Riichi.
Dora. Would she really be waiting around that? You know, it's
I mean, she might have
absolutely
had
possible, right?
2-2-3, yeah, and decided that the Shabo was too hard to win with.
Yeah,
with
give
the
up a Dora
away.
to take Pink or something like that. Sacrifice one Han to
Yeah.
gain one Han. Ishikawa's going to back away here.
Yeah, she's just opening the door for either Yamamoto or Tabuchi to take first place away from her, though. But what do you do? It's such a tough spot. Another pair for Yamamoto?
Back in Tishantan. Oh, there would have been the 4-mon. So this is a Tempai again. Yamamoto, will she find another pair? She does! That's Tempai! 5-mon? Yes! Slams the Riichi, waiting 9-mon. Riichi, Chitoi.
Yeah, I think when the reach declaration tile is the Dora, even though it's not considered, it's only like half Tsuji. I think you feel pretty confident pushing with that.
And certainly when you're Tempai and have a chance for first place, feels like it's worth the risk.
Yeah, in that case, a 2-4-6 shape, then most people are going to go for like the 3-way instead of the middle 5-way, so it doesn't feel that dangerous.
Ishikawa finds the safest tile to both players, but Mon, that's not it. 9-pin. Noguchi really wanted to be able to fight here, but just didn't have the hand for it, and the 9-mon's going to come out. Difficult to find safety to both players. Riichi Chitoi, I missed the Ura, but that doesn't matter with regards to placement. The sticks alone is going to make that enough for Yamamoto
Put it
to
in
find
first
first.
place. Yeah, plus 45.9. 6,400 points. So she beat Chitoi. It must have been.
It could have been Ura 1. Yeah, perhaps a miss score there, but
Yeah, that's weird.
Noguchi
She
taking the
reached, right?
4th. Ishikawa with the second place. Well fought game for sure.
Yeah, right down to the wire. Who's gonna get first?
And I honestly, when those hands were opened up, I looked at Yamamoto's start and said, "Nope, this is not it." And how wrong I was.
Yeah, I agree. I did not think she was gonna come back from that. It was amazing.
Yeah, especially against the Riichi. It wasn't just, straightforward, I got my Chitoi Tempa, I took a Riichi, and then I won. It was, I sort of mawashied around this Riichi, I cut away from a pair, redrew into Tempai, jammed a 5-so, and then got my win. It was very well played.
Yes. All right. Well, we're going to take some time here to go ahead and check in with the WRC team. So we have an interview, and then we can check on the results for the WRC before we get into our last game.
Very good. Let's go ahead and let's hop into the interview right now.
Right.
お疲れ様でした。WRC チーム今日ダメでした。We had a rough day today. So I played the first 2 games and I got 3rd place both times. The first one was pretty big 3rd place, so like 28,000. So it wasn't like terrible. But the second one was like a negative 3rd place. And then Mio played the last game, 最終戦は3回戦。3回戦
苦しかった。攻撃局から4巡目2件リーチ。ドラはあったけど押せなくて。まあ、 また3着。今回は厳しい。
そうだね。私もドラ結構来てたけど、なんか上がりきれなくて。I had a lot of Dora, but I just could not win those hands. Next week we're on the broadcast table, so I hope everybody will watch. And so 来週は放送枠だから、ちょっとみんな見てください。
みんなの応援があれば、みんな1勝ずつで3連勝取れると思います。
とりあえずリカちゃんがいるから、リカちゃんに期待しましょう。
二人も頑張ります。
Okay, thank you!
またねー。
It's so fun having uniforms.
I love that aspect of the league. We get to watch, sort of see the team unity, and we'll get to watch each of the 3 players on the team this coming Friday, I believe, right?
Yeah, we'll try and all 3 of us will be there, so we'll try and do some fun interviews and stuff. But I think, do you have the results from our games yesterday?
I do. Let's take a peek. And you said 3/3 today, or rather, I guess that would have been yesterday. But let's
So
see.
while he's getting that up, the usual has said in the chat that my book is now available on Kindle. So finally, the digital version is available if you're not able to order from the US, because it only ships in the US. If you're in Japan, I'll be getting more physical copies in January. But here are our scores for the day. So you can see I got minus 12 in the first game, minus 23 in the second game. And then Mio got minus 19 in the third game. So it wasn't like... I mean, they weren't great results, but they weren't terrible results.
Right. Usually fourth is rough. I mean, you said 28,000 point third in game number 1.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah.
That must have been a
Minus
really close finish.
2. Exactly. It was really close. I mean, I feel like I was playing well. I was concentrating well, so I just didn't have the hands. But
Yeah.
man, Mahjong Cafe Beyond, because they were in first place and now they dropped way down into last place.
Mm.
They didn't drop into last place, but they got a huge negative to drop down into third place, so they were even more negative than us.
Let's take a look at that standings after the session.
Yeah, because they were plus, if you remember,
Plus 60,
when we
right?
checked at the beginning, they were plus 60, yeah.
It was very evenly split. Plus 60, like plus 14, minus 14, minus 60. And now
Yeah.
they have dropped down.
So Team Angel jumped up into first place, and Kami Kitazawa jumped from last into second, I believe.
Yeah, and still, it just goes to show how tightly contested this division has been. I mean, no one's over 100 like we've seen in some of these other divisions. Like Riichi CIty, we saw, had a huge lead, up to 200 points at one point during that game. And nothing like that here, so incredibly doable. You're just setting yourself up for a very fun broadcast day.
I hope so, and I think actually the sort of last avoidance. I mean, generally we say you don't want to play last avoidance in tournaments like this, but sometimes when you get to the end of South, then you have to pull out those last avoidance skills to try and save it and at least keep the total scores close. So I think that we're doing okay. Rika has been just on fire lately, so I have high expectations for her in the next session. Very
good. Well, we'll all definitely be cheering you on and hoping for the best. And even if the result isn't what you're looking for, we're gonna have a lot of fun watching it. I
hope so. I'm definitely not commentating that day, so I will leave it to you guys. I might be in the chat. I mean, I will be in the chat, but...
Oh, very good, very good.
All right, so we'd like to welcome Corak. Sorry for making
everyone.
you wait. They've been long games today.
Yeah, we are starting a little bit later than normal here for that third game, but that means we've had a lot of action. Looking forward to more.
Yep, all right. Well, good luck, you guys. I will be watching in the chat, so take it away.
Very good. Well, 2 games out in the books, rather, and 1 more to go. We've got a continuation here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the players really quickly for game number 3. Right, so In the dealer seat, Mariko Satsuki for Team Mahjong Otomedan from NPM. In the south seat, Natsumi Negishi, another NPM player for Team Maika. In the west seat, Maika Tanizaki, perhaps could have played for Team Maika for Team Bar R. And in the north seat, Yu Komiya for Team Riichi CIty. And we've seen Riichi CIty kind of maintain their lead so far, but can they hold it off in game number 3? We're about to find out.
All right, let's go ahead and jump in then. You can see the players here getting ready, all the formalities, the dice, the wall draws, etc., as is normal. When you're going to these late games of the day, what's your general thought process?
Well, hopefully I haven't played too many games and I'm still feeling sharp. I think we should be seeing fresh players for all 3 of these games, but actually this one looks a little bit interesting.
All right, looks like a Tumon Dora, Pinfu Taipan, decent shapes here. Much overlap in the Sozu though. 7 would really help. Great shapes here, not too much value, but reasonable hand to work with. We see a North pair up here. That is the North player, so that is a Yakuhai. Tumon doesn't really fit, but it's Dora. Dora are good. Speaking of Dora, here are 2 of them, so that feels like a Tanya Dora 2 Taipan. Just take anything you can get. The 5 connects there with the 6-7, so it's a floating 2, so a couple other flows need to be filled out. 7 so allows a potential Sanjuku shift with the 6-7-8 eventually. Ooh, the 4 is a really interesting draw because you have the 2 that's Dora and a 5. That's the type of shape you tend to hold till the end of the hand.
No, I like seeing the little peek into the commentary booth. The players of the same, of the teams that had just played will be doing some commentary, so like to see a little peek into the behind the scenes there with the Japanese commentary.
All right, well, see a Tupin pair up with a hand that has 2 Dora, so definitely moving fairly quickly, but not the fastest hand here. This one getting closer, still has that floating 7 so for the Sanjuku. Can go ahead and hedge the Peiko, and let's go to the play here, cutting to 3 so from the 1-3, keeping the 6-7-7-8 pin shape for possibly Peiko. One pin doesn't do much, maybe a little more acceptance. Ooh, 1 so gives a kind of a messy penchant with that 1-2. You don't really want it, but if it gets there, you probably just take it.
Yeah, penchant obviously not a shape that you're super thrilled to have, but sometimes let's just fill in. And
well, speaking of fill-ins, the 4 so the ideal draw for this hand. When you have a shape like that, 3-5-5-6, the 4 fills in both. So now you upgrade to a 4-7 weight. Oh, there's the Sanjuku you're looking for. They'll probably have the 6-6-8-8 pay. Gonna kind of hedge everything here, because if you Anko up the 6 or the 8, you can just cut the North and go for a Tanyao. And if you fill the 7, you just keep the North as the pair and cut the 6-8.
Yeah, so that hand definitely one to look out for. The hand that we just saw with 2 of the Dora 2 mod. It's another one that I want to closely watch. We'll see in the race who gets there first.
4 pin gives a nice little Peiko shape there with a 3-3-4-4-5. We'll go ahead and take Ishanten. Ramen.
Tough choice.
4 is a great draw. Imagine it's just pay here. You can get greedy with the 6 mon if you really want to hedge towards that Sanjuku. Okay, doesn't believe in the Tanyao. This basically kills off Tanyao. Oh, well, that was the draw you were looking for with that 2-4-5. Just get the 3, then you don't have to worry about the rest of the hand.
Yeah, just lock in the Dora shape. And that's why you hedge it. That's why you keep the Dora around, just in case you draw that 3. That's the perfect fill-in, because you don't have to make that choice later.
Goes ahead and cuts the West. I'm surprised that wasn't held as a safe tile, cutting the 2 so, because 2 doesn't really do anything in this hand yet. 6 allows a shift down, but it's not going to be Tanya unless that entire 8-9-9 block gets cut.
Yeah, like if you draw the 6 pin first and decide that you want to force the Tanya, I guess you could do it.
No, you didn't want the West as a safe tile. We'll end up taking the East in the next draw.
Fair enough. Oh, here we go.
There's connection. That is Riichi Dora 1, Penchon 7 pin.
And you can see how ready she was to take the 7-pin Tempai, because there's a choice, right? You could take the 5-pin, 8-pin Shabo, or rather the 5-9 Shabo, but she'd already decided, I'm going to be on the 7.
And there goes that save tile. Ooh, nice little...
Lucky charm, perhaps, for the team.
Anything you get to help those draws? Ooh, that 4-pin says potential Suji trap on the 7 now. Although with the 9 Riichi, you're not as comfortable throwing the 7 here.
Yeah, you start to wonder, is the weight around this 9-pin? Why are you holding this 9-pin over, any of these other more central tiles? Unless you had a block around there. At which case, usually it's efficient to keep an extra 9-pin if it's around the weight.
Yeah, we have the north call, so that is Tempai as well.
5-8 so. Versus 7-pin south safe. How long will you be able to keep fighting? June should be pretty fine. There's a Tsumo. Wow.
Doesn't matter if it just sumo'd Reach. Sumo Dora. No. Let's see. I can't even tell what that is.
That's
is that
West,
a 7
yeah. That's the original 1-mon Dora, so no Ura. Reach
Right,
Tsumo
okay.
Dora.
The West is the Urador indicator. So 3 Han, but 3 Han for dealer, including Sumo, is a nice little pickup.
It worked. The lucky charm.
Well, there's a long way to come back, and Satsuki definitely needs to go on some runs here with where the team is right now.
Great start though for the team. And wow, that is a
pretty good dealer hand.
I would love to open up with that.
Also 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku, also possible 3, 4, 5 with some shifting. Similarly, kind of a Pinfu hand, nothing fancy there. Does have a Dora though. Similarly here, kind of a mediocre hand, but the blocks are pretty well defined. And here I have an East pair and a Chun pair. Ooh, do you just go Honitsu? You have the floating door. You don't have to. Just going to go at the West here. I think that's fine. Speaking of Chun, there it is. I imagine that gets called. There it is. Now we see how this hand really gets played. You can play efficiency, cutting the 5-mon. Ooh, goes and cuts the 3. So from the 3-5 block, maybe me going Manzu Honitsu, unless something connects to that Dora. And there is a Pole on the 9, and out comes the other end of that Kanchan with the 5-so.
Yeah, Toy also a possibility. We'll see what direction it ends up taking.
2-so's an improvement, but it just makes the hand so cheap. 7-so's a nice fill there with the Dora fill on the Kanchan. Well, 6 is an amazing draw, but the hand's still a distance away.
5 out now. Definitely feels like, we saw in the last game as well, there was one hand that had a couple of early calls. It was 2 Polens, a Dora pair, or rather a Dragon pair, a Singleton Dora, and just like Singletons everywhere else.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that the 5-mon was cut instead of the 8-mon, because we have 3 9s have now been called off.
Yeah, similarly in the hand I was just describing, a 2-so, 3-so was folded away from. So I think, the hand has a plan. Everything that doesn't fit in this plan is just being broken away.
Upgrade with overlapping Ramen now with a 2, 3, 5, 6 pin. Speaking of overlaps, I have a possibly Peiko shape here with a 5 pin. 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. Okay, just knew it was going to be there and throws it back. Doesn't even want it. That's a real surprise.
It looks like this is Toy one way or another.
Yeah, it's usually full send for Toy.
Let's keep really hoping for the improvement with the 4-pin. Everyone wants a 4-pin,
fills
I think.
nicely there. Potential Tanya shift. You can get rid of that 1-2 Penchon. Speaking of Kanchan cuts, goes the 1-mon. Oh no! 5-mon, a bit of a backfire there if the plan was Toy.
Yeah, 4-mon, an interesting draw, but not...
Ooh, 4-so's an interesting draw, too. You have Itsu route, you have Tanya route. You still don't have a pair anywhere in this hand.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. Like, normally you could think about holding the 2-4-6 shape. And
Well, this is still a Ryokan with a 2-4-6
Mhm.
and a 7-8-9. But if you fill the 3, you can cut the 9 and you get Tanya out of it.
it's just like we have too many blocks to make to force an Itsu, so just gonna give up on that. Is this Chanta?
Okay, well, there's our Ishan 10. We'll need a 7. Oh, well, that's just Tempai. Riichi Ipeko on 2-pin. The weird shape that has the Ipeko part confirmed and the rest of the hand in kind of an ugly shape.
Yeah, but as dealer, you're just gonna slam.
Oh, the perfect draw with the 7, so Tempai on 1-pin tone.
All right, we see one of the 1 pins locked away. The other one is unseen as far as I remember. And where is that east? That's just all on the wall? 9 pin will come out. It's a jam against an 8-pin Riichi.
And of course, the players should realize some of these tiles are definitely just raw pushes.
Yeah, it's east 1. Just going for it all. Perhaps it's a little bit tricky to fold from this spot as well. I mean, the east is not necessarily safe if you're trying to cut a pair.
Well, I don't see any of them out. It's one of those tiles where you'll push it if you have to, but you really don't have to.
2 pin.
Uh-oh, that's the deal-in tile, and you see the hesitation. Eventually throws it out, it goes. Riichi Ipeko. The aura is a miss, so just the 2 Han 40.
Yeah, 39 plus the Homba as well for 4,200, and Satsuki is on a roll. Apparently her nickname is the Tile Calling Terrorist, but she's done this via Riichi.
Well, the idea of calling tiles is to make the hand faster, but if you don't need it, then why call?
That's very true.
I say that as someone who is known for calling a lot.
Indeed, your call rate in normal is one of the higher ones, but your participation rate, you participate in just about every hand, and we've seen Satsuki taking down every single hand so far this game. The dealership has to best eventually, right?
Ooh, a nice 8-pin fill. Looking for possibly Peiko shape. You have a beautiful Pinzu shape there as well. Tuso connects with the 3-4-6, so that completes and has a 6 floater. We have a south pair. Not the Yakuhai, but me be able to move around. Oh, well, that just fills the block here. It's not the one you want to get because it's not the Peiko, but you just switch to Peiko on 2-pin or 5-pin. Ooh, Formon, another pair. You can kind of hedge Shitoi with, say, 3-pin or 6-0. You can lock it in with an 8-mon cut and just goes raw if it. He says, we'll just get rid of the 6-0. It's a good floater, but the rest of the blocks are too good. Oh, and speaking of shape you don't like, the 2-5-8.
Yeah, that's one that's tricky to get rid of. You want to keep the tile that accepts the Dora. If you know if that's in the correct suit, then that's one of your considerations. But
Ooh, 8-mon pair up. You can't switch just to Ryokan if you got 9-mon.
that does move you towards
I
Tanya.
think I would just because the 4-mon is Dora here, but it goes and cuts the Kanchan Tuso from the 2-4.
Yeah, that's a little bit flexible. If you draw the 5, so you can accept it and just hold your Diamond shape. Otherwise, the block's probably leaving the hand anyway. Oh, another 9. How about that?
Well, it's Ipeko, but you're not even really happy about it.
Yeah, you
I
probably
think you just have to cut the 4-so regardless. And
I
if
mean-
you end up on the Shampon, I guess just throws it back. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, perhaps that's valuing the 3-4-5 Sanchok a little bit. Perhaps we'll see a little greed in this hand.
You can, but again, if that was your value, I think the 9-mon the previous turn would have been acceptable as well. But regardless, going to see the hands getting closer. The north doesn't really do anything here. I'll go and hold it as a safe tile. And speaking of 9-mons into the pawns, there goes another one.
We reached the stage of the hand where the draws come in fast and furious and just instantly Tsumogiri because the hand knows what it wants, and again, the draws are
The
just
wall
not those
also
tiles.
knows what it wants, and it's not what you want. This is an interesting decision. How much are you going to get away from that? Yeah, wants to keep the 3 safe tiles, basically, with that cut. Gets rid of the penchant, holds the west-west-north.
Yeah, particularly a penchant that waits on the Dora indicator. That's usually an awful one.
It's the least favorite shape of mine. Because you know it's never coming out from anyone.
So it's the tile
Ooh,
that
Pico upgrade there with a 2.
Ooh, that's the door shape as well.
Onko of the West now can actually make a little bit more out of this. There's your confirmed Ipeco shape.
Oh, it's a Chitoi.
Maybe going for a little bit more here, or Chitoi. And extends the Ryokan now to a 1-3-5-7.
That's a nice improvement. Can we sort of create another Ipeco shape?
Oh, the backfire!
It's okay. South was
And
twice
Nose
cut.
right now would just love this 1-pin
Well,
non-shampoo here.
Actually, South and 1-pin are both twice cut, so would have been forced onto that 2-pin.
That was
gotcha.
probably what happened
Yeah.
then.
Saw that it was dead and said, you know what, Chitoi's my best out. Now, would the 2-pin, would you be fine with a 2-pin Kanchan in that spot? Maybe.
I wouldn't be thrilled with it, but I'd take it.
Yeah. But Chitoi is certainly, a route to extra value as well with the 2 Dora, Path to Hanuman, or Baimon. And you
just
asked...
trying to decide which floater do you want here. Oh, get rid of the 7. Says this hand needs Dora, so I'm getting rid of the tiles nearby. We're sitting on the 6, so it's a nice tile to keep around, but you have that Furiton on the 8 so for the Sanchiku route, so out it goes.
You shut them there for Komiha.
There's your 8 so connection, and he just has to be 4 so here. Three so isn't going to be kept. And the 9, it is a upper Manzu, but not one of the ones you're looking for with that 5-8 Ishunten. There goes the 5, and that should get everyone's attention when the tile right above the Dora gets thrown in this late of the hand.
Yeah, we are getting down to row 3, so everyone's paying extra attention. Anyway, when you see that Dora adjacent tile, though, you start to laser focus on that hand.
Now, this does give potential way to get out of the Furiton if you cut the 7-8, but I'm going to throw the 4 back. This gives the most routes to K10, because you can still Chi the 2. Or Keishiki Tenpai, which is say Tenpai without a Yaku. Mainly for Tenpai payments, as you're getting close to the end of the hand.
5 pins, improvement in tile acceptance, but it's a dangerous tile to be holding around.
Didn't like the 7-1 earlier, but it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah,
you see the hesitation here.
Can you afford to drop it again?
You can, and we'll do so. I might have just gone with the 1-mon because I'm not worried about it that much. That's a type of tile that if it deals in, it's almost always the cheap end. And may end up being cheaper than you're paying on Tenpai payments.
We might be heading towards Tenpai payments, where no one's getting any of them. Somehow, no one's managed to find Tenpai yet. We're almost out of tiles to draw.
Oh, speaking of tiles you don't want to see, but out it goes. Just clearly says the table isn't ready. I'm just going to shove it.
I wonder if you can read into the body language here. Everyone...
Yeah, and there goes that 1-mon. Wasn't that worried about it anyway, so...
Swiping again.
Oh, on the 5, the backfire. If the 4 would have been kept, that would have been Tenpai.
Yeah, just giving up now. It's going to be Ryukyoku and...
Nope, and nope. But this is where everyone just looks up and goes, huh?
Okay, I guess we move the dealership forward. Honba will remain and actually be added to.
Yeah, so we're now Honba 3. That's one of the best feelings in Mahjong is you know everyone's super close and you're feeling you're probably paying out at least 1,500 and probably 3,000. Oh, I get up for free.
You escape. Especially, I love that when you're in the lead it may be a tenuous lead, and you're in the dealership, and all of a sudden you're passing your dealership for free. You thought you'd have to pay something out, maybe lose your lead, and you just get out of there for free.
No, that's a very good starting hand. 2 completed blocks, couple kanchan, and a tile by the Dora. The hand actually has a Dora, multiple completed shapes. We have some very good hands here. Even this one is above average. Possible Chinitsu, possible Itsu, possible Riichi Pinfu, Tanyao Dora. Oh, just fill the kanchan.
Some dealer power right there.
Well, that's the thing about the Honba 3. It means the only person that has one has been dealer so far.
Yeah, for our dealer, Negishi, she's a system engineer by day, and her favorite yaku is Riichi. A favorite yaku of
Can't
yours?
complain about that. Well, the thing about Riichi is it's not just Riichi. It's Riichi and Ipatsu, it's stacked with Sumo, it has Uradora,
Maybe for
and
you.
most importantly, it scares everyone else.
Yeah, no, I like that aspect of Riichi. Just back off and give me time to Tsumo.
You see the 4-so back there doesn't really believe in the 3-4-5 Sanjuku shift. Kumon's not an ideal draw, but the rest of the Monzu tiles are such a mess, we'll hold it for now. And the 2-mod here, on the other hand, is a great draw. Fills the 3-4, has great floaters all over the place. And a bunch of completed shapes. Each doesn't really do much. We'll see if it's held safe tile. Nope, full steam ahead. One moment you kept for a penchant, not too much. Ooh, the 3 does connect to the 2. This is now Ryanwiram Ishan 10. You can cut the 4-so if you want to play a little greedy. Hope to draw a door. You can cut the 6-pin if you just want the safety for now. Speaking of Dora, this is not the hand that wanted to see it.
Yeah, that's so awkward. And we are looking for a pair, so I guess that's something.
That's always the backup plan when you draw a door, you're not ready for it. Just let me draw another one, and then it's fine all of a sudden.
Exactly.
The 7-so greatly expands the Ishunt in here, because you can draw the 6-mon or 9-mon now as well.
Ooh, maybe a little Tanya slide.
Now that 4 candlelight you shift, or you could even cut the Dora here. I kind of like just 1-mon. But we'll go ahead and shift over for the possible Ipeco upgrade. Speaking of Ipeco upgrades,
sacrifice
now
a Dora.
The 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, and the Dora.
Now, if we can draw the Dora, that would be excellent.
6 a nice fill. This is not Tempai. Honestly, I think he just cut the Dora, but definitely wants the Dora Tonki. Can also go, ooh, that's a fill there for that 6, 7, 8, 8. If you're keeping that 8-pin Dora, there's just much else that hand can do.
Yeah, we'll just give up the other pair and plan to wait on 5, 8-pin, it looks like. There are other weights possible for that hand, but that's what you want.
Speaking of Ipeco, you do have this messy Penchon 1-2-so and the ugly Kanchan 2-4-pin. You can't just go 2-mon and take the Ishan 10. That's going to be the play here.
Is she still Ishanten? Karizaki still Ishanten?
1-so is a miss.
Cool.
Amon's not a bad draw, but it's really awkward to use.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite
keep
fit.
the Ipeco.
Like, you can hold on to it and hope for Ipeco, but then you need a 7, like a Kanchan 7.
Yeah, you need specifically a Kanchan 7-mon for it.
And we can see where those are. It's good thing she passed that on, because it was very unlikely to come out.
Oh no, would have been Tempai.
Well, I guess it depends on how you would have discarded for that Ishanten, but
Now, and another floating Dora that doesn't fit in a hand.
could we see back-to-back Ryukyoku hands with no one Tempai?
Someone has to make it
There's
this time,
time.
don't they?
Especially Komiya here with
If
like
they
a
were another
4-pin draw.
20 discards in, then sure. But this is still just the end of row 2.
the games in the early portion of the day had been lasting a little bit long because of the number of dealer repeats. These games might last long just because of the number of draws it takes to find a tenpai.
You see, does not like this draw. There is the potential 79 Sanshoku shift here, but I think I just throw it back.
Yeah, it seems hard to incorporate. I guess you could like preemptively cut 5 or 9 mon, and then
You could also cut 5 pin if you really want to go for this. But then you draw the 8 and you're just really sad.
Yeah. Continues to maximize the draws towards
Well,
tenpai.
there's a pinch on for Dora indicator. Upgrade quite. Oh, well, there we go.
Oh,
That is going to be a Dama, Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora 2, waiting on 5-8 mon.
As dealer 12,000 points, easy Dama. This late, especially, with 2 of the 8 mon discarded, I believe, as well. And that 5-8
Oh,
Suji.
and there's Tenpai waiting on 7. Oh, just Sumos.
Oh, well, I guess.
Riichi Apatsu would have been nice, but we'll be glad with the Mangan anyway.
Yeah, you'll take your points. And that's going to be a big win there for Negishi. Tanyao Tsumodora 2.
And of course, 3 Homba, so jumps out into first by 5,000, and now we'll have another Homba.
You can see on the back of the jersey there, Negi-chan. Everyone calls her Negi-chan.
Well, if you're sumoing like that, you can go by whatever name she wants.
Absolutely. That's points for the team.
Nice little 1, 2, 3. We see double penchant fills over the course of these draws. Ooh, this hand's looking really good.
It was looking a bit disjointed, and then a bunch of Sotaos came in there at the end.
Right, we have possibly Peiko. You do have a couple honors to get rid of, so that's going to be the first cut as the West. This hand's a little more disjoint, has a bunch of terminals to get rid of. This has a floating Dora, looks like a Tanya type hand. 6 mon will be a really nice draw if you can get a 7 mon. Nice little Pinfui Peiko shape there. And there's our floating Dora that all of a sudden makes this hand much more awkward.
Once again, it's that 8 pin. Just no one's been able to use it really effectively. I guess until you pair it up, right? That's what we saw in the last hand.
Especially in Akanashi. It's just one of the easiest routes to value. When we talk about different rule sets, some of the even really restrictive rule sets, like JPML-A, where you don't have Ura or Ipatsu, that's what you do with these Dora. Oh, well, just connect to it. Now you have to worry about it. Also, potential 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku in there.
Well, there it is.
Oh, pair it up, as you said. Of course, a 3-6 draw, and the hand's looking amazing. Potential Riichi, Pinfu, Ipeiko, Dora 2.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Dama for another Pinfu Dora 2, and just get someone on the Ipeiko side for another 4,000 all. I think with 3 Han, though, usually you reach that.
No, it doesn't keep the 2. It's a little bit more acceptance, I believe, but basically the same. And a lot less value. Oh, there's the 7. That was the ideal draw. Feels like that 5, 6, 6, 8.
That 8 mon's pretty helpful as well. We'll cut away from the 1-3 mon Kanchan to accept it.
And the other thing about when someone cuts that 7 pin is everyone who has a floating Dora gets a little more frustrated.
Yeah, because one of those 7 pins is already the Dora indicator. And now another one's been discarded. It's really hard to use the 8 pin now.
But the thing is, the hands that have the Dora are already using it quite well.
That's right.
This is kind of an awkward decision. Do you want a safe tile? Do you want to just go full out for the 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku? Or do you just play raw efficiency? And kind of hedges everything with the 8, so except the Sanshoku. Really wants a safe tile. I feel like you should probably just go for value in that type of situation. 3 pin is not going to be held for the possibly pick. Well, now this is kind of backing into Chitoitsu. What is that, 5 pairs? Yeah, that's Ishan 10.
But you might as well move that direction. It's hard to do anything else.
Yeah, you can see wanted to cut the Haku and then thought about it for a second. Wait, why?
That's a 7 mon draw into super wide Ishan 10 for Komiya.
Well, speaking of too many pairs.
He really needs that 3-6. You can see 3 of them were held by this hand. Another hand that needs a 3-6 so.
One so is going to do anything there. One mon is going to do anything.
Yeah, there's a decent number
The
of those tiles
Hatsu
on the
isn't going to
wall.
do anything. I make you just cut the 4 mon now, because I just really want this Ipeco shape. And we're getting to the point, do we really even necessarily want to cut the 4-5? Nope, just going to keep going. Doesn't want the safety here.
Really hoping for that 5-mon draw. Just doesn't quite
East
do
isn't
it.
that useful. Just more misses. The wall has not been generous this game.
Not at all. You know, usually you get some hands that end super late, some hands that end super early. We've got none of the latter.
Well, it is technically an Ipeco shape, but I actually want to go Suanko with a hand like that.
So you bet she's
You're a little
definitely
sad
thinking
that the
about
5
that.
pin was discarded. If you had that 5 pin, you'd be full out on. Oh, and there we see the 6 does go ahead and call. You can always just accept the Tateniu if it has to go that way.
Okay, but still
But
toy
clearly
level.
wants to go for the toy. Now that 4 mon just not good. Unless you have to throw the 6. Well, that 2 also doesn't really help because it's so late you don't think you're going to get the help for toy. This is kind of a decision. I'd probably just throw it back. Now, go ahead and hold the Anko here. The Haku is, 2 cut at this point, so it's not that useful.
Yeah, maybe any hope of Suanko is still worth considering from the position that the bar finds themselves in.
The 1 so isn't going to help. The 6 so is the perfect draw. This is Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 2, possibly Ipeco, and this is dealer again.
Big opportunity for Negishi. Already won 1 Angon hand as the dealer to take over first place. Can she extend this lead further?
And there's an Ipeco upgrade. Still Ishanten.
That 8-mon, I feel like, was a bit of a jam. That's some aggression.
Tune in hand is not really aggression.
Yeah, this is such a wide Ishanten. It's kind of amazing he hasn't found Tenpai yet, and the value's there to fight even a dealer with. Oh,
Sumo, it is on the cheap end, but still, Riichi, Sumo, Pinfu, Dora 2. Is there an aura?
Misses.
Nope, just a Mongon. But Mongon plus 4 Homba is not a small win for a dealer.
Yeah, especially as dealer. Back-to-back 12k hands plus sticks is going to put Negishi into a commanding position now.
Yeah, and we're still at East 2. Everyone getting change at the table right now, especially when you have to pay out 4,000 Sumos like that. You run out of those 1,000 sticks the first time, and there goes, wait a second.
The 4 home bond not making things any easier. Those are some pretty big wins for Team Michael.
Well, as I said many times, that is the secret to winning Mahjong. Just Sumo.
Just Sumo indeed.
All right, this looks like a kind of a pair-based hand, maybe.
I see 3.
And you have a floating Dora. You're looking for any excuse to pair it up and go. And just cuts the Manzu tile to begin with. This feels like a much more conventional hand here, especially that 4, so nice fill there on the Kanchan. Chun is paired up. The rest of the shapes are awful. Also has a floating Dora. But I can't just call Chun and hope to go Dora Tonki on it.
So in all these hands, 1 Dora for Negishi and 1 for Komiya. A big point in this hand is going to be the first person to drop the Dora or the first person to pair it up.
Now that's what often happens on floating Yakuhai Dora is everyone wants to pair it up.
Nope.
Oh, well, speaking of, and that's the hand that may not need to call it.
Yeah.
Because that is definitely moving towards Ichitoitsu. And now I see a Kanchan 5 fill, can always just call the Chun and go.
I worry a little bit about that dealer hand if it does end up becoming Chitoi, because that could slow it down, honestly.
Well, of course, if you get the East, then you don't have to think too much about it.
Yeah, and this is again where it comes down to how long will Komiya hold this East? How long will, the other East sit in the wall?
Picks a nice fill. Completes that Ryunman shape. Monzu's still kind of a mess. And okay, just going for it now. Poland's the 5. This also gives routes for potential Toy. Would require another couple pair-ups, though.
Yeah, when I see a call like that, I definitely don't want to drop the East.
Yeah, but you either throw it now or you just don't throw it.
That's
and
a good
I
point.
agree with this. That you either just check it now and let everyone know where the hand is, or you just have to eat it for the rest of the hand.
Well, now you're definitely going to have to eat it for the rest of the hand because no one wants to deal into a deal that's showing 5 Han.
Yeah, it's very hard to get to 6 in this situation, though. Regardless, you're talking 12,000 and 5 Homba. Ouch.
And you can see...
that's 6 in immediately. That's a fold.
Satsuki says, I am out. Because not only was it Pone, it was Pone cutting a 6-8 Kanchan shape. That is an advanced state of the hand.
You figure it's usually good shape Ishunten or bad shape Tenpai.
And that off chance that it's good shape Tenpai, you don't want to mess around with that.
A bit of a backfire there on the one so cut the previous turn. But still in that good shape Ishunten.
And it's really the waiting game now because Negishi still needs to find the Tenpai. West is Shompai.
There's a fill there on the Kanchan. Might convince herself to fight this if doesn't have to throw any tiles in that danger zone.
Yeah, sometimes when I drop the door tile, like it's called, I have this feeling that, I'm responsible for this Mongon, and so I should be the one to put it into it.
Yeah, and then we do the reviews and I laugh at you for that thought process.
Yeah, if you deal in, you definitely feel sad. But if you do prevent it from going off, if you defuse the bomb, so to speak, then you feel very rewarded. But, usually when you're at the stage of the hand where you're dropping that door...
Oh, there's Tenpai. 1 4-pin. Gets the Shaw Unko. That is a weight that looks pretty good out there.
Yeah, usually when you're at that stage where you're dropping the door, you're pretty close to Tenpai anyway, so doesn't take that much effort to get into a Tenpai and then win the hand. But in this case, it was still pretty far off, so...
There are what? The 2 1-pin discard. I think there was another 1 in a hand. This weight's really good.
Yeah, interesting there. Tanizaki was Tenpai.
It was the 4. This is the hand. And this is Tenpai now waiting on 5, so... to try and shut this down.
So Tanizaki didn't like to declare the Riichi on the 6-9, so Komiya will take the fight.
Doesn't switch the Champon, keeps the 1 4-pin. Then that's shown by Shaw. You see the hesitation. Now, interesting situation. If it comes out, do you con just to alert the table? Yeah, I'm Tenpai. You already know it. Nope, doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I'd be hard pressed to con in that situation. But I mean, if you really do believe that the weight will never come out, then maybe.
Oh well, we're about to find out.
There
it goes!
Wow. Yeah, it was 1 chance. So definitely looked pretty okay, and the 2 1-pins convinced her maybe she just didn't have anything else as well.
Now you saw the hesitation there after the deal in. That actually deals in.
Yeah, that's going to be another big win for Negishi, who is just climbing now up to 62,600. And remember, Team Maika was Maika was in 2nd place overall. So if these standings, go through, this is going to be a big plus for Maika. And well, currently a small negative for Team Riichi CIty at 10,100. But
that's not really a small minus considering where they start. That's a pretty big minus. Because remember, with the Umas, the 3rd to 4th is only, 10,000 difference?
Yeah.
The big jump is 2nd to 1st.
And of course, 2nd to 3rd. Of course, Negishi will get to retain her dealership once again. How many Homa do we have? 6? Or up to, I think...
We're at 6, yes.
Yeah, the last round had 5, so this
You
one's
can
6.
see in that graphic
you're
in the
right,
top left.
We have that bonus little graphic.
Oh, there's a tuned pair. Does have a Dora in this hand as well. 6-mon is Dora. Speaking of Dora, here are 2 of them. 2-so connects to the 3-so pair. And you can see here wants to go Honitsu, but with 3 on, but you can just play it normally and see what happens. Oh, well, you don't have to call the tune if you just draw it yourself.
Fantastic. Just hold the Anko and have the door in your hand already. Can be a very valuable Riichi if she can draw it to Tenpai closed.
There you got a 3-so Anko, also has the floating 2 if there needs to be a pair later.
I kind of just want to hold all these floating tiles and just give up on the Honitsu idea. I mean, I know
Yeah, I would too. I'd cut the north, and that's going to be the play here.
we just dealt into 12,000 points, so there's this sort of internal feeling that you want to get it all back.
Right. Ooh, well, there's an Ishan 10 now for potential Riichi Chun Dora 1 for Yamamoto Ramen. Four pin doesn't really do anything, especially with the 3 enemy discarded, so back it goes. You see here, that's the best hand, looking for that 2-5 pin and 5-8 so.
Ooh.
Well, you have Ipeiko here. It's not ideal with the rest of the shapes. Now, this hand I might just go Honitsu on. I don't mind cutting the 3 pin. I don't mind cutting the east, though.
Yeah, gotta keep flexible with the undercut.
Yuck.
Draw doesn't make us happy.
It's one of those draws that if you get 2 others, it makes the hand look absolutely amazing. Oh, well, that's why you don't cut the 3 then.
Satsuki aiming for a Riichi.
Now has that, yeah, Ipeiko Dora 2 possible Riichi.
Yeah, we'll get P if you can draw the 3-so fill, pinch-on fill.
Well, that 9 allows this hand to go Honitsu, but the problem is going to need a 5-mon pawn probably, which is the Dora indicator. 6 allows you to shift off of this 9 and get that Kanchan upgraded to Ryanman.
Yeah,
Pin doesn't really do much, though.
The other problem spot for Tanizaki is the 7-mon is super held right now, and Penchon in general is a bad shape because the tile you're looking for can be held like this.
Well, there's another Dora.
It's actually really hard to use.
And you see the long hesitation, just hates these shapes. I'm not a big fan of them either.
It looks like she's willing to cut that Dora as soon as she gets that by.
There's the 5-so, connects nicely with the 6-7. The South doesn't do anything. This is the question, do I just go out full out on the Honitsu? And the answer is not yet. And there's our Tenpai, the Riichi Chun Dora 1, waiting on 5-8 so.
And now this Dora is trapped in hand. You don't really want to cut a 6-mon Dora against a Riichi. Noipatsumo.
Yeah, not the big hit. You see, wants to get back in this hand.
Speaking of getting back, we're going to have a chase.
Yeah, this is Riichi Nomi, I believe. Waiting on 4-7 pin.
Dealer says, you know what? I've got 61,000 points. I can take this fight.
Gets a 7, but it's not the Pinzu.
And the other thing here to consider is that is first place who's declared Riichi and is defenseless in Komiya. So
there's the deal in. Dora will be Riichi Chun Dora 1.
Yeah, and I meant first place from the overall standings, but that is going to be, well, Komiya taking some points back.
Yeah, the 5200 and a whole stack of Homba. 6 of them combined. So we'll close the gap. Komiya now within striking range of second, but Nagishi just way out there.
Tanizaki will be our dealer moving into East 3.
Has a very mediocre hand. It's not good by any stretch, but it's not terrible. You can see the middle blocks there. Potential 4, 5, 600. Now this, on the other hand, is what we call a good start.
Ooh.
As a Dora, a Yaku High, routes to Chanta, great floaters if you don't want to go there, and even a Daisonga Dream.
Yeah, we'll think about that for a few turns.
But that's why it's a dream. This has a potential just Riichi Pinfu, maybe Tanyao. Similarly, just regular Pinfu type hand. But this is the interesting one. Yuan cuts the 9 here. Just going to play regular while floating the Daisangen Dream. 6-0 connects with the 6-7 for a little bit better shape. Doesn't actually move the hand forward in Chanten, though. 9-so does move the hand forward. And now you have to consider whether you want to just go out on the Chanta. Because there's a huge incentive to do it, especially if you can get Shosangen along with it. And cuts the 5 for now, so keeping the option available. Good excuse to drop the 9 with the 6-8-9. 4 floats in with kind of an overlap now, so the 4-6-6-7. 1 pin doesn't do anything, back it goes. 1-so doesn't do anything. If you're really believing in the Chanta, you might consider keeping it. Nemon could have used it, helped out a little bit, but wants to keep the 4-mon to accept Dora. Oh, there's a bit of backfire of that 5-so cut earlier. And you see the hesitation, and eventually gets rid of it again. 9 pin doesn't do much. 8 pin doesn't do much. Question is, do you want to get rid of an honor here? No, wants to keep the safety on those for now. Of course, say safety in air quotes. The 6-mon pairs up, connects with the 6-8 for 6-6-8. Not too much there. A lot of these hands are very middling. They have a bunch of kanchan they need to fill. That's the draw you're looking for. Now I'd show Songa Chanti Shanten. I mean, you have to cut one of the 6s, don't you? No, the dream is dead. Don't crush my heart like that.
And the tune immediately follows, so Dream was probably dying anyway, but so sad. And the final tune, of course, being held.
I see the 5 pair up there, potential Shosangen, or potential Riichi here with the Riichi Hatsudora 1.
And Komiya already won Riichi with an Anko of Dragons. We'll see if she can pull in a second.
Waiting on this 5-8 pin. Going to be a Chi. Try and move this towards Tanyao. With the 2 Dora, perfectly reasonable. This hand's so far away still. The question is what's safe here. You actually have a lot that's safe. I just got the 5, so not really think about it. There it is.
Always in 4th, you're thinking, is this the hand that I should try to fight back with, even if I'm a little far away? Not this time. It was her dealership, so you definitely put a little bit extra thought to it, though.
Well, hesitates on that 7 pin. It is in the danger zone. One so's safe, goes back out. There goes the 3 pin. There's the Chi, and that's Tempai now, waiting on 5-8 mon.
And yeah, players around the table will definitely recognize the push from Satsuki.
5-8 mon versus 5-8 pin. Well, this is the obligatory count the East. Did I really get to enough of them? Yeah, okay. I see at least 2 out there, so it's good enough. And there's another one.
Distinct lack of 5s and 8s being discarded.
Now, I think the 2 pin came out a few turns ago, so that's going to be the play here.
Found the 5s. Donkoed up in hand.
Yeah, and you can push the 1-mon for Ishanten. The problem is, it is part of a Dora shape, potentially.
Yeah, Suji to the door is always tough. Torso jam.
Uh-oh. Hates it. Throws it down. Riichi Hatsudora. That looks like an Ura as well for
Yes.
Mangan.
Back-to-back big hands for Komiya, moving into her dealership next. And that will send her all the way into second place.
Well, especially you can get the direct hit on second as third. That's the goal.
Yeah, she was last for a little bit, but has made the comeback.
Yeah, back around the starting score now.
For
And
TB,
we'll be rewarded with a dealer turn. And even after all this, we're still only in East 4. All right, now so the Pinfu type hand, your favorite 2-3-4 Sanshiku developing, but also has that 5-7 shape in Manzu, where 7 shows Dora. I definitely want to try and use both of those Dora, even with the completed 7-8-9 in there.
yeah, Semador. We just saw a pair, I believe, in Negishi's hand.
Oh, well, that's probably the perfect draw.
That just basically confirms that we're going to use both Dora no matter what.
Also means the Sanshiku is probably out, but with 2 Dora and possibly Peiko, you're fine with that.
Yeah, that's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. Just perfect diamond shapes, plus the bonus acceptance from Dian Shanten holding that Kanchan.
3-mon doesn't do much. It's a decent floater, but this hand is just a mess. Just keep cutting honors until you've either given up or you're close. 8 pin don't do anything, especially with the 2 7s in the pond. 1 so does give a pair up here, or routes to Chitoitsu, but that's also a long way off.
And one
8
note,
pin doesn't really help, it's just a floater. The hand's a mess.
and one note on the graphics, a little bit incorrect, is Haruka Komiya from the Aichi prefecture.
Well, see the 9-mon, back it goes. There's also a 6, 7, 8 Sanshiku potential in that hand.
Yeah, and it should be noted that Komiya has won the 16th Yukan Fuji Cup individual competition, so a veteran of the event, a champion of this event.
Another pair here, another 2-mon. We have this 4, 6, 8, and you really want the Dora. Nine pin doesn't do much here. Really trashes the value of this hand. We'll hold it for now, but begrudgingly. Speaking of extra pairs, and here you have a situation. You may even cut 4 so here, or you can play 6 block and just throw this back. Doesn't goes with the Karigiri 3-mon. And the 3, so again, this hand just isn't budging. I feel this is about the time just give up on that hand.
We've reached the end of row 1. We're starting to approach the territory where someone should be slamming Riichi soon.
Well, there's our draw. That's why you don't cut the 4 so, is if you can just draw the 3 the next turn. It's the only tile that would have really forced the hand that way. And cuts the 8-ma, really interesting. May end up using the 7 as a pair.
Yeah, I was not expecting this development. But that's, the power of being able to draw around the so shape. It gives you an overflow of shapes, and wow, just going ahead.
No,
yes.
just throws the
rather
Dora.
we have the 7 so head.
Yeah, just as the 6-9 is not coming, I'll just throw the Dora shape. That is not something you see every day.
No, but it makes sense from this position. He just wants to find the fastest Tempai as dealer, and with enough value, Riichi Pinfu Dora 1 is excellent.
Well, that's an improvement. It's not Tempai. We're going to cut the 8 pin here. Not believer in Sanshiku anyway. Another pair at the 6. Could go 9-7 here.
It's a little slow, but she's going to make the move.
If you're going to win the hand, that feels like the way you have to play it. 2,
And
3, 4 Sanshiku shift downward. Your
redraws
dreams
the
may not be
2-so.
completely crushed.
Yeah. That was the last Chuso as well, because she had cut one earlier, and then the other two are paired up here, over here in Satsuki's hand.
Goes and cuts the 2 here to lock in the Kanchan 2-4. Doesn't really want to keep full acceptance here. You're only losing, what, 1 tile ultimately? Oh, well, what about Rion Peiko?
We've had 2 chances for that, one in each of the games so far. Did not get there. But the name has come up 2 times.
Now.
I think this is indeed the closest we've gotten to actually seeing it come to fruition.
Chun is not one of the tiles that helps, though. Looking for that 3 pin and 5 so. So the YC Shunt is cutting the 1 so here. That's going to be the play.
This hand has taken some twists and turns.
One not great. Goes and gets the Penchon in Pinzu, but that looks like mostly a fold. It's one of those situations where you go, maybe I can get it, but I don't really want to risk anything until I'm sure.
Right, but Tanizaki has reason to cut the 1 mon, so she just plays it out there. If Komiya had a Damanten Tenpai, it would be dealing in, but just not quite there yet. Now has a choice to make, but holds out for the Sanchoku. Also, 50-10 on the 5 so as well, so not really a thought to keep the 6-7 shape.
No, I see the 2 pin. Doesn't really want to throw it, but the 1 pin's pretty dead. It's not that bad. Six pin, and the hand feels a little bit worse, but goes out immediately, and will get called Tenpai now. Which one will be taken? I imagine it's a Shampo, just because you don't really want to throw the 4 here. And there's a Chi as well, gets to Ishun 10.
Negishi is kind of recognizing that players are struggling to get there, so she'll try to make it.
Well, it's been that way almost all game. The big wins here, other than the last hand, were just dealer sumo after dealer sumo.
Shonpai Hatsu and Tanizaki does not like it for good reason.
Well, we're going to see if Shonpai Hatsu comes out now, and out it goes.
Fortunately, just a pawn. Negishi will take Tenpai that has a
There's
Yaku.
Tenpai with 2 Dora. Potentially 3, so 7 mon, 3 so Shumpon.
That's key.
5 so. You can only shift down the 8 if you prefer.
I think the 5 so came out from dealer, so she'll just play that
Yes, it
out.
came out on the left.
It also reveals to Tanizaki that her Gianpeko is
There's Tenpai. It's not the one you wanted, but there's going to be our Riichi. This is Riichi Pinfu Dora 1 4 pin. But it shut down with a sumo. I think that's just Tanya Dora 1.
Yeah, super cheap, but shuts down the dealer hand, and that's pretty relevant for Satsuki, who is in contention for second.
Of course, you're never going to turn down the free Riichi stick on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's always that sweat, right? Oh no, somebody just Riichi'd. I'm in danger of dealing into the dealer. Oh, it's a roller coaster of emotions.
All right, ooh, Onko of 9 pin, pair of 1 pin, completed. She has a great starting hand. Not so much value, though. Speaking of value, though, we have a Dora pair, a whole bunch of other pairs.
That was a double reach chance.
That's that's the situation. Do you go for the Chitoitsu or you just start pawning?
Ooh, yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, the West.
Those are really easy tiles to call, other than the Dora, mostly. And even with the terminal Dora, it may come out.
Assuming the 8-mon was the first draw, which is not necessarily the case, actually, but I believe it was, and that was a double reach chance. Barely missed by Tanizaki, but she's still Ishan 10 for Chitoi Dora, too, which is just insane.
Well, the 6 pairs up. We'll keep the 6-6-8 shape.
Also Ishan 10 for Negishi.
And definitely planning some set-based hand, for sure. Which, when you have 5 pairs, is what you're supposed to do almost every time. There's the Dora, gets pawned. I think you just have to take it. If they're going to give you the Dora, then sure.
Yeah, West came out once, but still one more in the wall, and maybe the fact that it came out already without being called will allow it to come out again in the future. Just because there's a pawn of door doesn't necessarily mean that it's a
We see the
yakuhai.
pawn of 8, so now Ishan 10. And you think this is exactly where the hand is when that call is made. Is you think there's probably a yakuhai, probably some sort of terminal pair, and then something else.
Yeah, it definitely could also be toy, so nothing's really safe here just yet. And you can see, Negishi taking her time.
Oh,
to
there's the
consider this.
one! That's going to get called Tempai on 7-pin Sha. And of course, that's Tanazaki's hand, so that Sha is Yakuhai.
Mm-hmm.
Would be a Hanemon.
Toy, Yakuhai door 3. There's one left in the wall. Of the west, that is. See, 1 7-pin held. Yeah, some thoughts
Now, when
here.
you see someone call 3 times with Dora pawn, every tile gets much harder to throw.
For sure. I think one of each in the wall.
And I feel that's something else that just newer players aren't as used to, is how do you defend against a toy? Well, this is Tempai, might just reach it here. Goes in Dama's waiting on 8-pin.
And depending on where you play, like, a lot of newer players go for a lot of toy, so you kind of become adept to defending against that. And then after a while, toy stops becoming a yaku that you see as frequently. So you kind of forget about...
Yeah, stats on this prove it. As you go up in ranked rooms in online ladder, toy becomes significantly less common, and chitoitsu becomes slightly more common.
But here it's readily apparent that toy is very likely. Actually, with these calls, I think it's just about forced.
Well, there has to be something. It has to be a yakuhai, so even if it is an onko and a tonki, that's still toy.
4-pin jam. This is the south round, so Negishi does have a yaku waiting on the 8-pin. I mean, this is a huge chance for Tanizaki. She really needs to win this.
Let's see, Komiya here is still Tempai and finally gives it up. Does not want to throw a Toln into this.
Yeah, it's just...
Because we know where the other 2 are.
That was just way too hard.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you could throw it either. With that type of hand, especially that ugly Kanchan weight, you have to either immediately slam when you get Tempai and say if it happens, it happens, or you just effectively fold, which is what happens. You have the one so onko. This is technically Ishan 10.
Satsuki is the dealer.
Doesn't take the Ishan 10, working for another route here. Of course, if you know it's toy, the 8 so is completely safe because it's been pulled.
Right. The sort of hidden safety, like if it's a Java weight, thrice cut tile, not safe. But if you know it has to be a triplet, then this is Genbutsu at that point.
Right, although as mentioned, they could still be Tonki weights. You don't know if it's the onko or not.
Right, and that puts all the pressure, on just about every other tile. Oh, Sumo!
Oh, just Sumo! There's your Hanemon!
That was
Toy, Shaw, Dora 3.
Ooh, Takamate Sumo, and Satsuki will eat the Oyakabudi there. That's gonna shake up the standings a little bit. Rather the points, the placements. This puts Tanizaki right back into this game, and we've seen this every game today. Somebody, well, almost every game, When someone drops down, it's not out, not completely out.
Well, Negishi just sitting here going, I am glad I was not dealer for that. I'll pay out my 3,000 and let the others fight over the position.
Yeah, Negishi's still in a super strong spot, but wants to get more out of this game if she can, more out of this dealership.
Well,
perhaps.
as a pretty good dealer hand here, we have the Yakuhai, a floating Dora, potential Chanta routes if you don't end up using the Dora. There are lots of ways to make quite a bit out of that hand, or you can always go cheap. Kind of a Pinfu hand, maybe a 79 Sanchiku. This is a decent hand in terms of speed, but there's no value until you get the Dora. We have that 3, 5, 7, 9 in Manzu, where 4 Mon's the Dora. So it certainly accepts it. Speaking of Dora, though, here are 2 of them.
Yeah. Dora pair.
5 so kind of pairs up. Doesn't really do much for that 3, 5. But the rest of the hand's still a bit of a mess at this time. 7 Mon will connect to the floating 8. 4 pin completes that Ryanman and actually cuts from the 1 Mon pair. Definitely deciding the door will be used. Goes and pawns the south here.
Again, early call from dealer, just trying to get a continuance here. If you could pair up the Dora, that would be amazing for the value.
Oh, no, just you asked for it, didn't you?
Ask and you shall receive, I guess.
Of course, we know the other 2 4s are dead, so we'll absolutely need the 9 pin.
Or to like slide somehow with maybe an 8-pin draw, 7-pin draw, something like that. You're feeling very rewarded for cutting the 1 Mon pair there.
For sure. Well, that would be the other route. If you draw the 3, 6, I think you just have to take the Tempai. You're not happy about it.
Yeah, I mean 2,900 is
that
still
would be
good.
the way out of this situation.
And importantly, you get your dealer repeat if you can win that.
Right, and with the scores as they are, you're just trying to run it up here. You'd prefer the big hands, but as dealer, anything counts.
Ooh.
Nope,
okay.
Never mind.
We're sticking with plan A, and that is the value route.
We were tempted, and we will not yield to temptation. Give me those sticks.
So we look to the other hands. Komiya approaching Tempai. He shut down as well for Satsuki. Just gonna get rid of that 2 Mon. Again, both players
locks in the
locking
Dora pair. Makes perfect sense.
A classic Riichi move.
Six Mon doesn't do much. It gives some potential upgrades for value. The problem is the rest of the hand's a bit of a mess. You also have the 8 Mon in the discard, so the 6 is not great. It's more that everything else is terrible. Go ahead and cuts the 2 pin.
Yeah, just preemptively breaking away from that shape a little bit.
7 doesn't really do much. Back it goes. We'll keep the Shanten. 7, so we'll connect to the Sozu shape here. If you want to cut the 6 Mon, you can do it now. Nope, continues with the 4 cuts on the 2-4.
Pretty wide Ishantan. Lots of ways to think
3
about what
pin
the pair in your
doesn't
head
do
would be.
anything. Back it goes. Haku doesn't do anything. Back it goes. Well, there's your fill. That is 3-sided Tempai. I think you just have to take it. This isn't that hard. Yeah, there's your Riichi. It is Riichi Pinfu or Riichi Nomi on 2-so.
Yeah.
There's Riichi Pinfu on 5-8-so. Three-sided, not much value in any direction, but you hope to Ipatsu or hit some Ura or something.
Right, and you've got your dealership
Pretty
coming
good win rate.
Here we go. Ipatsu draw. It's a miss.
Draws the Dora indicator. Not the tile you want if you think other people are Tempai.
Right, if you're already a little nervous about the 6 Mon, then the 3 Mon is even worse.
There's a safe tile. Still Ishunten for dealer.
I don't think anyone really wants to challenge this too much. I mean, Satsuki is in of course, dealer.
This is always going to be a challenge. If you have 2 Dora, you're just going for it here.
Yeah, but Komiya
The problem is one of
probably...
those 9-pin is locked up. The 4-mon are locked up, so there is 1 9-pin that can possibly come out.
Actually, Komiya is Ishanten. Let's take a look. 2-pin. This is pretty wide, but go with a 3. So
You see a
take the
Chi
fight.
here. Can cut the 7 for Tenpai, waiting on 5 so for Tateniu Dora 2.
Yeah, I was mistaken. Everyone wants to take this fight.
Which is not Tenpai.
147 pin is Hiritan. Might play a role in this cut.
Yeah, just getting out of here. Another door indicator. And that is a much wider shape. Would have been Tenpai if the aggression was played last turn, but it wasn't. Broke away with the 3.
And she will continue to back away. Option to swap here. Shabo versus Ganchan.
Throws it right back. Sumo, reach Sumo Pinfu. Aura is a miss, but we'll be glad to shut this down, especially when she takes a look at the VOD on these.
Yeah, it sees the door pair in 2 different players' hands,
Door
including
pair
dealer.
in 2 different hands that are fighting. You go, why are they fighting? And then you stop and think, they might have had Dora there.
Yeah, I always assume that if I'm getting chased, that my, opponent has the Dora. I could have 3 of them.
He now jumps into 3rd place off of that and will be dealer here in South 3.
Tanizaki back in the dealer seat. Yeah, she's actually the person who runs the Mahjong Bar R. That is the name of the team.
Should have plenty of experience then. Look at these hands. None of these. Well, okay. I was going to say none of these are bad, and then I look at this one, and it's Kanchan, pair.
Yeah, Jenn.
The rest of the hands are all reasonably workable.
Earlier today, Jenn was talking about the inspiring story of our current dealer. Tanizaki took a break from Mahjong in 2014, all the way up to 2019 due to her multiple sclerosis worsening. But when she came back to Mahjong, she had to start all the way from the bottom of the league, but started climbing up immediately. So what a wonderful comeback story for her.
Yeah, it's always the concern. Is a lot of these things don't give you a pass just because you were sick.
Right.
If you're not there to show up, you're not treated any different than anyone else.
But yeah, she's really open about it and hopes to inspire other people who have to, give up or take a break from their dreams. So great story. And here she is in, Yukan Fuji Cup once again. Making a comeback here in this game.
6-mon connects there for a possible Rion Peiko. Because we're always on the lookout for those rare Yaku, and that is certainly one of them. We have the Honitsu here, possible Sananko. But a 6-pin or a 9-pin, you can really start thinking about it, because the hand just naturally builds towards that Rion Peiko.
Ooh.
And a Haku pair up that is now very close.
Definitely gives you some extra calling options. Well, 1 Haku discarded.
7-pin fills the Kanchan there, but a lot more of those to go.
2A from Tenpai. Can you imagine drawing 1-mon, getting Chanta as well?
I mean, you'd love to, but at the same time, you'll just take anything. Speaking of taking anything, we're just see a quick chi here to try and shut this down.
Koyama wants to be in 2nd place going into her last yearship. Whoa!
Ooh, it's just so wide. It's Ishanten, but it's also 2 Shunten for just a regular hand.
Will we see the call? Passed.
No, wants the Chitoitsu.
Potentially huge value here. 3 mon.
Oh no, the 3. I kind of
Decision.
just want to give up on it now.
I mean,
So
you
you see
shoved
the
in for a normal hand
long
now.
pause
Haku,
here.
yeah. Had a choice between Haku and Shun.
Well, speaking of Chitoitsu, we're here. Just dumb. Looking for any kind of upgrade here.
Holding on to the Chun pair gives us a slightly better chance at Uda.
6 pin gets us to Ishunten. Two pin actually looks decent. The problem is so many of them been discarded that it's pretty useless. It'd be a hell weight. There's the 2. Might get called. And yeah, that's going to be Tenpai here. Potential Honitsu Chun. Oh, there it goes!
Ooh.
Dora, that's Mongon!
Yeah, dealer fighting with their Tenpai, but we'll deal into the Honitsu Yakuhai Dora. And with that, Negishi will take that commandingly right back.
And Tanizaki had started fighting back, but gives up the 8,000 and back in 4th.
Not completely out of it yet. Still within a Mongon of climbing back into 3rd. And so we go to Komiya's dealership. Also, Komiya in her final dealership, not necessarily safe here.
No, a direct hit. Mongon or a Mongon Sumo with someone else putting a Riichi stick in would be enough for Tanizaki to take 2nd place. But if we look at these hands, possibly Peiko, possibly Toitsu. Feel like a bunch of pairs in these hands so far. This one has an Onko and a pair. Decent floaters as well. 3 mon is Dora. Speaking of 3 of them, there's one of them in that hand. Neath the 2 mon. This hand is looking for the Dora badly. Fills in the Kanchan there with a 4-5-6. Now 1 mon throws back. Can go Honitsu in the offsuit. When you go Honitsu, you really prefer the Dora suit, but if the tiles give you one option, you will go that way. 3 so allows a bunch of shifts to Ipeco, but it's also a pretty good floater by itself. Yeah, that 5 mon cut strongly suggests the AD is please let me go Honitsu, please.
Yeah, and if we do, we almost have to stay closed. And at that point, you're at the mercy of your draws, but what more can you do in this position? Oh.
2 mon is the perfect draw for this hand. Fills the Kanchan. Possible Chanta route if you cut 5 so or 4 pin.
Yeah, really thinking about there. Ends up cutting the 1 pin. I think 4 pin's an interesting
really
idea.
like the 4 pin cut there. Just make a disgusting 1 pin Tonki potential later.
Playing very straightforward though, taking the maximum efficiency. There is Ipeco in hand already, so that's already very good value.
Yes, that is definitely the Yaku, but imagine that and Junchan.
Oh yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. That would be glorious. 22 continues for Tanizaki.
4 so connects to the 3-3, but also a 3-4-5 Sanshku.
Oh,
Oh no!
no!
That was Tenpai!
Oh, but the Sudo trap 7 pin too.
Oh.
That's okay. The hand is not ended. We can still draw a Tenpai.
Can still get there. It'll be cheaper, but there are definitely plenty of value routes in this hand anyway.
I mean, the gap just 5,600 points, so something like Riichi Tsumo Pihu Ipeco absolutely does it.
Now, the 2 pin connects here. Does make the hand feel pretty cheap unless you get to the 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
The path is there. Do we cut the Haku and just
I'd
go
cut
all
the
out?
Haku. Forget it. I think you just go.
Gonna
No, gonna go ahead and cut the 3 so for now. Wants the safe tile. The advantage of sitting here at 20,400 is if Satsuki does Riichi, Komiya could just fold out.
That's right. As long as it goes to Yukyoku, you should be fine. Or you will be fine. But
It has to get that far.
right.
And you know Tanizaki is going to push if there's anything in that hand.
Oh, and that's actually a really important draw from this headless spot. The Dora could be paired up.
Lots of potential value routes. Speaking of value routes, a 3-pin, an excellent draw for the hand. Probably needs another one, though.
Yeah, necessary draw. And like you said, another one is so important right now. Oh, and it goes to Satsuki instead. Kind of,
You can see these hands are getting expensive, but they're not there yet.
yeah, kind of quietly, Negishi also angling towards a Sozu Honitsu. You know, she's been in the lead, so we
Well,
haven't really had to look
that's
at that.
a super wide Ishanten now. We're going to see the call on the 5-so to lock in that Honitsu. Could even upgrade it. Oh, there's the 3!
Big draw, big
Super
call.
wide Ishanten for Menhon. Closed Honitsu.
Yeah, and that Riichi there is automatically a Mongon, so any win would be enough if you can get there closed. Like I said, that call would have been for Tempai, but we can't take that one. It's pretty wide though, 5, 7, 8 pin plus the north, plus
Right,
the
and north is the Yakuhai even.
yeah, plus the Green Dragon as well.
You see the 7-pin did not like that draw. That looks like an I want to fold. That seems to be the hesitation here.
Yeah, you have to be consider like what dealings are you concerned about? Is it Tempai now? Because if it's just closed Honitsu, 3 Han, maybe it's got 40 fu, 50 fu, something like that. You can deal into a 40 fu. You cannot deal into a 50 fu.
Also, we're at the beginning of the 3rd row, so if the plan is just sneak out of here with second, folding is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, really taking your time to think about this. We'll go with the West.
Gets rid of the safe tile, says, okay, we're good.
2 pair candidates now, like extended pair shapes. We'll cut the 6-so.
It's going to be cheat, still Ishunten.
And you can see here, Satsuki really values the 7.
Well, it gives you an Ipeco, but it's better as a floater, I feel.
Yeah,
I
hot sleeve
got
just is
lots
super
here.
wide.
Nope. Wants to lock in the shape. Is convinced that this is the final waiting shape.
Yeah, and this could allow you to Dama in the future, actually.
There's Tempai. It would be on a Tonki. Maypin doesn't feel that bad. We'll go to Riichi for the Riichi Ipeco Dora 1 on 9-pin Tonki.
Wow.
And with the scoreline, it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're pinning all your hopes on a 9-pin Tonki when there's a Honitsu on the board. What will happen here? Komiya really thinking hard about this one.
So at this point, Komiya probably just wants to get out of here.
Yes, you don't want to deal indirectly. 3-pin will work. At least to the Riichi. It's not necessarily safe against the Honitsu. Although if she deals into a Mongon directly into the Honitsu, then she just gets 4th.
Yes, that would do it. But right now, just look for any excuse to fold.
Okay, we'll
Never
take the chi.
mind. That may just be a K10 play.
Maybe to break Ippatsu. And then... Oh, she's dropping a 9-pin.
Oh, no! Throws the 9, deals in. Riichi Ipeco Dora 1. And that looks like an Ur. I'm not sure.
It does. Regardless, that will be enough for Gyakuten. Mongon, direct.
It is. Yeah, that's going to do it. And Satsuki going to be in a very good second place there after Negishi just runs over this table with a 67.8. And there you see it on the big title. Negishi is 67.8 with the big win there. Satsuki in second place, managing a slight positive off that Mongon direct hit in the end. Komiya with a deal in the end, minus 27.6. And Tanizaki started coming back and then dealt in trying to fight his dealer in South 3. Just not a great game altogether.
Yeah, did make a great comeback there for a while. And wow, that Honitsu, though, from Negishi just locking, sealing the deal. And she had a couple of those really exciting Honitsu-type hands. That one coming up big, though.
The other thing was there were so many of those hands that just went to draws. People were just trying to fight and couldn't get there. And then at the end, they're just shoving as you get to late in South round.
Yeah, the first hand.
People chasing down two people with Dora pair, chasing down a 3-sided Riichi, and then of course that last hand.
It was like the first 3 hands of the game just went to the third row, just this last house of the third row. One of them even ended with all 4 players, no 10. But the big hands started coming in, and Negishi won several of those. Tanizaki had her own, just a huge sumo when she desperately needed it. Yakuhai, Toy Toy Dora 3. And just strong play all around. I think this was a really exciting game.
Yeah, started off a little slow, but even in those slow hands, the dealer sumos, so you saw the big separation for the rest of the table. And then it's just everyone trying and making as many scrappy plays as they can to sneak out with second.
Yeah, so I guess that is our final game of the evening. We can take a look at the standings for this group. Just maybe a quick reminder of the standings as they were before the day started. Riichi CIty up at the top, plus 174.1, and Musashi Koyama Bar R was at 48.8 in second, Maika in third, Mahjong Otomedan in fourth. But after the day ends, Team Maika had a huge swing forward.
Capped off with that big win we just saw by Negishi, 67.8 of the 70.8 that Team Maika got today. Musashi Koyama just couldn't get anything today.
Yeah, a rough day today. It looks like 3/4 is going to drop them in the standings. Riichi CIty had 2 positive results, only 1 negative result, and that was just a third. So we'll also finish the day positive and sort of maintain a steading ahead the rest of the group. Team Maika making up some ground though.
Yeah, and Team Otomedan there with 40.6, started off strong, and the other 2 games, slight negative net, but you're generally happy with a plus 40 after the 3 games.
And we will have the final results then. Riichi CIty up to 213 points. Team Maika climbing up to 70.7. Still ways to go. And we're at the part of the season where a separation like this is actually a little bit trickier to come back from. You know, we talk about the big Oka, the Uma and Oka combined will give you a really big result for getting a first place, but you need a lot of first place if you're in the negatives right now, and you almost need to target Riichi CIty, it feels like, at this point in the season.
Yeah, at this point, it's getting rough. If you're in either of those teams that's in the negative 100 range, you need to go on a run and you need to go on it fast. And Team Maika isn't even that close, still 140 points back. But again, that can be done in a day. It's the problem that the other 2 teams need more than it. They need 2 days of running the table. And that's really hard to do.
Right, so it's going to be really interesting to see how the rest of the games play out. Of course, we'll be swapping to Group 16 in our next session, which will be next week. That's the Team WRC division, and they will be playing their games for us on Friday. So definitely next Friday, stay tuned for that. I think we've even got the individual results for Team WRC, a little bonus for the sponsor team. And after the session, it looks like Nika is in 38th place overall in the standings, having an excellent performance and hoping to continue that next week.
Yeah, long way to go here. Of course, you can see needs a little bit of work here, but we will see how they do coming up next Friday.
Absolutely. A day of thirds wasn't exactly what Team WRC was looking for in this most recent session, but the big broadcast day is coming up soon. I know I personally am really, really, really looking forward to seeing how things turn out that day.
Well, if it's Friday, I figure Nathanael will be here. Of course, I'll be here closing out the commentary as well. So, any closing thoughts?
Well, it's going to be a busy month this month. Of course, we've talked all about the upcoming session next week. Definitely going to be a good one. After that, they cycle around again, so we'll start down through groups 1 and 9 again in the following weeks. So we'll get to watch all the teams one more time. And of course, keep in mind that, we talked a little bit earlier about the New York Comic Con and all the fun stuff that happened there. There's some videos that are coming out for that. So make sure that everyone is subscribed to the WRC channel to become aware of the second that they come out. I know there were a lot of very fun things that happened during the Comic Con, and I'm really looking forward to watching the videos. We've heard, Jenn and others talk all about some of the cosplay and the show matches and some of the fun prizes that were handed out during that, and looking forward to seeing some videos, get some actual, get my eyes on it. I really wish I could have attended that, but maybe next year.
All right. Well, with that, for Chiral, Jenn, Nathanael, this is Corak from the Yukan Fuji broadcasting team, wishing you a good night.
All right. See you next week.